Good morning, guys, and welcome out to Revolution. So today we are going to look at what day did Jesus die? Now, with all my studies on Easter, one aspect to those studies is that the more that I looked at Easter, it was a great study to get into because I was only initially just looking at one word and trying to work out the etymology of it. And coming to the understanding that the word Easter comes from the German Oster, which is a shortened form of Auferstehung, which means resurrection. Knowing that Easter means resurrection, that changed a lot of things. And so initially my articles from 2005 were to do with that and to debunk the whole pagan goddess myth. Now, I know a lot of people today are talking about Easter not being pagan, and it seems it's like James White thinks it's pagan. There are some what would be classified as King James only, or we would call them Hyper King James only, or whatever. Some of those guys are like, well, no, it's pagan. And I've dealt with these people for 20 years. Since I wrote my first article, I've had people coming against me from all sides, from the critical text side, from the King James side, who say, no, Easter means a pagan goddess, and that's why they put it in there, and all this weird stuff. But then you've got other people just saying, no, it should be changed to Passover. That's the James White position. And they want to get rid of Easter because they think it's pagan, this type of thing. But one thing that really has been interesting is from that, because I like eschatology, the 69 weeks of Daniel, you can't really get into the 70th week of Daniel concepts unless you understand the 69 weeks. So going through that and understanding that Jesus on the 10th of Nisan, so Nisan is sort of like April, on the 10th of the Jewish month, he stood there and said, Jerusalem, Jerusalem, I wanted to gather you together like a hen gathers its chicks, but you were not willing, and you missed the day of your visitation. And so understanding that the day of the visitation was the end of a 483-year period that was prophesied in the book of Daniel. And then understanding the 70th week of Daniel is future and yet to come. This was really remarkable to me when I started to discover this as a new Christian. And then studying Easter, of course, every time I would read an article on Easter, look at the crucifixion, I was always confronted with issues of what day Jesus died on, what day did he rise on? Because some people say, well, it was a Saturday, this type of thing. Some people say he died on the Saturday night. He resurrected on the Saturday night. Some people say he died on the Friday. Obviously, that's the mainstream Catholic, and most Protestants believe that. Some people say he died on a Wednesday. I know Chuck Missler, he brought out all that. Now, I've believed he died on a Thursday from probably about the mid-90s, probably about 97. I sort of worked that out. I was reading Josh McDowell's books, and he seemed to try and squeeze a Friday in. And then I got into Dave Hunt. He was a Thursday guy. Then I got into Chuck Missler. He was a Wednesday guy. So weighing up all this, the Dave Hunt position seemed to just make sense to me. And the more that I just did the basic math and went through it, I was like, yeah, this fits perfectly. The other positions don't fit. And so not only just because of the math, but also the narrative, having Judas hang himself, but then it says that he fell headlong and burst asunder and all this type of thing. Why did that happen? Also, the women, why were they bringing spices early on a Sunday morning? If it was a Wednesday crucifixion, why didn't they just go there on the Friday? All these type of questions. And so just going through the narrative, it was very enlightening to me to see that Jesus died on a Thursday. And then when I started to get in the Easter material, I was sort of working all that out. Now, in my 2005 article on Easter, I did say that Jesus died on a Thursday. Okay. So I guess I've got it down on paper. That's when I officially said, that. Before that, it's like, I have believed stuff, but it can't be proven. And what's interesting to me is that people from the new IFB, Stephen Anderson and Jonathan Shelley, they've come out last Easter and said that they've been wrong. So they've all along held that Good Friday was not the day, or, the Friday was not the day that Jesus was crucified. And they've pushed a Wednesday position. And so it was quite surprising to me that they admitted that they were wrong and that they've gone to a Thursday position. And so I was sort of taunting them in a sense where, and I was doing this with Tommy McMurtry, because I think it was last week he released a video on this topic as well and said it was Thursday. It's quite funny. Sometimes you see these guys, they follow each other, and this happens in a lot of circles. You have someone preach something about, the angels in Revelation, and then all of a sudden, someone else on TV is like, yeah, the angels of Revelation, they've got this, this revelation. But when it comes to the day, I think most people are coming on board with the Thursday day. It just seems that is the trend at the moment. And so what I'm going to go through, I'm going to show you the video that was brought out by the Baptist Bias. So this is Jonathan Shelley interviewing Stephen Anderson. Why am I showing this when I specifically don't really like Anderson much or anything like that? Well, I don't, there's plenty of people I'm critical of. Sometimes I've got to watch that I'll be critical of someone like, say, James White, but then I'll show stuff that's like, okay, James White's saying this. And so, okay, well, that's, especially if he has repented of something and has changed his mind and gone with a certain position, because ultimately that's what we want people to do, to change their mind, to go with a position that's more logical. And I was taunting these guys, sort of saying, hey, you guys are all into, in your eschatology, well, it's after the day of the Lord, or it's after the tribulation, and all these timelines. And I'm like, hey, you guys have had the crucifixion day wrong for like 20 years, as far as I know. If you guys just followed what I'm teaching, you would have had the correct timeline. And I'm just sort of teasing him like that. But what you'll see in this video is Anderson eating crow, in a sense, where I think that this was a study done by Jonathan Shelley. I at the time when I watched it, I was like, man, he's mentioned so many things that has taken me 20 years to compile, because I believe the concept, but believing it and being able to teach it and talk about it and debate it and all the rest of it, that takes a while. And so I've been talking about this stuff for 20 years. I'll bring up Easter. People will say, oh, Jesus died on a Friday or Wednesday or whatever they're saying. And I've been in those debate chat rooms for 20 years. And so that there's concepts that get thrown in your face, which sometimes they're rare. It's just some dude from left field just throws something at you, and you have to go and study that stuff out. Because these guys all of a sudden changed, and then they had all the right answers. And I'm like, usually people change and then they develop. And I was thinking, maybe they've gotten this idea from me, because I know Jonathan Shelley, I think he watches my material. I know some of these guys that could, because of the King James sort of link, they do watch my stuff to sort of stay on the ball with the Bible version issue. Probably not really much else. Maybe the eschatology stuff, because I am going through the new IFB stuff. But yeah, and so I thought maybe these guys got that from me, the concepts in this video, and then sort of, looked around and got their own ideas and things like that. But we're going to look at that today. So I'm just going to check the chat. We've got Timothy Wright is saying amen. Okay, so the chat's pretty quiet. So I'm going to put that little shot down there. Let's go to Rumble. Now, I don't usually use Rumble. Okay. Oftentimes when I use a platform that is unknown to me, sometimes if I'm pausing it or trying to make it go faster, it destroys everything. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on the timeline. But we're just going to go through this. We might only get an hour or 2 hours through this. Now, I do want to watch the Tommy McMurtry one as well that he did last week. So obviously this will go into a few days sort of thing. Now, before I get into that, I just want to advertise and plug this. So we have a debate between myself and TurretinFan on this channel. And so this is going to be at 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So Eastern Daylight Time is when New York has daylight savings. So this if you just think New York City time, basically it's like 5:40 in the afternoon in New York at the moment. So roughly about this time, 40 minutes before sort of thing. And so that's going to be on Saturday. And so Saturday, New York City time. So what are we debating? We're debating Revelation 16:5. So my premise is Revelation 16:5 should have shalt be rather than holy. So I'm defending the King James translation there. I'm defending the underlying Textus Receptus reading of Asomenos, and TurretinFan has gone through a whole bunch of material as well. So it should be a very good debate. And I've been preparing for that this morning, going through, making a few PowerPoint slides and things like that. And I think it's going to be an awesome debate. So I've had 2 debates on this already. I debated Stephen Boyce a while back. What I realized after the debate, I was like, we hardly touched on anything that I'd really believed. He just kept bringing up side issues and talking about them. And it was a debate. He was debating to win a debate, where I was debating to get information across. And so anyway, if you go back through my videos, I do a whole bunch of videos about that debate and how afterwards I tried to show Stephen Boyce some material and, say, oh, well, actually you said this wrong. And the slide that you brought up had this information that was wrong. And pretty much everything he said was wrong. And he just didn't want to know anything about it, said that I was a stalker. So it made all sorts of false accusations against me and basically just demonized me. And since then, it's just like Nick's a psycho sort of thing. So, sometimes you do get people like that. They debate. If you prove them wrong, they lose it, especially he's trying to be an apologist. He's trying to get famous. I think he's really going down the Roman road at the moment, which is sad to see, but not much you can do about that. And I also debated Michael Borowski. I'm pretty sure his name is. Now, I'm pretty sure he's a Catholic. He's been putting up some information on his Facebook that is very, very Catholic-y and talking about the Mass and things like that. And I'm like, well, so it seems like I've debated a Protestant come Anglican Catholic-y guy, and then I've debated a Catholic. So this, TurretinFan is very Protestant, being TurretinFan. And so this is going to be good. Now, Dwayne Green is going to moderate this, so that should be very interesting. And so join with us, have questions, let other people know, share this link around, and that'll be great. Okay, so Boulders Align is in the house. So we are going to go through this. Now, I haven't gone through any Anderson. Well, actually, no, I went through one of his eschatology videos. I think it was Revelation 6, and I couldn't help every now and then. I was just like, the guy's bashing his kids. But it's sort of hard because, I would also go through material of people that I don't agree with, or people who have fallen and become, into adultery or whatever. And it's like, you still like show their stuff and go, well, and you're critiquing it and you're looking at it. So obviously I don't agree with the new IFB. I just want to, this is a caveat. I don't agree with the new IFB. But they usually look at topics that a lot of other people don't talk about. And the main issue is here, these guys are repenting better not use that word repent. They're repenting of having the wrong dates, having the wrong information about what day Jesus died. Not the hugest issue in the world, but I mean, Jesus did say there will be one sign. They said, we seek a sign from you. And Jesus said, there'll be one sign, and that will be the sign of the prophet Jonah, for he will be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. And so just like Jonah was in the heart of the whale. And so this issue is actually quite an important thing. Just I think the cross, the resurrection, believing in that is primary, for salvation and for understanding, the Christianity. But these details, I think the main reason people still cling to Friday is the Roman Catholics. You get the Roman Catholics just have their traditions, so they don't want to change, because then they have to admit they've been wrong for so long. I think doing this type of thing, like even talking about Easter, I've debated people who are Reformed, and they say Easter, we shouldn't use Easter. And then I find out the real reason they don't think we should use Easter is because they don't like any holidays. That's like some of the Puritans were like, no, we shouldn't have use Easter at all. So some of these guys have that type of flavor. They're Reformed, but they still have that type of issue. And so it's not so much, oh, it's pagan. It's not so much, oh, it should be Passover, whatever. They're just like, I don't like Easter. So you're actually coming against denominations sometimes, or Roman Catholics are a cult, I believe. But some churches, that they just do it. And the thing is, the world does it. They're like, it's Good Friday. It's the day Jesus died. And it's so strange, because you just do the math on a Friday. Like even Anderson and the other guys, they're smart enough to know it's not a Good Friday. He didn't die on Friday. It's ridiculous. It's only 2 nights. It just doesn't make. There's no mathematical sense to that. And even in Josh McDowell's book, when I first read that, it said, well, 3 days and 3 nights is like an idiom sort of thing. And so I went through all these examples, and I was like, no, they're literally talking about 3 days and 3 nights. It's not figurative. It's not an allegory. It is literally 3 days and 3 nights. And so Alan Searcy is going street preaching. Wow, great. Love to street preach. I'd love to go to America and street preach one time. Pray for God to give me the words to speak. Usually what I say to people is, Jesus said, if you stand before governors and kings, don't worry about what you're going to say. The Holy Spirit will help you, will put words in your mouth. What I find, if you, just before you get up to preach, just think Jesus is inside of you, and you and Jesus are one. When you open your mouth, Jesus is going to speak straight through you. And I find every time that I do that, when I'm street preaching or a little bit nervous and I've got to do some Christian-y thing in front of a bunch of people, I usually just go, well, I breathe in and Jesus breathes out. That's how closely connected we are. Wherever I go, wherever I put my foot, it's the foot of Jesus. My hand is the hand of Jesus. We are the body of Christ. When we go forward and we proclaim the gospel, people look at you as if they're looking at Jesus. And beside what you're wearing or what your face is or whatever, they look at you and they go, there's a representative of Christ, Christian, little Christ. People are looking at you saying that person has the Spirit of God in them. And so, you're walking in that dominion and that authority. And just saying lots of scriptures really helps. If I get to the point where I'm lost for words, I just start quoting scriptures and explaining what they mean, and that usually helps. So yeah, that's great. Hello to everyone. Let's get straight into this.
Hey everybody, thanks for joining us for a special episode of The Baptist Bias. I'm your host, Pastor Shelley, and I'm actually going to be joined in studio, well, not in studio, but over the internet with one of my friends, Pastor Steven Anderson, and we're going to be talking about Good Friday being debunked. Now, this is definitely a view that's prevalent out there today. Today is what many people will call Good Friday. And I've preached about this in times past, but I wanted to make a special live stream where I showed a lot of the information that I had taught in the past, and then additionally bring on one of my friends, Pastor Steven Anderson, to talk about this. And we want to talk about the timing of the Passover, also talk about the date in which Christ was crucified. We'll be taking some call-ins later in the show. If you are able to call in, even just for a few minutes, we will take your questions. If you have questions, you can put them in the chat. But thanks so much for joining us for this episode. I'm going to welcome on my guest, Pastor Steven Anderson. How's it going, Pastor Anderson?
It's going great. Thanks for having me on.
I really like your shirt. That's a good-looking shirt there. And I'm excited to cover this topic. Now, Good Friday is something that is celebrated pretty much all over the world. Is this something that you grew up believing, or what's your kind of view on Good Friday?
No, absolutely not. This was never a thing amongst fundamental Baptists. I've never heard of any fundamental Baptists celebrating it growing up. And I went to a lot of different churches growing up. Our family moved a few times and everything. But when I was growing up, most Baptists talked about Christ being crucified on Wednesday. And I know that my dad grew up in a church that had been influenced by like Brother Hiles and that crowd. And Brother Hiles had a sermon called The Hoax of Good Friday. And he always taught that it was a Wednesday. So that's what I grew up with.
Well, it was interesting. I read a Wikipedia article about Good Friday, and I was researching this. I wonder if we can pull this up on our screen here in a minute whenever they're ready. But I was looking through this Good Friday article, and it pretty much is very clear. It's a Catholic belief. It's a Catholic idea. And I just did a Control F on the Wikipedia article, and I looked for the word Baptist. And let's see if I think we have it ready to pull up on the screen. It even says specifically that some Baptist congregations, the Philadelphia Church of God, and some non-denominational churches oppose the observance of Good Friday, regarding it as so-called papist tradition. And then it says, instead observe the crucifixion of Jesus on Wednesday to coincide with the Jewish sacrifice of the Passover lamb. So even this article is saying from a historical perspective that for the most part, Baptists or even a lot of evangelicals didn't necessarily subscribe to a Friday view. They believe that Jesus Christ was crucified on Wednesday. I think myself...
So usually, because I'm not a Baptist, sorry about these pop-up ads, I don't have an account with Rumble. So I'm not sure. I guess I've paused it, so that's why this weird ads come up. It's so weird. But yeah, because I'm not a Baptist, I got into Chuck Missler, and a lot of people are into Chuck Missler back in the day, and I don't agree with his concept of the Book of Enoch and demons procreating with humans. It just doesn't make any sense because angels cannot do that. It's just impossible. But yeah, Chuck Missler, he was quite big with that. And when I wrote my Easter article, because I did put on there that Jesus died on a Thursday, I got pushback from the guy who was putting my article into his magazine. So he had a magazine called Contending Earnestly for the Faith. So this was Philip Powell. Now, he used to be the General Secretary for the Assemblies of God in Australia. And he left in 92, I think it was, because they invited people like Benny Hinn and a whole bunch of other weirdos. So he was like, look, guys, this is getting out of hand. And he left. And he started a magazine sort of exposing, who these people were, the Benny Hinns and all that. And so that was in the early 90s. I got saved in 95, got his magazine. And then, so by the time I ended up running his website and being really good friends with him, he's passed away now. And he was instrumental in providing information about Hillsong. And so we kept pushing that information out there in the public until it became mainstream, and everyone now knows that Hillsong has covered up the rape of 14 boys here in Australia with Frank Houston, Brian Houston's father, and Brian Houston covered it up, covered up his dad's molestations and things like that. And so, but he was pushing back on the whole Thursday thing and saying it should be Wednesday. But he still published my article. He just he put in one of the footnotes that the editor doesn't agree with that. But, we're sort of overlooking that for the sake of getting the information out that Easter's not pagan, sort of thing. And so I really liked that he would do that. And he used to get authors from all over the place. Like he would have Dave Hunt and Bill Randalls and a whole bunch of other guys, and Mark Mullins, people who had been Catholic priests who are now converted, and people who knew lots about Mormons. And so he had just had lots of information. So he would be dealing with different people who didn't necessarily agree with his position. And he would just overlook certain things, which I felt was really good to just get the main message across. And so he was pushing Wednesday. I was pushing Thursday. So I have no idea what the Baptist churches in America were doing. I didn't realize that a lot of them were Wednesday people. And so, but yeah, Chuck Missler was the one that I thought was pushing it the loudest in the circles that I was in. He was quite a popular guy.
I think that growing up, I probably heard about Good Friday, and I kind of thought maybe that was true. And then after maybe listening to a lot of different Baptist preaching, I think I ended up switching my view to Wednesday for a while. And what's interesting is I ended up wanting to prove the Wednesday crucifixion. And so I was researching it because I wanted to disprove Good Friday. And my initial attempt, I kind of couldn't get all the verses to reconcile for Wednesday. And I kind of gave up and just said, well, I guess you can't even know. And it's not necessarily the most important doctrine. It's not necessarily something that's going to alter the course of your church. Obviously, we want to believe in the death, burial, and resurrection, but the exact timing wasn't necessarily that crucial. So I kind of gave up. But eventually, in reading Mark and reading some other passages, I ended up changing my mind that I thought it was possible, and I researched it again. And then I ended up switching to Thursday. Now, I think from your perspective, you also believed in Wednesday for a long time. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for me, Friday was just never on the table because Matthew 12:40 says, as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the whale's belly, so shall the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. And I noticed.
So it's interesting. A lot of these verses I've brought up over the years, when people say, oh, it's not an important issue, I'm like, well, it should become an important issue. Once you're saved, and you can just throw your hands up in the air and go, well, I'm saved, that who cares, but it is good to work these things out. And I think deep down, we actually do try to work things out. Usually people who go, well, I don't care, are people who've tried to work things out. Someone's teased them and they're like, well, who cares, sort of thing. And it's like, well, no, you should really think about these things, and you should be able to cop a bit of persecution for making a stand that it's this day or that day or whatever. And it's okay to get things wrong, and because you should just never stop learning. You should learn, go, okay, this is my position, and then listen to other people and go, well, okay, well, this is what they think. And then other people, they've got a different, so this is what these guys have done. And so that's why I'm showing this video, not because I like these guys, ministries, but because they've just gone, okay, well, we were wrong. And let's just admit that we're wrong and let's adopt this other position. Because I'm hoping that these guys do this with the pre-trib rapture and a whole bunch of other things. And so
that even the Wikipedia article cited Matthew 12:40 as evidence for Wednesday. And
Right.
So Friday was never on the table. It was always a question of whether it's Wednesday or Thursday, right? So when I was growing up, I'd always heard Wednesday. I had a guy confront me and try to convince me to Friday. He was a fundamental Baptist, because even though the churches I grew up in were all Wednesday, obviously there are individuals with different views. He came at me and tried to prove Friday to me. And so I did kind of a deep dive when I was a teenager just to debunk this guy who was like my friend's dad. And, I ended up, being convinced that it was Wednesday. When I started Faithful Word Baptist Church back in 2005, I even preached a few sermons where one of them I borrowed Brother Heil's title and called it The Hoax of Good Friday, but it was a totally different sermon.
Right.
But I used his title. And I, have always preached it as Wednesday because.
Did he say it was the hoax of Good Thursday? Or maybe Good Friday?
Wednesday. When I started Faithful Word Baptist Church back in 2005, I even preached a few sermons where one of them I borrowed Brother Heil's title and called it The Hoax of Good Friday.
Okay.
But it was a totally different sermon.
Right.
But I used his title. And I, have always preached it as Wednesday because I really wanted the 3 days and 3 nights to be like 3 full days and full nights, like 72 hours. And so that was kind of my hang up. But like you, I kind of came to a point where I believed it was Wednesday, but I definitely saw some problems with the Wednesday view. And I kind of at some point just threw up my hands and said, well, some of this is just a little bit confusing, a little bit unknowable, but I still thought it was Wednesday. Then when you came out with the Thursday information, I remember you and I spent probably like total of 8 or 9 hours on the phone, like over the course of several days, kind of arguing back and forth. And I was kind of pushing for the Wednesday view and you were pushing for the Thursday view.
So this is why I think like Shelley, like he's adopted the Thursday view. Now maybe I'm thinking too highly of myself than I ought, but at the time I thought maybe he's read my material, because the King James material that I have, obviously I'm right into the Easter stuff because I've written, that was the first stuff I wrote on Easter. So on the King James issue. And anytime someone would do an Easter sermon, I would listen to it. And so I just ended up knowing so much about it that anytime I'd bring up something about, the cross or resurrection, I would bring up the Easter material. So it's sort of hard to miss it. When you see me, you see the Easter stuff, or it's like the Revelation 16:5 stuff. It's just, it ends up sticking to you. And so that's why I thought, well, Shelley probably, these guys are both on the Textus Receptus Academy, I'm pretty sure. But even Shelley, I've been in conversations and I know that he's the Lancelot Andrews guy. And so I thought, well, he's probably seeing stuff that I'm putting up. He's probably watched a video or two. And so the Thursday thing is something that I have every now and then just talked about and brought up videos on. And so I thought, well, maybe he's jumped into it. So Calvin says, I believe Jesus was buried on Thursday since studying the issue after listening to Dave Hunt's explanation, and the math works perfectly according to Scripture. And I think that's one of the things when you have something that works, it does tend to spark off other ideas. You read a scripture and you go, wow, that's amazing. I've had people throw curveballs at me. I think it was Brett Biggs. Now, I know a guy called Brett Biggs and Brent Riggs. So sometimes I get these names mixed up, But this guy, I think he's a missionary in Poland. He's an American guy. And he was always, throwing curveballs at me about Easter, saying, well, no, Easter after 1611, this guy quoted Easter, and I'd look at it and he's quoting the Bishop's Bible, or this other guy quoted Easter in 1620. And it's like, well, no, he's quoting some other guy in 1851. Just read the context. And so he put like 20 places where people were all talking about using the word Passover and Easter, or we're using the word Passover as Easter. So, because my take was that after 1611, that changed, or around about the time of 1611, it might have been just a cultural change where they started using those terms. And I've really got to check the complete works of Chrysostom that Henry Saville wrote, because Chrysostom talks about Easter and Passover all the way through there. So it'd be interesting to see what they use. Now, I have claimed in the past that they do use Passover and Easter in their specific places. But I've just got to double check that with the source documents, not just rely on, someone's told me somewhere. And so I've really got to get the source document for that. Oftentimes it's correct, but it's going to those sources and going, okay, well, this is how they translate it. And so that could have been a huge influence as well on that society. But yeah, so definitely what Calvin's saying, Dave Hunt he was the one who showed me. And I guess if I hadn't gotten into Dave Hunt, I probably would have gone the Wednesday route and then been sort of confused about it and then later on worked it out. Because Dave Hunt was quite a big influence on me. There weren't that many other people who were as loud, I guess, or as freely available as Dave Hunt's material with the Berean core. I've still got it on my external hard drives, all of the Berean call episodes. So they would have the little trumpet beginning, and then it would have, what's his name? McMahon. I can't remember what his first name is, but he would interview Dave and they would chat about things. And it was really good because, Dave was very straight down the line. He was once saved, always saved. And I found that out in one of his debates with James White. I was sort of disappointed. And that would have been about maybe 12 years ago. I listened to that debate and I thought, man, I didn't realize he was once saved, always saved. So, because here in Australia, once saved, always saved is not big. It seems like an American thing. Every time I talk to American people, they're like, once saved, always saved. And I'm like, oh, okay. It just seems, I guess it's like, Burger King or so. No, we have Burger King here, actually. It seems like Taco Bell, it's an American thing. We have a few tiny little branches around the place, but it's very slim. Where in America, I think it's everywhere. We don't really have once saved, always saved here. There's a few independent fundamentalist Baptists from America who've come over with that particular thing, and they're well known for it. But most people, if I went and interviewed most Christians around here, they'd say, no, you can lose your salvation. It's like, okay. And so it is a very cultural thing, which is quite interesting. Yeah, T.A. McMahon. Yeah. So I guess, Dave Hunt's material, that was really healthy for me to go through at that time because there were a lot of church fads, the Toronto blessing, Pensacola outpouring, all in the 90s, Promise Keepers, even just association with Rome and the cults. And he was very straight down the line. And so I really enjoyed Dave Hunt's material. And he wasn't a Calvinist. He wrote books against Calvinism. I'm not a Calvinist. And so that's where I got lots of material. A Woman Rides the Beast was sort of like your stock standard, like, what do you think about the Catholics? And you'd buy that book for someone, read that, I've heard a lot of people pull it apart and say, oh, it's not accurate and all the rest of it. But it's like, okay, well, I guess, that would be an interesting thing to go back into. But anyway, let's continue on with this.
And we kind of argued for days. And then finally, you convinced me because the problems that I had with the Wednesday view, the Thursday view solved those problems. And I kind of just had to let go of the 72-hour thing and just realize that it's 3 days and 3 nights, but it's the first day is a partial, the final night's a partial, and it works out perfectly. So I'm totally convinced. I'm totally satisfied with Thursday at this point.
Well, I think as long as you pretty much understand that Christ was crucified in the evening or at even, and that he rose again in the morning, then it could never be an exact 72 hours. You're going to have some variation, whether on the short side of 72 or on the long side of 72. But one thing that I thought was really difficult in this process of trying to understand these things was just the word Passover itself. And I want to bring several verses on the screen and kind of talk about this for a moment. But the word Passover can mean a few different things in Scripture. One of those is it refers to the entire feast that's celebrated. Now, this makes sense just because we use the word Christmas in a similar way.
So this is one of the things that I brought up in my second Easter article that I wrote in 2007. The issue was, what I found was people who were defending the King James, some people were defending it very accurately, but they just had a little bit of timeline issue. And so people were thinking that the word Easter, or the Jews were looking at their Passover, the Christians were looking at Easter, it's the word Pascha. So sometimes I just call it Pascha because it was both. But because Luke's a Christian, and the Christians did celebrate that celebration, that's why they've got Easter in there in the King James. And so, but the whole concept of the Passover only being one day, because then you had all these arguments of like, well, if the Passover is one day, because it was the days of unleavened bread in Acts chapter 12, verse 3, then it had to be after the Passover day. And so that was usually, people were saying, oh, he's talking about the next year's Passover. And it's like, oh, no. But then understanding that it's a whole period. It's basically encompasses like a 7-day period. It encompasses a whole a feast of unleavened bread. And so when you see Passover, sometimes Passover can be talking about the lamb. Sometimes Passover can be talking about the day of Passover, the feast day. Sometimes it can be talking about the whole 7-day period. So Passover means many things. I think they call it a polyseme when it's a word that can mean many different things. And so just like, like Christmas, we might say Christmas Day or the Christmas holidays. We might say, what are you doing over Christmas? That means not just that one day, and so.
People will talk about Christmas and they'll say it's Christmas time, and they could be talking about the whole month of December. They could be talking about Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. They could be talking about Christmas Day specifically. So Christmas itself is used a lot of times in many different ways to describe different time periods. And I believe Passover also is kind of this catch-all phrase or word that you see in Scripture being described as many different things. Now, here in Luke, it gives us a verse, Luke 22. It says, now the feast of unleavened bread drew nigh, which is called the Passover. So the entire feast,
Stop repeating affirmations to manifest. Stop journaling and stop listening to YouTube.
As I said, the whole Rumble thing.
Videos, it's not going to work.
Itself, all the events of it are just loosely.
Yeah, sorry about that. The whole Rumble thing, I'm not familiar with it. And I guess it's like being on YouTube with the ads. So that might happen every few minutes.
Referred to as the Passover in portions of Scripture. And so some people get confused on the word Passover when they're trying to figure these things out. But we have to understand that Passover could mean a few different things. Additionally, in Exodus chapter number 12, whenever you read through that passage, and I'm not sure which verse we want to go.
And so this is why I sort of had that weird feeling in the back of my mind, like Pastor Shelley got this info from me, because it's almost like I'm finishing his sentences, he's finishing my sentences. I'm like, well, it's to do with this, and it's almost exactly how I would describe it. So, but either way, it's I'm in agreement with the information that's being shared.
Go to, but you could bring this up on the screen if you can. In Exodus chapter number 12, when it talks about the days of this feast, it literally says the 14th day in verse number 6, and you just keep it up until the 14th day. So this is when they were supposed to kill the Passover lamb, but then they were supposed to celebrate 7 days of unleavened bread, and it even specifically counts them. And it tells us a little bit further down in this verse, if we just go down a little bit more, it'll tell you it's all the way into the 21st day. And the thing is if you count from 14 to 21, it's actually 8 days, which, if you think about simple math, obviously, if you just you take 21 minus 7, that's 14. But what you have to realize is when you're talking about calendar days, if you go from the 14th all the way to the 21st, that's actually a total of 8 days. And so I believe that the Bible's really clear that when it's talking about the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the Passover is referring to all of these specific 8 days. Now let me see if we can find that verse that I want to make sure I'm pointing it out here.
Well, while you're looking for that, I would just say that this is exactly what's going on in Acts chapter 12, verse 4, where people get hung up on, well, how can the Passover be happening twice? And so they try to make like Easter and Passover be two different things, when in reality, Easter is just the archaic word for Passover. The Greek word that is translated as Easter in the KJV in Acts 12:4 is just the normal word for Passover. But it's translated as Easter because of the fact that all the old Bible translations, like the Tyndale Bible, Matthew Bible, Great Bible, they use the word Easter like 15, 20 times in them. And then when you get to the Bishop's Bible, it only uses the word Easter twice. King James uses it once, but it's referring to the entire week as Easter / Passover.
Right.
And so that would be the same position as Bryan Ross. And so what's the difference between that position and mine? So pretty much with Bryan Ross, we're in agreement with 99.9% of everything. But then when it comes to the 1611, my take is that they specifically use Easter in Acts chapter 12, verse 4, because it was talking about the celebration of the resurrection, which Bryan Ross does bring that out in his book, that the etymology of Easter is to do with the dawn, with the rising up of the sun, all this type of thing. But then I guess for me, when Tyndale invented the word Passover, then it gave us two words, and it just took a few Bible translations to sort that out. Then when we get to 1611, like what the King James translators did with everything else, they put everything in its correct range. Like say the word church, the ecclesia, we see that the word church for believers is used. But then the same word ecclesia, when it's talking about the Jews, talks about the congregation. But then when it's talking about a mixed group, whether it's unbelievers and Christians or Jews and Christians, it's talking about an assembly. So the congregation, the assembly, the ecclesia, the church are all based upon the ecclesia. But the King James translators just got those issues, put them in the correct range, and it works out perfectly. And so with Easter, I think they did the same with Easter. And because the thing is, the usage of Easter, by the time 1611 came around, people were using the word Easter primarily for the celebration of the resurrection of Christ. And I think the only reason that people would want to not see that is because in the back of their mind, there's this, pagan thing, this pagan festival. And so people thoroughly question that. So while I'm in agreement with what Anderson said there and Bryan Ross, I just don't think it just goes far enough, because when did it start being a completely New Testament Easter celebration? When did Easter stop being used as a Passover celebration? Now, I've said that 1611 was one of the main things, because obviously that's, the Bible. And when people are thinking about these things, they go to Scripture and they're seeing Easter in it appears 29 times in the New Testament. Only once does it appear as Easter, and that's after the resurrection. It's in Acts. And so the rest of the other times, there's a couple of other ones afterwards, but it's talking about Moses doing the Passover. It's talking about Christ, our Passover is sacrificed for us. There's only two of those places. But the narrative, the chronological sequence is that in Acts 12:4, by then the Christians were doing a Passover celebration that we as English people with two words, we go, well, that's our Easter. And so that's why I believe the King James translators did that. Henry Saville, he was translating the works of Chrysostom. He knew the semantic range of Pascha very, very well. Now, one question I would have to people who were saying it's only just the old, synonymous nature of Passover and Easter. You could use either word, and then the King James are still just sort of stuck in that thing. When did that stop? When did it get to the point, like now, if I said to someone, are you celebrating Easter? No one goes, oh, what Passover? Like only a few people might get a bit confused about that, but they wouldn't get confused about the celebration, because they're actually separate celebrations. In the Bible, it was the same week. Easter and Passover were exactly the same time. And so if you were to ask people, ring someone up and say, probably not over the period of Easter, because people get confused. Well, Passover was last week and Easter's now. And so, they get confused. But if you just rang them up in October and said, hey, does your church celebrate Easter? They'd be like, oh, they would know what you're talking about. They wouldn't think that you're talking about the Jewish Passover. If you rang someone up and said, hey, are you going to celebrate a Passover? They would think, well, like a Jewish thing, have you got Jewish friends? Are you going to do this thing? Because these two words are very separate now in our culture. Most people understand the Jewish Passover and the Christian Easter. Now, when did that start? So this is the question that I always put to people who follow that end conclusion of Bryan Ross and people like Anderson. When did that start? If it started around 1611, why wouldn't you think that they did that? It just makes logical sense. Now, in my second article in 2007, I did point out that the Oxford English Dictionary says that one of the usages for Easter was the Passover, and that was obsolete. So when did that become obsolete? I believe it became obsolete in 1611. Now, the problem is, because the Oxford English Dictionary use Acts 12:4 as an example of how it is Passover, but it is also Easter, they're like, see, Easter means Passover. And it's like, well, by then, the usage wasn't strong. Like, if you look at even just the beginning of the King James edition, all the prefatory material says, to celebrate Easter forever. And it's got all these dates. It's got, prayer calendars and Easter Day, and it doesn't say Passover Day. And people go, oh, well, that's talking about Easter. Or it's not talking, when you read to find Easter forever, it's not to find Passover forever. It's specifically the Christian celebration. So anyway, I just sort of mentioned that because that's something that often gets brought up with me specifically. And if what Anderson just said was true, and if what Bryan Ross said was true, I would just adopt it. I've got no reason to just go to fight against the reality. But what I've found is a lot of people haven't done that type of homework where they're looking at the usage. And even what I find is, even with the word Pascha, like when I was debating TurretinFan on Easter, I think it was 2 or 3 Easters ago, the whole concept of the early church using the word Pascha as their celebration of the resurrection, or Easter as we call it, when did that start? And why did they use the same word? And see, my take was that in Acts 12:4, the Christians were celebrating Pascha as well, but they're Christians, so they're celebrating it, but they're not killing a lamb. They're saying Jesus is our lamb, So that's why it says the Jews' Passover was nigh at hand, because they had to make a distinct. John made a distinction. It's the Jews' Passover was at hand, because there was a Greek Passover happening in Thessalonica that was the celebration of the resurrection of Jesus. So they were like, well, the Jews' Pascha was at hand, because we know that you guys are celebrating a Pascha which you don't kill a lamb or anything. And I'm writing this book, to everyone here. I'm actually writing it in Greek, so the Greeks are going to get it, straight out of the horse's mouth in their own language. And we just want to make a distinction here between the Jewish Pascha and the Greek Pascha. And that's what John did. So it's quite interesting.
In Acts 12:4. And so, but a lot of people are hung up saying like, oh, the modern versions are wrong here. Only the KJV is right when it says Easter because this different day. When really in Acts 12:4, both the modern versions and the KJV are both right, because Easter and Passover are literally synonymous at that.
Yeah, at that point. And also, so the thing is, it does mean Easter as well. So this is the thing. They're like, Easter and Passover mean, Easter means Passover, Passover means Easter, but they only ever focus on it meaning Passover there. And so then you have to get into those issues of, oh, well, Herod, what did he think and all the rest of it. No, it's what Luke thought. He was writing it. He knew that the Greeks, they were celebrating Pascha. And how come all the early church, no one didn't celebrate it? I think Lancelot Andrews wrote about some group that didn't, and it was like a bunch of weirdos. But it's a very small group. I'm pretty sure TurretinFan pulled that out in one debate and said, well, just out of curiosity, I did find Lancelot Andrews talked about this one group. So everyone else celebrated this resurrection celebration and called it Pascha. And so it just makes sense. If you just rewind it back a few years, Acts, they've got Pascha there. The Christians would have been celebrating that. It just makes sense. But then some people are like, well, no, that didn't develop until later. And it's usually just speculation where it just makes way more sense. And that's what the King James translators thought, that the early church celebrated the Easter celebration, the Christian Pascha, the year after Jesus rose from the dead. That the very next year, they were like, well, what are we going to do? We've got this holiday. Everyone's killing lambs, and we know that Jesus is the Lamb of God. How about we'll celebrate, we'll do the communion thing that he said, do this in remembrance of me. We'll do that, Should we do it on a Sunday? He rose again on the Sunday. Let's do that, And so they started to do this type of thing straight away.
Time in 1611. And so.
Yeah, and I was thinking of verse 18.
And really, I know this is blowing my own trumpet, but these guys are admitting they've been wrong on the whole Thursday, Wednesday thing. So when it comes to all these issues, like I understand these guys are new IFB pastors. They're focusing on 500 other things. Some of these things I'm focusing on, I'm like Revelation 16:5, and I'm digging deep to the point where it's ridiculous. The same with Easter. It's like I thought that issue would just go away, like 10 years ago, and I'm still right in the middle of it. People still ask me questions. People still fight against it, and it's like, well, I'm still talking about this stuff and still digging deep into it and finding out more information, solidifying what I've believed, or trimming off the fat. People are like, well, this argument could be worded better. And so really, I sort of have the upper hand here in a sense where these guys have been wrong. They're in agreement with my position now. And so I think that they need to come into line with the fact that Easter was seen as a celebration of the resurrection in its etymology, as Bryan Ross points out as well, as I've pointed out since 2005, as Scott Jones has pointed out since 2001. Will Kinney's pointed it out since day dot. These KJV Today article, he's pointing that out as well. So understanding it means resurrection. It's like, when did the King James guys, or when did the English culture start doing that? And it was around that time, 1600, around then. You just stop seeing it being used as a synonym for Passover, unless people are talking about older versions or, quotations of older commentaries and things like that, where they're copying and pasting things. And some people have written quotations from early church writers, and you'll find that quotation is written in 1530. Someone quotes it 100 years later, and it's like, see, they're using it, that type of usage, but clearly they're quoting something else. So that's what I find anyway.
In verse 18, it says, in the first month, on the 14th day of the month at even, ye shall eat unleavened bread until the 21st day of the month at even. So that even says specifically on the 14th day, they're supposed to eat unleavened bread too, which is significant when we talk about the Last Supper and specifically the event that the disciples had with Jesus Christ. Now, again, if you count, the 14th is 1, 15th is 2, 16th is 3, 17th is 4, 18th is 5, 19th is 6, 20th is 7, and then you have the 21st, which would be 8 days. So technically the whole feast is an 8-day feast, where the first day is the day of preparation, and then you have 7 days of unleavened bread, and that is referred to as the Passover. Now I want to go to the second option we have here for the Passover. We have another screen that I want to show as far as another possible definition of the word Passover. in Luke 22, verse 7. So this is just a little bit further in the same chapter that we talked about what Passover could mean. It has another definition in the same chapter. In Luke 22, verse 7, it says, "Then came the day of unleavened bread, when the Passover must be killed." So the word Passover also refers to the sacrifice itself. The animal that's going to be sacrificed, that lamb that's going to be sacrificed, is referred to as the Passover. And then I want to go to one more in John chapter 18, verse 28. The Bible also gives another idea of the Passover. It says, "Then led they Jesus from Caiaphas unto the hall of judgment, and it was early, and they themselves went not into the judgment hall, lest they should be defiled, but that they might eat the Passover." Now, again, you could say that's kind of the sacrifice, but it's also alluding to the meal in which they would eat, which was on the 15th day. So when we understand the word Passover, it could mean that entire event, that entire 8 calendar section of time. It could refer to the time when they sacrificed the Passover, and it could refer to the time in which they ate or eat that specific Passover. So sometimes when you see the word Passover in the Gospels, it could be any one of those particular times, and that helps us to actually reconcile and try to figure out the exact timing or try to figure out the...
And so that's a very important thing to learn, is that Passover is a polyseme. It means many things, and the context always formulates what Pascha means.
The chronology of these events. So I just wanted to lay that down quickly. Now, when it came to the Wednesday view, John chapter 12 was a verse that I just could not figure out. And this is one where I pretty much just kind of gave up, because I knew that Friday wasn't true. And yet I was trying to figure out John chapter 12, verse 1, because specifically, we have Palm Sunday. And now here's the thing. I believe that Palm Sunday is accurate. But at the time, I was just putting everything on the table, like, let's just try to figure this out. But in John chapter 12, verse 1, the Bible gives us a verse that's giving us a timeline here. And it says in John chapter 12, verse 1, that then Jesus, 6 days before the Passover, came to Bethany, where Lazarus was, which had been dead, whom he had raised from the dead. So we know that a specific day is 6 days away from the Passover. Now, again, the Passover could refer to any of those 3 things prior to. But if you had it on Wednesday, now when you start going backwards 6 days, that's going to cause a problem because of verse 12. In John chapter 12, verse 12, it says, "On the next day, much people were come to the feast when they heard that Jesus was coming to Jerusalem." And then in verse number 13, it says, when they heard that Jesus was coming to the feast, or coming to Jerusalem, they took branches of palm trees and went forth to meet him and cried, "Hosanna, blessed is the King of Israel that cometh in the name of the Lord." So we understand that the next day after the 6 days would have been the triumphal entry of Jesus Christ, which we celebrate today as Palm Sunday. And this would be a problem if we backed it up a day, because then that would fall on a Sabbath day. And then it would be kind of strange that you have people like cutting off palm branches and doing all this work and kind of making a big deal about this triumphant entry when it would fall on a particular, potentially a Sabbath day. Now, I have a chart, and I want to kind of pull this up too, that I've made, and I will reference this throughout the live stream.
Yeah, and while you pull that up, I'll just point out the fact that, one of the reasons that we like Palm Sunday, and we're going to see this on the chart, is that it corresponds with the 10th day of the month, which, if we go back to the Old Testament, that's when the lamb would be selected, right? The lamb would be presented without.
So this is very important for people who are looking at Bible prophecy, is the Passover. Moses was commanded to get the lamb on the 10th of the month, bring that lamb into their house, and then on the 14th, kill it. And so we see this type of thing is exactly what happened. Jesus was brought in on the Sunday into the house of God, and then he was there preaching and teaching and all the rest of it, and then they killed him on the 14th of Nisan. So on the 10th of Nisan, he's brought in. He's that's Palm Sunday, the donkey, the palm branches, and all the rest of it. and then on the 14th he's killed. So this is an Old Testament shadow, and Christ is the fulfillment. And so it's a very important thing to learn and understand.
Spot without blemish, and it would be, then observed for the next few days before they actually kill it for the Passover. So that 10th day of the month and Palm Sunday work out perfectly. The lamb's being presented, and that's what Palm Sunday is, when Jesus Christ does the triumphal entry. And so
exactly
that John 12 passage is a problem for the Wednesday view.
So let's see if we can pull this up. I have a chart that I had made a while back, and there's a lot of things going on.
Now, I know what he's tried to do with this chart, because I do remember this when this first happened. I watched it, and I couldn't figure out why he had after the tribulation here. And I think what he's trying to do is sort of squeeze in some sort of allegorical concept in here. And when I looked at the chart, I was like, well, it's like he's had a tribulation chart. He's left that in there, which may still be the case, but I think he was sort of going, well, this sort of fits in with after the tribulation. And so anyway, he's trying to squeeze a bit of eschatology in there as well. But let's go through this chart, because I will eventually make charts like this myself, and charts to do with the end times and all the rest of it. And so I'm always interested in looking at charts. I think they are very helpful. So 6 days before the Passover is the Saturday. So that would make sense. And it makes sense to see that the Jews didn't just do anything they wanted on a Saturday. They had to abide by certain rules. And so the whole concept of Palm Sunday makes sense. It's not going to be the Saturday sort of thing. And so then you have Jesus entering into Jerusalem. And so what you see here is the whole concept of take a lamb. So that's the Old Testament commandment on the 10th of Nisan to take a lamb. And then on the 14th day, actually, I think he's got it wrong there, because they're saying the feast day is the 15th. Yeah, anyway, I think he's got a little bit wrong there, because anyway, I think there are errors in this chart. Okay, 14th day, preparation day, feast day the 15th. I would always call the 14th the feast day. So anyway, we'll go through this. We'll see if there's any mess that we have to clean up. Okay, so then we got him saying some of these things like curse of fig tree is withered. And he's got after the tribulation. I'm not really sure. I guess he's relating that to the fig tree sort of thing. That's why he's doing that. Okay, so that's his own eschatological little insertion there. So the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, he's saying appears here on the Wednesday evening. Okay, so to me, that's what makes sense. And after 2 days was the Feast of Passover. So that's on a Tuesday. And then you've got the Thursday, the Feast of Passover. So that's why I guess having the feast day here, maybe he just doesn't have these sun and moons over there properly. It's sort of not making terrible bunch of sense, but maybe I've just got to read it properly. That they might eat the Passover the Thursday. So my concept has always been, well, not always, but it is that they never ate the Passover, the disciples. On the Thursday, they were supposed to eat it with Jesus, but Jesus was crucified as the Lamb of God. Some people have said, oh, no, they had it early and all this sort of stuff. No, the whole time was a celebration. So on the Wednesday, the 14th started. Then during, in the morning, they grabbed Jesus, and then later that day, they crucified him, and then the evening come. So I guess with these little tabs here and the sun and moon here, I guess maybe what could, like for a better chart, you could probably have like Wednesday sort of being cut in half with half dark, half light, because it's sort of hard seeing it light, dark, because you think that one's a day and one's a night sort of thing. It's a confusion, but there's a basis here of a good chart. I know he said he just whacked it together. I don't want to be too critical of it. So the resurrection was here on the Sunday morning. And so the day is the third day since. Yeah, so that's what he said to the guys on the way to Emmaus. The Thursday is you behold your king, then crucified 9 a.m., darkness 12, died 3 to 4. So that makes perfect sense. That's what I would believe too. Buried in the tomb between 4 and 6. And they rush because every Friday, I understand what he's saying now. He's saying because they kill the lamb, then they eat it. And so, yeah, it's a little bit confusing having preparation day and feast day like that. But on the Friday, that was a Sabbath. So they had 2 Sabbaths in a row. So you had the Friday Sabbath, then you had the Saturday Sabbath. So they couldn't do anything for 2 days but rest. So it was like Thursday, they could do whatever they needed to do. Then as soon as it was sundown, it was Friday and Saturday. So that's why the women came to the tomb on the Sunday. Or else if it's a Wednesday crucifixion, then you have a Sabbath on the Thursday. Friday's back to a normal weekday. So they could go there and they could put spices and all the rest of it. And then, imagine saying to Pilate, well, they're saying on the third day, and Pilate working all this out and getting the day wrong, No, he guarded the tomb. They were saying it's on the third day he's going to rise again and all this sort of stuff. So the Thursday day just makes absolute sense. Now, maybe I've been a bit too harsh on this chart. There's a few things here I wouldn't put it the way it's been put, but let's jump back into the video.
On the screen here. But if you look at the 9th day of Nisan, which is Saturday, which would have been their Sabbath, I have that verse there in John 12, verse 1, which is 6 days before the Passover. Now, if you count and you kind of just get to figure out what the days are, Sunday, that day there, that little sun, that would be 1. Monday would be 2. Tuesday would be 3. Wednesday would be 4. Thursday would be 5. And then here's the thing, Friday would be 6. But here's the thing, that is the day when they ate the Passover.
If you can't manifest abundance, there are 3 simple reasons why not. So what's interesting is that the ancient cultures around the world.
So I believe when it's talking about here in John chapter 12, verse 1, that it's 6 days before the Passover, it's not saying the first day of the feast. It's talking about when they would eat the Passover specifically, and that reconciles. Whereas if I tried to go with Wednesday, now I'm really having to back it up, because you could interpret this verse. You could interpret 6 days before the Passover as being the first day of the event, and that's to kind of support the Friday view. But we'll see how the Friday view doesn't make sense from other verses. But here's the thing: if we talk about the Wednesday view, it gets really difficult on a Wednesday view to have 6 days in any context before they potentially eat the Passover, which would be the farthest timeline we have. But this still makes perfect sense. And then, of course, you have the triumphal entry mentioned in all the Gospels there on the 10th day, which, like you said, reconciles with Exodus chapter 12, verse 3, which tells them that they have to, on the 10th day, choose a lamb or select a lamb. And it's like the children of Israel are selecting Jesus Christ as he's coming in that triumphant entry in Jerusalem, and he's fulfilling that particular portion of Scripture, that prophetic picture of him. Now, I want to also go to another verse here that's on this chart. It's after 2 days was the feast of the Passover, and I want to look at Mark chapter 14. This is also another pivotal section of Scripture when we talk about understanding the timeline of these events. Now, Mark chapter 14, verse 1 says this: after 2 days was the feast of the Passover and of unleavened bread, and the chief priests and the scribes sought how they might take him by craft and put him to death. Now, again, it's being pretty clear here the feast again is when they would eat. So if we go back to my chart that I had there, you can see that there's after 2 days was the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Well, that would have been on Tuesday, which we would have had Wednesday and Thursday, which would be 1 day, 2 days. And then again, on Friday is when you would eat that particular feast. Now, the reason why that's important is because Mark is really clear on its timeline. Now, I want to go to the spreadsheet that I have, because you would say, well, why you just randomly put that on Tuesday? Well, I didn't just randomly put that on Tuesday, because if you look at this kind of spreadsheet I have, and we'll probably try to share these. I'll share these links with you later. I'll put them in the description after the stream, and you can kind of walk it through. But you have Mark 11, verse 1 here coinciding with the triumphant entry. And then you have a verse in Mark 11, 12. If you scroll down a little bit, it's highlighted in blue. And in Mark 11, 12, or I'm sorry, Mark 11, verse 12, it says, and on the morrow, when they were come from Bethany, he was hungry. So you have like Sunday being established in verse 1 in chapter 11. Then you have another day. Well, that would be Monday. Then you have Mark 11, 20, which says, and in the morning, as they passed by, they saw the fig tree dried up from the roots. Well, now we passed into another day, which would be Tuesday. And then, of course, in Mark chapter, if you kind of read through chapters 11 all the way to chapter 14, we haven't switched days from reading the book of Mark. And then it says in Mark 14, verse 1, after 2 days was the feast of the Passover. So the earliest that particular verse could be is Tuesday, because we have Sunday, then we have a morning, then we have another day. So the earliest that could be is Tuesday. You can't back it up anymore. Well,
okay, now I understand why he's got after the tribulation, because it's such an important eschatological event to them. So they've put him when Jesus said after the tribulation in Matthew 24. So that's part of the timeline. Jesus was teaching eschatology in the temple. And so that's why they put it in. It's not just a hangover from some other chart that he's made.
Well, that's going to present a problem for a Wednesday view, because, again, how do you get 2 days till that particular point? If he was crucified on Wednesday, you really can't very easily. And so, this, because that's when they're supposed to eat that feast. So that's another verse that kind of was confusing to me. When I had the Wednesday view, I'm thinking, like, I can't really seem to make this John verse fit, and I can't seem to really make this Mark verse fit as well. There's another one that I want to go to that was on the chart that's in Luke. And this one was specific. See if you can pull up the chart, not the Excel spreadsheet. The chart that I have, this diagram. If you look at the end of the chart on the right, there on Sunday, it says, today is the 3rd day since, in Luke 24. Now, I have that verse. Let's see if we can pull up that verse on the screen as well. But this is a verse that I think also is just like super clear on our particular timeline. Now, in Luke chapter 24, this is the walk to Emmaus. This is when 2 men are walking and they are encountered with Jesus Christ. And they are kind of explaining to Jesus.
So I think one thing that's really helped me is I did a lot of work for Seventh-day Adventists. For many years, I'd be working for Seventh-day Adventists. And so what would happen is on the Friday evening, as soon as the sun went down, you had to pack everything up. And then you could go back to work on Saturday at sundown. So this is how they described, their understanding of the days and, when the Sabbath started and all that sort of stuff. So obviously the Seventh-day Adventists, they're a cult, they're into legalism and all the rest of it. But when I was working for them, I would, have my normal Sunday and go to church and everything. But if I was ever working, through the week, and sometimes they actually had a day crew and a night crew. And so the night crew, they were never allowed to work on a Saturday, but they would turn up on a Saturday evening and start working. And they'd work all through Sunday because they were just trying to do as many hours as they could. And but if anyone was caught working, then they'd get the sack sort of thing. So it was interesting having that mindset, because it is an accurate mindset of the dates, and what how the Jews would have the Sabbath. Now, I remember my friend from Israel. This is back in the 90s. He was staying with Seventh-day Adventists, and I said, "Look, just come and stay with me," because I was fascinated in learning the Hebrew language. He was reading my Jay Green's Interlinear and did the whole bar mitzvah thing, and then he'd have a smoke and perv on the girls, and he's just they're not Christians, And so, but it was just fascinating hearing all this stuff. And he said there's 21 rules in Israel that they have that are Sabbath laws. And so he said when he was staying with the Seventh-day Adventists, you wouldn't, if you were to keep the Sabbath, you'd never drive a car on a Sabbath because you're lighting a fire. That's one of the main rules. Don't light a fire on the Sabbath. Don't do this on the Sabbath. Don't do that. And so he said the Seventh-day Adventists they don't obey the Sabbath. He said it's ridiculous. They say they do. But the thing is, too, they don't have any punishments for their Sabbath. They want to keep these laws, but they don't want to keep the consequences of breaking the law, like getting a bunch of stones and killing someone for lighting a fire on the Sabbath. So he said so he was just like, he was very much a secular sort of guy. But like most Jews, they go through their bar mitzvah. He had remembered or memorized some portions of Leviticus. He was going through that. So I guess, he was considered like, priesthood or whatever, because it was Leviticus. But he had the whole, the skull cap thing and the box that you put on your head and the leather strap you wrap around your arm. Now, I never would have thought that he had that, knowing him. When I met him on the street, he's there smoking, he's there perving on the girls. And I was out street preaching. And we just started chatting. And I was just asking heaps of questions, just fascinated by Israel and what he knew about the language and all the rest of it. And he ended up staying at my place for 2 weeks. And my friend went and stayed with him in Israel, which was really interesting. But yes, just knowing their mindset, and I guess the Seventh-day Adventists do get a few things correct. Because what some people do is they have the 3 days, 3 nights, and they put the calendar that we have today back on the biblical times, where it's like 12 midnight is another day sort of thing. And so they read into it what we have as a culture today instead of looking into what the Jews had.
What's going on, because he's kind of asking them about like why they're so sad, or why they're kind of glum. And it says here, this is the two men talking to Jesus. This is one of the guys talking to him. He says, and how the chief priests and our rulers delivered him, talking about Jesus, to be condemned to death and have crucified him. But we trusted that it had been he which should have redeemed Israel. And beside all this, today is the 3rd day since these things were done. So these two verses tell us that, number one, it's bringing up the event of him being crucified. And it's saying today is the 3rd day since. Well, we know that was still the first day of the week from the context of the passage. So we're in the first day of the week. If that's the 3rd day since, then we'd have to understand that Sunday is the 3rd day since. And then that would make Saturday the 2nd day since. And then that would make Friday the 1st day since what? Since he was crucified, which would then perfectly, again, align with a crucifixion on Thursday. So I think that verse is actually really important, and that word "since" there is a pretty crucial word, because it really clarifies. Because sometimes you could kind of...
And this is why it's so important to have a perspective where you believe all the words of God, because even in going through the Revelation 16:5 material for the debate that I'm having with TurretinFan on Saturday, many times I'll go, okay, let's go to Revelation 1:4. And he's like, well, there's a solecism there. It's like, well, in your text there is, it's not in ours. And then you go to Revelation 1:8. Oh, well, the word God is thrown in there. It's like, well, that's not in our text. And then you go to Revelation 4:8. And I mean, in some of these manuscripts, it has 9 holies. Holy, 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 Lord God Almighty, who was and is to come. And it's like, there's an issue there. Revelation 11:17, the is to come is chopped off. So you're going back to try and talk about all these other verses to bring about clarity about what you're talking about with Revelation 16:5, and people are just chopping and adding and subtracting, and it's so messy, and that there's no uniformity to their text. Well, we have perfect uniformity. If you get our text, it just makes sense. And when you're doing these type of studies, sometimes you'll jump into the NIV and the verse just simply isn't there, or the words changed, so it doesn't mean what it's saying anymore. And so this is the problem. The chronological sequence sometimes is just gone. The historical narrative has Jesus going to a different town. It's crazy. That's why people are like, they start studying the Bible, they go to college, they start grabbing an NASB or an NIV or ESV or whatever, and they've got all these problems. And in the back of their mind, they're thinking this Bible is filled with errors. And then they're told, don't look at the King James or you'll become one of those kooky onlyists. And so that's a scarecrow term. And so people go, well, I'll just stick with the ESV, NIV. And then they never really cross over into a faith where they can hold the book up and say, this is accurate. Because how could you with that type of Bible? So then they just go, well, they don't even want to look in the King James issues because you'll get demonized. So then they're like, well, let's not look into it at all.
Shift days. You could say 2 days. Are we counting today? Or are we not counting today? Are we counting the next day? Like sometimes it can be, ambiguous how you would calculate days. And so there is a little bit of possibility you can shift some of these things. But Luke 24 starts to kind of bring it into view of being a very clear, specific timeline, where now it's the third day since what? Since he was crucified. Well, that would put it on Thursday. And then when you plot Thursday with these other verses, they kind of all fit together in a cohesive narrative. And it kind of makes perfect sense. Now, to address, I think one of the verses that we brought up earlier, Matthew 12, verse 40, for as Jonas was 3 days and 3 nights in the whale's belly, so shall the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. I want to go back to my chart and show how that's true with a Thursday view. If you look,
and while you're going there, let me just remind the viewer at home why Friday is so ridiculous in light of 3 days and 3 nights. To hold the Friday view, you kind of just have to ignore or discard Matthew 12:40, which Baptists just aren't willing to do. We believe every verse of the Bible. We're not willing to just ignore any piece of evidence. And this is why it's very rare for Baptists believe in a Friday view, because it's just so impossible. Because if Christ died on Friday, you have Friday night and Saturday night, but there is no way to get that third night. It certainly can't be Sunday night. It can't be Thursday night. So what is it? I mean, it's just, there is no third night, no matter how you cook the books. It's just not going to work. And so this is why I've never even entertained a Friday.
And so I guess in a way, I'm in agreement with people who are like, it's not a Friday. And so Wednesday and Thursday people, we've usually done enough math to say, yes, it's definitely not Friday, because you've only got 2 nights. And this is where someone like Josh McDowell, as an apologist, just go, instead of trying to work it out, he's like, well, it's just an idiom. It's a Hebrew idiom, 3 days and 3 nights. It's just like saying, well, over the Christmas period, or what, it's just a way of saying things. No, it's very specific. And so even examples in the Old Testament where it's talking about 3 days and 3 nights, if you go through these issues, it's very clear that it doesn't make any sense if there's no 3 nights as well. And so, clearly this is the whole Friday thing is ridiculous. But so I can sort of understand Anderson's come from Friday's bad. So he's trying to put out, look, I haven't been that wrong. I've been half right sort of thing, but I've thought it was a Wednesday. But then they're coming around to the Thursday position. And so I guess he's eating a little bit of crow here.
It's really just 2 days and 2 nights. If Friday was true, because you have the Friday day partial, you have the Friday night, then you have Saturday day, then you have Saturday night, but then he rose before the dawn on Sunday. So you really just have 2 days and 2 nights.
You really just have 2 days and 2 nights. You're absolutely right. But what I'm saying is someone could try to finagle and wiggle and try to somehow count Sunday morning, even though I agree with you, there's no way to count Sunday morning. But even if you wanted to try to finagle that, you can't even come close to the third night. It's just not there. And so that's why that view should be rejected out of hand. And it doesn't matter whether it's believed in by pagan idolaters called Roman Catholics all over the world. Yeah, they have the huge numbers and they have the loudest voice because they have their big institution.
There's a simple brainwave method that can rev up your brain power and help you easily manifest abundance and wealth. So,
the Roman
manifest abundance and wealth. What a load. Was it the people who did this? Remember that movie, The Secret? I remember watching it because everyone was talking about it. And apparently a few years later, the people who have written that book died in a sauna accident in California. I've got to Google that because I just heard it from someone. And it's like, I guess they weren't manifesting, well enough.
Roman Catholic Church, and they have all their scholars and people promoting this.
And this is the truth. I just think it just comes from Roman Catholicism, which won't change on this. I mean, if you did 100,000 debates on this issue and won every single one of them, the Roman Catholic Church would just go, no, it's Good Friday. That's what we've always had, And all that is people who hardly ever read the Bible. They're following the Pope. They're following traditions. They just see, there's a Sabbath the next day. So they just assume that it's a Friday. And so, and the thing is too, in Greek, the way that you would say Friday is preparation day. Okay. So when preparation day is on the Thursday that week, they go, see, that's a Friday. It's just a very simplistic way of looking at it. And usually people who are biblically illiterate would make those type of claims.
Stuff, but it just isn't happening,
Right.
And so Matthew 12:40 is just a complete deal breaker for Friday. It does leave room for Wednesday or Thursday. Sure. And that's what you're about to show.
Yeah. And again, I want to show, we bring up that chart.
So you notice Anderson's like Wednesday or Thursday, or what Tuesday then, you're either wrong on the Wednesday or you're not.
If you can, again, because I want to show this on the screen, but it's very clear that Jesus Christ died at the 9th hour. That's what the text says. And if we kind of understand what the 9th hour means, that means 3 p.m. because they're counting it from essentially sun dawning or coming up, and that would be approximately 6 a.m. Obviously, it's going to vary a little bit, but we're just using easy numbers. If you assume that the sun rose at 6 a.m., we're talking about 3 p.m. for that particular day. That's when Jesus Christ died. Well, that's going to put him in the grave, or being dead technically, for 3 hours of Thursday. So you would have Thursday as one day. You would have that as a day. Then you would have Thursday night. So you have Thursday day, you have Thursday night, then you have Friday day, then you have Friday night, then you have Saturday day, and you have Saturday night. And he rose before the sun came up on Sunday. So you literally have 3 days and 3 nights. Now, this is exactly how we speak.
And so I guess the thing is with that chart, maybe he needs some lines in the middle of where it says like Thursday. I guess what you've got to have is the Hebrew day, then the English day, because people just see Thursday and they're like, it's a day and it's a night, and why is that in that day? And because some things happen in the evening. So the Hebrew day started at like 6 o'clock in the evening. So that's why Jesus, when he's doing his Passover or pre-Passover meal on the 14th of Nisan, the 14th of Nisan's already started. He's there with his disciples. They're having it's a flatbread. When you see a loaf of bread that's got leaven in it, just don't put that picture. If you just know that thing, don't put it on your church calendar like a big loaf of bread. It's like, that means it's got sin in it. Have a flatbread. And then it's like, oh, it's alcoholic. It's like, no, they couldn't have leaven. Leaven is what is the foundation of fermentation of alcohol. So it would have been grape juice, Oh no, but we drink alcohol at our church. It's like, well, stop. Just people just want to read tradition into the Bible. Just that you're doing it backwards. But anyway, and so the whole concept of the Hebrew day and the Hebrew evening, I guess that's just, it's a mindset that people got to get into. You've got to get into what the author had in mind when he wrote all these things. And so I might just go through some of these comments. I have been showing them, but some of them are pretty good to read. So there was a discussion. The Passover started at evening sundown, starting of a new day, and that's why Jesus and the malefactors had to be taken down before the start of the Passover. The sun went dark from the 6th to 9th hours. Yes, so you couldn't just leave Jesus hanging up there all the way through, so they had to, kill him. It's like, look, it's getting late in the day, just break their legs, let's just pull these guys down, bury them, and then just, we're on holiday sort of thing. And so what's quite fascinating is the way that we usually do the Easter holidays here in the West is we have, Thursday, people are working, right up until sundown, really. And then it's like, oh, cool, we're on holidays, So it's quite an interesting thing how the whole of society does it pretty much as it was back then, because you have the Friday off, but instead of people thinking that Jesus died on that day, if you think that Jesus died at like 3 o'clock on a Thursday, then you've got a holiday the next day. Then you've got the Saturday, a holiday. And then the Sunday is the resurrection. So it wouldn't be hard if you were to, do a Noahide type of thing. If you were to change, some of the ways that people do holidays according to, Christian understanding and doing the mathematics properly and coming on board with a Thursday-ish concept, you would keep it exactly how it is, but you would just be like, well, Thursday is the day that Jesus was crucified, so we're going to have the same Sabbath on a Friday and on a Saturday, and then on Sunday we're celebrating that resurrection celebration. And so it's quite interesting because every year I go through it, and what I've always wanted to do was, I guess, when you're 25 or whatever, you think that by the time you get older, you're just going to have so much money and so much time that you can just do all this stuff. What I've always wanted to do was have like a whole week of study. So it's like, okay, let's look at Palm Sunday. On the Sunday, do a whole thing on that, and preferably do that teaching in a church. Then on the Wednesday, do the whole Lord's Wednesday evening, do the whole Lord's Supper thing, where he's introducing that sort of thing. Judas, goes off, gets betrayed. Jesus gets betrayed. Judas didn't get betrayed. And then the next day, do a whole thing on Thursday. Jesus died on the cross about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Then the Friday is the Sabbath for being the day after the Passover. Then the Saturday is the weekly Sabbath, and then the Sunday is the day that Jesus rose. So it would be interesting to do specific studies just on those one days, or just reading through the narrative, like so on a Wednesday night, just reading through all the things to do with that issue and just going through the timeline as Scripture does. That would be a really interesting thing to do. And so so people are in agreement with all that. Matt Singleton said he's a Wednesday guy. Thursday is if he's off. So yeah, people are like, well, it's definitely not Friday. Boulder's Line says, so true, Nick. If you're using modern versions, it's difficult to show any truth because they've hacked so much of it. So Aaron Searcy says, are they counting with the understanding that the evening and the morning make up a day? Therefore, the evening of Thursday was the first day and the morning was the first night, or am I off for this? The evening of the Thursday, the day, in a sense of a 24-hour period, started, but it would be called the evening. So on the Thursday, I mean, Jesus was put in the grave so late in the day there that you wouldn't count it as that part as a day. It's like he's in the grave for like, you know, an hour, and then the day, the 15th starts. And so that's where the Friday guys classify that 1 hour or whatever as being a whole day. And that's how they sometimes get their 3-day thing. But the 2 nights just simply doesn't add up. So that sort of ruins their narrative. But basically what they're saying is, as soon as it's sundown, that is the beginning of a new day. So the evening of the Thursday was the first night. So it starts off with the first night. So Thursday, the first night, and that's the date of the 15th starts. Then you got the Friday, it's the first day, and then you got the second night being Friday night, then the Saturday, the second day, and then the third night being Saturday night, and the Sunday he rose again on the third day. And so that's where defining day is important, because sometimes a day can be talking about the 24-hour period and a specific date. Sometimes it can be talking about daylight. Okay, in the day, do we do this? In the night, they do that. So it's the context that formulates that difference. And so, I guess because I've had that advantage of working with Sevies who have that mentality all the time. So I'd be constantly thinking about it. And every time it would get close to the end of the week, I'm thinking about their Sabbath and all the rest of it. And I would be thinking about the crucifixion narrative, this type of timeline every week, because most of the time I was listening to Easter stuff, Easter, crucifixion stuff, resurrection stuff, Easter, which was a pretty good thing to have. Like, I think if I started studying something weird like the temple, or like even with Revelation 16:5, I was like, okay, I'm gonna disprove James White. And it's like, man, I've had to do a deep dive into Jehovah. And it's like, I'm glad that they're behind some of these things are big, huge themes, because, the name of God's very important. Obviously, I believe the name of Jesus is the name above every name. But it's a very important theme in the Bible, the name of Jehovah. But yeah, behind the Easter studies that I've done has been the resurrection, the cross, the blood of Jesus. So I'd just look at commentaries on this type of thing, and just knowing that they killed the lambs at the time that Jesus died and this type of thing, I'd just find that a bit of information, and going through Dave Hunt stuff and going through pretty much everything I could find. Now there's so much stuff, I don't think I could exhaust that. But I think at one stage I had exhausted pretty much everything on the internet. I was just typing in Easter and just going through website after website after website, and just got to the point where it's like you're at the end of the Google search, and it's like there's so much. All of Wikipedia going through all their edit history on Easter. And I put my own little thing there, and it just got deleted. I was like... And now, if Wes Huff put, it's not a pagan thing. Oh, it wouldn't get deleted. It's the same material, but it just shows you they have a bias.
And communicate the day, because if I were traveling anywhere, and I get on a plane right now, if I got on a plane right now and I flew to Arizona to see Pastor Anderson, and I arrive sometime in the afternoon, let's say 4:00, and I stay the night, and then I get up in the morning, fly back home at noon, and someone says, well, how long were you in Phoenix? I would say, well, 2 days and 1 night, because I was there for that first part of the day, then the evening, and the next day. I wouldn't be trying to say like that it had to be exactly 48 hours and, or something like that. I'm just trying to communicate that I was there on today, Friday night, and Saturday day. That's what I was communicating. And hotels, this is exactly how they communicate. They want to know how many days and nights you are, the time you arrive, the time that you leave. And of course, if you spent 3 hours in hell, you're going to count that as part of being in hell for that day.
Well,
Let me.
And so, yeah, that's a doctrine that I'm definitely against. The whole concept that Jesus, roasted like a chicken in hell for 3 days and 3 nights. It just comes from what would be like a King James only Ruckmanite Riplingerite position, where you can't really look into the underlying words of Hades. It's like, oh, Hades, well, that's a Greek mythology thing, so don't look at that sort of thing. It's just being afraid of words, looking at that, understanding Hades is just Sheol, but these guys have their own concept of Sheol, and so you sort of can't win with what these guys are coming out with. But at least they've cleaned up, going from Wednesday to Thursday. That's a start. After we go through this, then it's like, okay, then you clean up the whole, Jesus cooking like a chicken in hell for 3 days and 3 nights. The thief on the cross, Jesus said, today you will be with me in paradise. It clearly says he descended into paradise. But then when Paul was raptured, he experienced a harpazo. He was taken, and it says caught up, the same words as the rapture. He was caught up into paradise. So where's paradise? Is it up or down? Well, it's up now because paradise is in heaven. There's been a resurrection. But anyway, that comes down to their eschatology, reading back into things that happened and going, well, that doesn't fit in with our timeline, and so let's mock that. Let's mock that there were people resurrected in Matthew 27, that whole thing.
Let me explain it another way that I think might help people at home too. If I said I work 5 days a week, it's like work is taking place on Monday. It's taking place on Tuesday. It's taking place on Wednesday. Not necessarily the whole day. It doesn't necessarily say what time I'm working those shifts. I could work a 3-hour shift, an 8-hour shift, a 12-hour shift. But the point is, 3 days is 3 calendar days. And again, this goes into the understanding of the day of the Lord. I don't think of the day of the Lord as a 24-hour period as much as I would think of the day of the Lord as a day on the calendar.
Right.
It's a certain day that these things happen on that particular day. And so 3 days and 3 nights, it's just this simple. Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night. That's 3 days and 3 nights. It doesn't have to be the whole day.
Exactly.
Because that, like you said, that's not really how we talk.
Well, and anybody that just understands that Christ died at the 9th hour would realize that it's never going to reconcile to a perfect 12-hour day for that specific day, because that day was a partial day.
Just to play the devil's advocate, let me give you what the Wednesday response would be, because I believed this for years. I defended the Wednesday position for many years. And so I understand the thinking behind Wednesday. And if anybody at home, believes Wednesday, that's okay, because at least you're not denying Matthew 12:40.
So I've noticed Anderson is in the mode where he's admitting that he's been wrong for all these years, for like 20 years, and then but he's still like got that vehemency against people who are on a Friday. So people who are on a Friday, they just haven't done the math, have they? And people who are on a Wednesday, they haven't done the math properly either, have they? If you're a Thursday person. And so he's like, well, it's okay to be Wednesday or Thursday. It's like, so obviously getting himself off the hook, saying, I haven't been that wrong. At least it's not Friday, sort of thing. But it's like, well, it's either right or it's wrong. And so he's admitting that it's wrong to be on a Wednesday. But because he's believed it, like if he actually had this position for the last 20 years, he would turn around and say, people who believe in a Wednesday thing are idiots and morons. And, like he does with pre-trib people. It's just like, or like he does with Friday people. He's done whole sermons on it. If you believe in a Friday thing, you're a bozo. But then now he's admitting he's been wrong on the Wednesday thing, but he's not going to turn around and sort of say, hey, I was a bozo. You can sort of see Jonathan Shelley going, yeah, like he's obviously the one who's talked him into this position. Anderson's gone kicking and screaming into this position, so he's not going to say, hey, yeah, I've been a bozo. And I don't think people are bozos for believing any of them. I just think there are some complex things, understanding. Like, I've been in a privileged situation where I had that whole 7-day Adventist thing. The working with cultists helped me, and knowing Jewish people helped me, because I just had that whole, every week it's like, their Sabbath starts now and all the rest of it, and it just helped me to work out this timeline.
Right.
When I believed Wednesday, the way that I reconciled it was, I would just say, well, Jesus didn't actually die right at 3 p.m. That's the last timestamp we have. But my thought was that he actually died at like 6 p.m. Okay. And then that starts the 72 hours. And then you have basically Christ rising from the grave during the night of Saturday night. So basically he comes to life, at 6 p.m. on Saturday night, which is technically the first day of the week, because, the evening and the morning were the first day. So then that.
But that would be, there would be a little bit of time over, sort of thing. But anyway.
That's your 72 hours. And then you have Christ rising from the dead, like in the night, coming out of the tomb. And look, I don't agree with it. I don't believe in it. That's what I used to believe. That's how you make it work. That's how you get the 72 hours exactly of death, is just dying on the cross at 6 p.m., being buried. And look, of course there are problems with it, but I'm just saying that's where the Wednesday crowd is coming from.
Yeah, and I can understand if that was true. If he died at 6 p.m. and then he rose at 6 a.m., you could have your 72 hours potentially. The problem with that view is that we understand that they had to bury Jesus Christ's body, and they were trying to do it hastily so that they would do it before the even had switched, because they were going to go into the 15th day, which was a Sabbath day, and they couldn't do that work. And additionally, we understand that the women going to see Jesus Christ were already coming before the sun had even came to dawn, and he had already risen. So it doesn't really gel with the context and a lot of the other things that are happening during those periods of time. It also seems pretty clear to me when you read the passage about the 9th hour that that's the moment that he died. So if you understand that as to when he died, then you couldn't have that perfect 6 p.m.
Well, that is when he died, because like you said, they need time to stab him with a spear, make sure he's dead, water and blood come out. They need time to take him down from the cross. They need time to take his body to the tomb, get it in the tomb. And that all technically should be happening before 6 p.m. And so that's why the 3 p.m. time of death works. Okay. But, I'm just saying, for the Wednesday view, the reason that I liked the idea of him dying at 6 p.m. is because then, like, the Passover is being killed at even, so I kind of liked that aspect of it. And then if he comes back to life at 6 p.m. as, on Saturday night, becoming, the first day of the week, then he rises from the grave during the night, and then they get there early and he's already gone and whatever. But again, there are problems with it, because number one, you need all the time for that stuff to happen between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. as you mentioned. And also something just seems off about Christ, like, rising from the dead way before Sunday morning, like you know what I mean? Like rising that early in the night. Something doesn't feel right about that either. So those are some of the things that I never really liked about the Wednesday view, some of the difficulties.
Right. Well, and again, if you kind of think about the sacrifice itself, because, obviously Christ is the ultimate Passover, but they've been performing Passovers for centuries here, and they need time to slaughter the animal, drain the blood, roast it with fire, and get it all set up so that they can eat it, because they have to have all that work done before the Sabbath, before the sun goes down. So that's like a really important aspect of the fact, because the Bible's like super clear. I believe in Leviticus 23, I want to say it's either Leviticus 23 or Exodus 12, that there's no work to be done whatsoever on that 15th day except for eating. Like, that's the only thing they're allowed to do is to eat. So they have to do it in haste. They have to do it quickly. And again, even the first Passover is supposed to be done in haste because they have to spread the blood of the lamb on the doorposts. And it's kind of something that they need to do very quickly. There's a sense of urgency about it. And so you see that sense of urgency carrying forward into the New Testament with Jesus Christ, how they need to get this body in the tomb and then buried before the Sabbath. And I think, God probably has a lot of reasons why this is true. One reason is probably also true is they wanted to get his body wound up and bound very quickly so that it saw no corruption. Because the Bible says very clearly that Jesus Christ's body saw no corruption. Well, here's the thing. If Jesus Christ's body is dead and it's hanging on this...
If you can't manifest abundance, there are 3 simple reasons why not. So what's interesting is that the ancient cultures around the world
cross for the whole...
I'm manifesting that these pop-up ads don't happen.
Whole Sabbath time period, like the Jews are not allowed to touch his body for that whole time. The chances of it seeing corruption are really high, just from animals and buzzards and just like all kinds of other things. So it's like really, really important that his body gets bound up and put in the tomb so that it can see no corruption, apart from obviously the stabbing and the nails from the cross and everything that he experienced there. And so there's a lot of events there that need to take place. I believe, I don't have this.
Well,
see if we can go to the Bible. I want to pull up a verse when it's Joseph of Arimathea craving the body of Jesus, because it actually makes it kind of clear from a timeline perspective here what we're talking about.
Well, and another thing is they don't want to leave him hanging on the cross throughout the Sabbath because of the fact that you remember the verse in Deuteronomy about if they, cursed is he that hangeth from a tree. And so when they hang someone from a tree, they're supposed to remove the body before sundown as well. And so they have to do that before the Sabbath because that's, they're not supposed to be doing that kind of work on the Sabbath, right?
Yeah. There's a verse I want to go to in Mark chapter 15. It's verses 42 and 43. We're just going to pull up like Bible Gateway or something. See if we can pull that up on the screen. Mark chapter 15, verses 42 and 43, because when we're talking about the death of Jesus Christ, the Bible gives a couple pretty clear verses. I'm just going to start reading. Maybe we can pull it up here in a second. Mark chapter 15, verse 42. And now, when the even was come, because it was the preparation, that is the day before the Sabbath, Joseph of Arimathea, an honorable counselor, which also waited for the kingdom of God, came and went in boldly unto Pilate and craved the body of Jesus. So it's saying in verse 42 that it was the day of preparation. It's the day before the Sabbath. So that they haven't switched days yet, meaning that we haven't actually crossed over that 6 p.m. threshold. And it says in verse 45, and when he knew it of the centurion, he gave the body. Verse 44. And Pilate marveled if he were already dead, and calling unto him.
So I've just put it on 1.25, which isn't that much faster. But I just want to try and get through this a little bit faster because they are being a little tiny bit long-winded.
Centurion, he asked him whether he had been any while dead, and when he knew it of the centurion, he gave the body to Joseph. So in Mark chapter 15, it's clear that, at least some period of time before the day had switched, before we crossed over, that Joseph of Arimathea was already asking for the dead body of Jesus Christ, and it's been certified by the centurions, and Pilate acknowledges it and gives him the body. So, and he was kind of surprised at how quickly it had happened. So in I believe the other 2 thieves actually had to have their legs break to die because they hadn't died yet. And so, or they were pierced with the spear to, I don't know exactly.
So they had their legs broken, which was the standard practice.
Right.
But when the Roman soldier sees that Jesus is already dead, he doesn't break his legs. And so he does something that's like unusual or out of the ordinary by stabbing him. And of course, this fulfills the scripture, they shall look on, me whom they have pierced, and the blood and water running out has significance and so forth.
Yes. And that there was no bone of him broken, which you would think
there was no bone broken.
That would be kind of contradictory because he was crucified. You would think like, oh, they're going to break his bones, but then they ended up not. Yep. So there's a lot of prophecy there. But again, that makes sense. If you look at my chart, you can probably pull that up again pretty quickly. Down on the bottom right, I actually have kind of a blown up version of Thursday. So you can kind of see like a little general timeline of what happened. But at 6 a.m., they said, behold your king. Now, that's kind of significant because they're supposed to present the lamb. and they're like presenting the lamb on that specific day. So this is like that picture of them presenting the lamb. Then they crucified him at 9 a.m., which I have the verse there. Then at noon, there was darkness over the whole land. And then essentially at 3, which the Bible says is the ninth hour, that's when Jesus Christ gave up the ghost. Now, again, I put on the chart 3 to 4 p.m. because I don't know if it necessarily happened at 3:00 p.m. or if it happened at 3:15 or 3:30 or whatever,
Right.
just in the ninth hour. And then that basically gives them 2+ hours to take him for him to be stabbed, taken off the cross, for him to be wound up, and then taken to the sepulcher. And they make it really clear that the sepulcher was very close. So they had an opportunity, like they didn't have to travel a very great distance to take his body there.
So while you have this chart pulled up too, if you could put the chart back on the screen, I want to say that, back when I held to the Wednesday view, because I had done my own deep dive on this. Obviously, it was the teaching that I'd grown up with, but I'd also gone to the scripture and done the deep dive myself, and I still came up with Wednesday. And I'll tell you the reason that I was wrong, the mistake that I made was I still had essentially a lot of the same things on the timeline as you have here, as far as like the 10th day being Palm Sunday and the 17th day being, the following Sunday when Christ rose and everything like that. The mistake that I was making, though, is that I thought of the 13th day as the preparation day, and that they're basically eating the Passover on Wednesday evening as it's becoming the 14th.
Right.
So that was one of the obstacles that I had to overcome in order to understand that it's actually Thursday, is that I had the 13th labeled as the preparation day. And then that creates problems with some of the verses, which is why there were always some things that didn't quite sit well with me about the Wednesday view. And so that's why, and I used to say back then, like, that I believed it was Wednesday, but I used to say it might be Thursday. I used to say, I think it's like 90% that it's Wednesday, 10% that it's Thursday. Now I'm 100% that it's Thursday,
Yeah. I mean,
or at least 99.9,
I thought it was for sure Wednesday. I thought the Bible was really clear on it. And then I kind of proved myself wrong, which for me, after giving up, it was Mark that changed my mind. Because again, Mark actually gives you so many different markers of time that I started realizing, like, hey, Mark's actually kind of fitting this all together, because you have Palm Sunday, then you have the day when he curses the fig tree, then the next day he comes and he sees the fig tree that he cursed. Then it says, hey, after 2 days of the Feast of the Passover. And I was like, well, wow, that just puts it right on Thursday.
So one of the things that's been a little bit annoying to me is usually you get people who are like, it's not Friday, but then they jump all the way back to Wednesday. And it's like, why go to that extreme? Like, of course, Friday it's only got 2 nights, but wouldn't you think going back to Wednesday, then you've got 4 nights? It's just bizarre. But and then you've got all these problems of having a weekday and a break between the Sabbaths, where people can go to the tomb and do things and put spices there and all the rest of it. And so, but I guess one of the annoying things is usually you would see, Friday's wrong from a Wednesday perspective, or Wednesday's wrong from a Friday perspective, where I've always just, like, even I'm just looking through some charts. I've just typed in Thursday crucifixion, and almost everything coming up is to do with a Wednesday or a Friday. And there's hardly anything about a Thursday. So it is one of those positions which I always just picture it like, you jump out of the pan into the fire sort of thing. It's like, why go that extra day? Why not just go back a day, and then recalibrate? It's like, let's go way back in the middle of the week. It's like, you're going too far,
And then that actually jives with every other verse. And so by just kind of plotting them all together, it kind of, to me, fit really obviously. And again.
Yeah, and so Calvin just said, I think a lot of confusion concerning the timing is due to the fact that this was a high Passover per John 19:31. Yeah, and so the Sabbath always came after the Passover celebration. So knowing that the Friday was a Sabbath, because a lot of people just read it and say, oh, the Sabbath was approaching, Saturday was coming, sort of thing. So they read it that way. But yeah, there are a few things that cause people just to be a little bit off base. And when you think it's Friday, if you haven't done a deep dive into it, like I have, or these guys are doing, you can end up all over the place.
The 14th day being the preparation day is really important, because you have to kind of understand the context of what they're doing. They have to do a lot of work to enjoy the 7 days. And so they have to get all these things prepared. Now, even the preparation day itself does technically have a little bit of prep. So there is a verse that I want to bring up here on this chart. It's the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. There's 4 different references to it. Go, if you went to the Excel spreadsheet, this is what I want you to go to, is the Excel spreadsheet, because this is a verse that I kind of struggled with at first to kind of understand here. Scroll if you went to the purple, bring that up more in the middle of the screen if you can. But in the purple section, this is, again, that the Wednesday timeline. So this is Wednesday that we're looking at. And I kind of made this chart where it shows that it's Wednesday. But this is in Mark 14, verse 12, this is what it says. And on the first day of unleavened bread, when they killed the Passover, his disciples said unto him, where wilt thou that we go and prepare that thou mayest eat the Passover? So like a verse like this to me kind of would lead me to believe what you said, Pastor Anderson, that it's like, oh, they're like eating the Passover maybe on that Wednesday at the Last Supper. It's kind of a little bit confusing. But how you can understand this, I want to flip back to the chart in this. But if you go back to the chart, what it's actually saying here is that on Wednesday, and I'm just going to throw out a time, this is arbitrary, but let's just say it's like 3 p.m. It's 3 p.m. on Wednesday. His disciples look at them and they say, hey, this is the first day of unleavened bread. What does that mean? Well, if you notice at the top of my chart, you kind of have these little curly braces at the top.
I'm just going to pause this and I'm just going to quickly do something. Now, I've got Adobe Illustrator. I can do a full screenshot and just open Adobe. Now, just to, I just want to show you how to look at these days above, because while I was reading through going, why is the feast day the Friday day? And because it is quite confusing having these days, but noticing that the little thing where you got the 9th, the 10th, and the little squiggly thing about just below it, that's actually positioned in a strategic spot. So I'll just open a new page. Actually, new. And I'll show you what I mean by this. So I'll show you my Adobe Illustrator. Now, if I paste this, it'll show everything that I've got on my screen, which is fine. We'll go crop image and I'll zoom out and we will just make it so it's that one so far. We'll zoom back in, we'll crop again. Let's do a nice little one there. Bring it over there. Okay. Let's apply it and we'll go in again. Okay, so it's a little bit blurry, but you get the drift. Now, what I would do here is I would put lines, probably black lines. Okay, and copy and paste them because it's hard to sort of understand exactly what's going on. Yeah, and let's undo rotate. I think because these things sort of have a gap in them too, so that's a little bit of an issue. So you just have to bring them in the middle like that. So then you can see that it's like a little bit of Saturday there and a little bit of Sunday there sort of thing. And so it is accurate, but it's just hard to see. So let's put these lines here because they're not really of use down there. Actually, they don't go right on the thing. They go back a little bit. And so I'll do another one. And another one. Okay, so that way you can see, okay, on the 13th, so this line here represents like 6 p.m., okay, where the sun goes down. so you've still got a little bit of Wednesday night left, according to the English calendars, till 12 midnight. And so that little bit there is when they had the communion, that they were establishing the Lord's Supper. So then you had the next day, the Thursday, and so you got like 12 midnight. So I guess you've got to sort of create almost like another one. Maybe I'll make it red to just put in the midnights. So that red is midnight to us. Let's do it again. I'll just put in all the midnights. So hopefully you will get this. I better make that red and copy it. Another midnight there. Oops, it didn't go red. That's fine. And we'll make one more. Okay. So all those red lines are midnights. All the black lines are like 6 p.m. at night. So knowing that this tiny little bit here of Wednesday that's left between the black line and the red line is between 6 and 12. So that's when Judas took off, because understanding that the shops, like when I was in Pakistan recently, the mayor of Punjab put a restriction on Pakistanis that they had to shut their shops at like 10 o'clock or something. And it's ridiculous, because you go downtown at like 12 midnight and all the shops are open. They just do things at night there. And I think the thing is, it makes sense. You're in a hot country where it can get up to 50 degrees Celsius. So why would you do things all in the middle of the day? You do things when it's cooler and all the rest of it. And so in the Middle East, it's just what they did. They were very busy at night. So you see Judas in this time, he zipped off to get some stuff, or they think he's going shopping, but he's gone off to betray and all the rest of it. So then you got the Thursday, which is the most important one. So then you've got Jesus dying just before this black line. And, but the Thursday still continued to midnight according to the English calendar, but according to the Jewish calendar, it had stopped. The 14th stops on that black line. And so knowing just that issue, usually it clears up everything when you're counting the 3 days and 3 nights, because then you have Jesus dying right before the end of the Thursday. So you have one Friday night, and then a Friday day, a Saturday night, Thursday night and a Friday day, a Saturday, Friday night, now I'm confusing you guys. You have a Thursday night. So it starts off with the night, okay? Then it goes into Friday day. Then it goes to Friday night. Then it goes into Saturday day. Then it goes to Saturday night. Then it goes into Sunday day, okay? So that perfectly makes 3 days and 3 nights. And so maybe I know it's not high resolution or anything, but I'll zoom in just so you guys can get the drift of what I've done there. Now you might want to take a screenshot or whatever and just keep looking over that. Now, when you think, just say Jesus actually did die. Now, I know a lot of you guys are in American time, and I guess it's probably nighttime there now. Well, imagine Jesus died like, say we're going with New York time, which is like 5 o'clock was like 7 o'clock here in Australia, because I'm on Good Friday here. I've got a day off. And so it's nearly 10 o'clock in the morning. So I'm just trying to explain it. But imagine if, like, say, 4 hours ago, Jesus died, and now we're entering into a Sabbath. And so on the Thursday night, most people have finished work, and then they enter into a Sabbath. That's exactly what happens with these holidays. Then you have another Sabbath, the Saturday one, and their Sabbath, the Hebrew Sabbath, finishes at 6 Saturday night. And so the women were going to get there early on the Sunday morning to go to the tomb, because during these Sabbaths, you couldn't go to the tomb. there's lots of things they couldn't do any work. They had to just relax and wait. And so then as soon as they were able, they're zipping down on Sunday morning before the sun came up, and they're like, oh, he's risen. So he rose again on the Sunday, not after the Sunday or after the 17th, on the third day. Okay, so it makes sense with that. So hopefully that helps you with that timeline, because I'm looking at the timeline and I'm getting used to it and I'm seeing it, but I just felt that like those lines had to be sort of put in so you can get the 6 o'clock Hebrew time, you get the 12 o'clock our time. And so let's continue.
Of the 14th day. The 14th day actually does happen on Wednesday. It happens at 6 p.m. on Wednesday. So it would be accurate for them, in a sense, from a Roman calendar day to say today, or this is the day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. That's going to happen that specific day because their Jewish calendar falls on Wednesday. It falls on that evening. Now, then it has this qualifier, when they killed the Passover. Well, when they killed the Passover is specifically the 14th day. They're not going to kill it at 6 p.m., but it is going to happen on the 14th day. So this is a kind of an analogy I thought of. If we had a Jewish calendar, which we don't.
So Paul Anker just asked what the consensus was, and he's saying he thought it was Friday. And most people do think it's a Friday, so we're not against, to us, we just go, okay, we've done all the math and everything. We just think it's, 3 days and 3 nights. It fits perfectly with a Thursday. Now, a lot of people jump right over and go to a Wednesday thing, which I think is a bit too much. And these guys have been Wednesday their whole lives, and then they've swapped over to a Thursday position, which is my position, which is one of the main reasons I'm looking at this. And so, yeah, I guess the consensus is pretty much most people are against a Friday concept. And these guys have always been against the Friday concept. I can't even remember if I guess when I first became a Christian, I remember the first Good Friday that when I was a Christian, I worked. I was working on a service station doing maintenance there, and I just said I'll turn up. No, actually, I was going to work, and the pastor at the time just said, "You're not going to work on Good Friday, are you?" Like as if I didn't know anything about Christianity. I didn't know about Easter, or I'm just like, "Oh yeah, I've got a day off. I'll work," And then so him saying that, I was like, "Oh, I better have a day off." And so that would have been early in the piece. I must have been a Christian for like 2 months or something at the time. But then afterwards, I sort of was like, oh yeah. And I think people should have a day off, and, but if you're not a Christian, do whatever you want. You know what I mean? We shouldn't be pushing this onto people. They're like, oh, I have to have a day off. You have it off if you want,
And that's how we celebrated Christmas. If it was Christmas Eve, if it was the 24th of December and it's 3 p.m., and let's just say, again, our Jewish calendar is going to make Christmas Day start at 6 p.m. that day. And I just said, hey, today's the day when it's going to be Christmas, when people open presents. Well, again, we may not even open the presents at 6 p.m. We may wait until the morning on the 25th to open the presents, but it's accurate to say on the 24th that was Christmas Day because it's going to overlap on that time period. So again, it's sometimes a little confusing just because a Jewish calendar day starts at 6 p.m., whereas Roman days start at midnight.
There's a simple brainwave method that can rev up your brain power and help you easily manifest abundance and wealth.
And this is a pretty well-established fact. I mean, you can even look it up. Roman calendar and when they calculated noon, they basically calculated noon as a major event. And so they counted 12 hours. They get to 12 a.m. And that's basically how they started calculating days. This was centuries before Jesus Christ was even born that the Romans had this idea. Some literature even suggests that the Greeks also observed a similar practice. I'm not an expert historian on this, but again, this is for sure a practice that Rome was observing at the time of Christ and well before Christ, and it's existed all the way till today. And think about it this way. Much of our calendar has remained the same, considering the fact that it's 2024, which is 2024 years from Christ. And again, it's not exact, but that's around the time that we believe that he was born.
We're going to talk about a little bit later in the broadcast exactly what year Christ was born and exactly what year Christ died. But I want to say this verse that you're talking about in Matthew right now, I remember back when you and I were going back and forth about this, this verse was the one that actually made me come over to the Thursday view. Like, I remember the moment in my mind when I'm like, you know what? You're right, Pastor Shelley, like, it's Thursday. It was literally this verse, because of the fact that there's always been this kind of contradiction that I couldn't quite reconcile.
So again, like, I know I'm having a little bit of a dig here, but I'm like, hey guys, you've been wrong on chronological sequences here. I think that you guys are wrong on your eschatology and your sequences of after the tribulation and the whole concept of the day of the Lord and all the rest of it. And so I would just say keep studying the whole eschatology thing, and you'll come around to a pre-trib rapture position very soon. That's my little dig. I actually said that to Tommy McMurtry because he did a very similar video like this just the other day, and I wrote under it, well, if you'd followed me, you would have a Thursday position. I'm glad that now I said, now all you have to do is just follow my eschatology and you'll come to a pre-trib position. And he wrote under it like, I don't even know what your position is. And I said, well, that's a shame, because if you did, you wouldn't have been wrong for 20 years. Because I was sort of like digging at these guys because I'm coming against their eschatological sequence. And so I thought it was pretty funny anyway.
Style about like, and people bring this up a lot, even just other, biblical scholars out there in the world, is he crucified the day before the Passover? Is he crucified on the Passover? And it's like, this verse right here actually works with the Thursday view in light of everything else. Whereas with the Wednesday view, there are some irreconcilable differences here. And so, once I understood what you just explained about this verse, to me, that just kind of solved the last problem that I had as far as trying to like reconcile the Passion Week. And that's when I was like, okay, I'm sold. And the thing that is good about the Thursday view is that it really deals with every verse. Your chart deals with every verse. And it, in my mind, it solves all the problems. And so everything works, everything fits. Whereas with the Wednesday view, you have a few uncomfortable things. With the Friday view, you have this elephant in the room of it can't be 3 days and 3 nights.
Right.
I feel like the Thursday view is the comprehensive view.
Well, and again, a point that I was trying to get at is this. In Exodus, it made it clear that they're not even allowed to eat leavened bread on the 14th day. So if you think about it, that's why the disciples had to go and set up for the Lord's Supper or prepare for the Lord's Supper before it even happened, because they had to make sure that they had no leaven for the Last Supper, even though that wasn't the event that they were going to eat the Passover. The preparation day is a specific day too. So it's kind of like it goes in stages. Stage 1, prepare and make sure you're not going to have any.
Yes, so Calvin said, so Jesus would have been in the Garden of Gethsemane on late night, early morning of the 14th, then taken to Caiaphas after giving himself up. Yes, so that might have been like midnight or something like that, which is already 6 hours into the 14th. So even all the do this in remembrance of me, having flat bread and having grape juice was all on the 14th, but in the Wednesday evening. So then Christ is arrested, and then you've got the whole thing of happening all night, and then in the morning, because you got the rooster crowing, all that type of thing. Peter's denying Jesus. So that's all happening on the 14th. And the 14th continues all the way through the Thursday day until 6 o'clock.
Any unleavened bread. And then on the 14th day, they're really busy with the lamb, because they have to present the lamb, and then they have to get it ready, and then they have to slaughter, they have to kill it and slaughter it and cook it. So like they're really dealing a lot with the lamb, so they don't have time to be dealing with all the bread. So that's why
at the Last Supper, they're eating unleavened bread because it's already the 14th.
Right.
That's why they're saying a few hours later, oh, hey, the day has arrived. From a Roman perspective, the day has arrived. And then they get there that night, they're eating unleavened bread. They're not eating a lamb at the Last Supper.
Right. Well, they would have been busy. They would have been busy getting that ready too. Like, think about it. If that verse was when they were going to eat the lamb, then that, this time when they're talking, he would have been like, let's get a lamb, let's slaughter it, let's start cooking, let's roast it with fire, because we're going to have to eat this thing. And then everybody else would have been like, what are you guys doing? Because this is a day early. Like, what are you even doing? Wouldn't even make sense. Right. Right. Well, everybody.
Now, I think that's a good point, because I've heard people say, oh no, well, Jesus that year, they just did it early. And it's like, well, why would they just do it early? And I think there were certain circumstances in the Old Testament where, people, certain things happened and people had to do it like a day earlier or something like that. But this wasn't one of those times. It was just a matter of they were preparing for the Thursday. For around about the time Jesus died on the cross, they were supposed to be sitting in that same room eating the Passover lamb. That's what, well, you know, they would have killed the Passover lamb, they would have cooked it, then they would have eaten it. And I guess that's eating it at evening is that is considered the feast day.
Could be doing the same thing. So you would just see everybody.
No, they wouldn't be doing the same. No, I'm saying if Jesus was eating a lamb at the Last Supper, he'd be doing it 24 hours before everybody else.
Right.
Am I right?
Well, I'm just saying that
because they're eating the Passover on Thursday night. That's why, remember, they don't want to come in the judgment hall.
I know. I'm saying all those verses contradict that view. I was going to bring that up. It's just, it's super clear that no one else has eaten the Sabbath yet, because they're making it clear they don't want to defile themselves so they can eat the Sabbath and they can eat the Passover. And just, like, there's all this conversation about that in the text. So there's no way they just had the Passover unless, like you said, him and his disciples are just having it a completely different day as everybody else or something.
That's what I'm saying.
Which would be weird.
But this has actually been like a controversy in Christianity for a long time. Of like, why is Jesus doing the Passover a day early and whatever? And there are even people out there that say, oh, he's doing the Essene calendar, the Essene Passover, and, you know, the Jews are doing a different calendar, which is obviously bogus. But this is something that people bring up a lot as something difficult to reconcile. But I feel like once you understand the Thursday view and understand that the Roman calendar is intersecting with the Jewish calendar, then it fixes everything. It fixes the contradiction. And that's what I like about it.
Right.
I feel like Thursday view is so rewarding because it fixes that age-old question, you know, that a lot of people have been confused by. You know, are Jesus and disciples doing the Passover early, or, you know, what's going on? But it makes sense if you understand that, well, they're not eating the lamb. They're just starting to do the unleavened bread because it's the 14th.
Right. Exactly.
So they're starting to observe that. That makes sense.
Because it's an 8-day feast, even though it's 7 days of unleavened bread. You constantly hear that, but that's just a portion of the feast. The 14th day is also part of this special event, special holiday that you would celebrate, and it's technically an 8-day feast that includes the whole preparation day is a big portion of this particular feast. And so I think that there's a lot of verses here that you kind of have to get in your mind to understand, to kind of reconcile. But once you kind of slowly put the pieces together, and I think a chart helps. I'm a visual learner, so for me, unless I had that chronology like kind of written out or have a chart, like it's really difficult for me to ever comprehend what we're talking about. Go back to this chart. I want to show one more thing here that's kind of interesting with the Thursday view is, since he died on Thursday, well, according to Exodus, you would have a special holy convocation on the next day. That's what the Bible says, or the first day of the 7 days of unleavened bread, which would be the 15th day. And so I have kind of highlighted up there in the chart, the 15th is in red, feast day. This is a Sabbath day. And it's a high day. It's mentioned in the scripture as being a high day, meaning it's not just a normal Sabbath. This is like a special Sabbath day that is to be observed. Then, of course, if he died on Thursday, you run into another Sabbath. That's just how it works on the 16th. So basically, you have the vast majority of the time, or virtually the whole time while Christ is in hell, you have a Sabbath of man resting, which kind of pictures an interesting point of, while Christ is doing the work for us, we're resting.
Well, hell, in a sense of how hell is defined today, a place of, you know, burning and suffering and torment. Yeah, hell in 1611 meant just like a cell, like Hades and Sheol. Now, does part of hell have a burning place? Yes, absolutely. But that's what has become known today as hell. So if you were to, you know, Anderson does this thing, if you go downtown and ask people what hell means, they'll say a burning place. And of course, if you did that same thing in 1611, what does hell mean? Well, hell means different things. It means a hidden place. It's like being in a prison. You're in a prison. And so obviously you can be in a hell, in a burning hell. Yes. But you can also be hidden away somewhere. And so that's why Sheol, when you look at the parable where it's talking about Lazarus and the rich man, one is in Hades, or they're both in Hades. One is in Abraham's bosom and the other one is getting tormented. And so the Hades there for one is a burning place. The Hades for another is Abraham's bosom. And so this is rejected by the new IFB guys. And so them having like a Riplingerite concept that's hanging over, they don't go into the original languages in Acts chapter 2. They just say, well, it says hell, it's hell. Let's go get the microphone and ask people, what does hell mean? You know, sort of thing. It's like, well, you got to look into these words. You know, that there are words that fall out of usage, and there are words that become one-sided, like the whole concept of apostasia. I mean, all the Reformation Bibles say departure. The King James says falling away, and they're like, oh, so they're completely different. No, they're pretty much exactly, they're synonymous. A falling away and a departure are exactly the same thing. But they're actually going with the modern versions, which say apostasia, because that only means like one thing in English. And so it doesn't mean like just departing, walking out the door, a spatial departure. I know Alan Kirshner says it's not a spatial departure. It's exactly what it is in the Septuagint. It's exactly what it is in some of the writings in the Byzantine era, even though they claim it's not. I've proved them wrong. But anyway, let's get back to what these guys are saying.
Similar to how in the gospel, we simply rest in his finished work and the work that he did for our salvation and for the gospel. And then he rises again on the first day of the week, which is the 17th. Now, what's interesting about this is in Leviticus, I believe it's in Leviticus, I would have to double check the reference, but it brings up the idea of doing a wave offering or the first fruits offering. And it's going to be happening right after this specific 15th day. Well, you wouldn't have it on the 16th in our view because you run into another Sabbath. So you'd have to wait a whole other day, which means that their first fruit offering would have been on the 17th day, which would have been Sunday, which corresponds exactly to the resurrection of Jesus Christ, which is our first fruits. The Bible tells us that Jesus Christ is our first fruit. And then they have to wait, to reap the rest of their harvest. So there's a time gap, which is exactly what we have in biblical prophecy, where Jesus Christ is the first risen from the dead. It's going to be a time gap. And then there's going to be the rapture or the great harvest where the Christians are going to be harvested. And so all of these feast days actually picture and foreshadow future events and Jesus Christ and the rapture and the harvest. And it's really kind of incredible. I don't understand how, people that can see these truths in the Bible couldn't just understand that the Bible is the word of God. I mean, there's no way man is writing this. This is just an incredible masterpiece that is beyond human comprehension. All the intricacies. And not only that, not only did this narrative get written like this Bible has stood the test of time. Like he's writing about these things that are going to happen thousands of years in the future, and then they happen exactly like they did thousands of years in the future. I mean, that is extreme. That's impossible.
But I mean, like just say you're an atheist or a Muslim or whatever looking at this, you're like, but you guys have been wrong. You've had a Wednesday position and still said, wow, the Bible's mathematically perfect. It's amazing. It's got, and all this sort of stuff. See, this is the problem. When I look at some of the eschatology of the new IFB, it's wrong. It's out of whack. But they're like, see, look at the hand of God on all this. And I think the whole thing is like stating those things, stating, here's the hand of God. It's mathematically precise and all that. And then you're wrong. It's quite a big thing. It's not just a small thing to change a chronological position like this. Especially when you've been claiming what you've been claiming. Now, if you're just like, hey, generally, the Bible's accurate and all that, but these guys are like, it's so specific, because I've been going through the eschatology series and they're like, see the hand of God on this. See, the pre-tribbers, they have no idea. They're just getting their information from Ruckman or whoever. And it's like, our sequence, it's just, time after time, it's a sequence that just goes through. And I go through their sequence and I can't see it. I'm like, I'm just not seeing what you're seeing. I'm not seeing this match. I'm not seeing Revelation 6 match up with Matthew 24. I'm going through it going, 2 things match up out of like 8 things you mentioned. That's not a good run, and so when you've got people who are constantly saying this type of thing, and their followers will go, yeah, it's all precise because they're not really doing all the homework that I'm doing on it. I understand, people, they want to get people to believe and have faith and all the rest of it. And I guess we're all probably on the same page where we believe that what the Bible is saying is correct, but it's our interpretation that can be skewed, and we all can be wrong at certain stages of our life and all the rest of it. But these guys have interpretations that they're saying, see, our interpretation is superior, our interpretation is the best. People who don't believe in our interpretation are dimwits, sort of thing. That's pretty much what they're saying. And then you don't believe in their post-trib pre-wrath type of concept. You're an idiot. But on this thing, they're wrong. They're wrong on a chronological sequence. So I keep sort of bringing that up, but it is an issue. And this actually, I'm glad that they've come toward truth, but it is. I'm sure that you could probably go through all their, Friday's wrong, Wednesday's correct sermons, and there'd be a bit of, the Friday guys are idiots, morons. We have a mathematically precise, it all fits, it all. They're saying all this for years and years and years, and then they're like, oh, we're wrong. It's, sometimes figure it out, you know what I mean? Yes, say the Bible's correct and your interpretation can be wrong. So this is where they blur in and out of that, where Anderson's interpretation oftentimes is just seen as like, oh, that's from the Holy Spirit, that's from God. God has showed Stephen Anderson this whole eschatology thing. Well, what about this issue? Anyway, I think I've exhausted that.
Well, there's no way you could do something like that. I mean, the Bible is just so evident that it's true.
But them coming to this position now where it's like, yes, Thursday, I can see all this. That's how I'm like with pre-trib stuff. I'm like, can't you see this? Can't you see the sequence and the chronological, the 7 years and the right in the middle of chapter 13? Don't fold the book over on itself. Read it like a chronological sequence, all that sort of stuff. That's where I go, yeah, it's precise. With these guys, like, it's precise. Let's go through it, and you follow through it. And it's like, that's not precision. Like, what they're talking about now is precision. But what they've talked about before has not been precise, and what they talk about in their eschatology is not precise either.
And these prophecies of Jesus Christ are super incredible. I want to get, if we have any callers, I know I want to be sensitive to people on their lunch break or whatever. If you want to call in, you can call in 231 Baptist, ask a question. If we can't go to you right away, you can just leave your question and we'll try to answer it on the show. 231 Baptist, people in the chat. Some people are
real quick,
saying, "Oh, it's Friday. You're twisting scripture."
Yeah. But, so real quick, so let me kind of play the devil's advocate again.
Yeah.
And kind of give the evidence for Friday.
Sure.
Okay. Which, like I said, I've never even entertained Friday because it just violates Matthew 12:40. Period. End of story. But what the Friday crowd has going for them is the verses saying that Jesus is crucified on preparation of the Sabbath. That's what they have going for them. All these verses saying that Christ is crucified the day before the Sabbath, the preparation for the Sabbath, a lot of verses like that. And then they're just thinking that's Friday. Day before the Sabbath must be Friday. But the problem is that they're not recognizing that in John it says that Sabbath was a high day. And they're also not recognizing the fact that holidays in the Testament are Sabbaths. You can go to Old Testament scripture and show where he will call things like the Day of Atonement.
And so this is why I know some Seventh-day Adventists bring this up as well. It talks about
atonement, or just holiday.
It talks about the after the Sabbath in the King James. They went early to the tomb and all that, and it's like, oh, Sabbath singular, but it's just like saying after the holiday, but after the rest. So the rest could be 3 days, could be 2 days, could be 1 day. It's just a rest. So Sabbath singular can be plural. So the plural in Greeks. The plural is in the Textus Receptus in Greek, but it's translated by the King James translators as singular because we say a Sabbath. So it says the Sabbaths in Greek, but it is Sabbath singular because many times the issues to do with singular and plural are just from the eye of the beholder. If you have 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, and you say, well, did you have a good holiday? Or we could say, did you have good holidays? Because there's many days or something, or whatever. It's like, well, we'd say after the Sabbath, after the time of rest. And so I guess that's where some people think, oh, it's just one Sabbath day. But in the Greek, it's actually plural there. So that's an interesting study to do. So I'm just looking up where, for some reason, it doesn't say it's a parable. For some reason, I think it's actually listening to like Standing for Truth guys. They're like, oh, it's a parable. Or even Jehovah's Witnesses, when I'm debating with them, they're like, oh, it's a parable. And I think that's been something that years and years ago I debunked. But you know how you go around the mountain a few times and you start thinking back in an old pattern. And so, thanks for pulling me up on that, where you say, I do not believe Lazarus and the rich man was a parable, but an actual event that later shows how Jesus was in paradise, also known as Abraham's bosom, setting the captives free. Okay, so very, very interesting. Thanks for that. Like even this, it's called Rich Man and Lazarus Parable. So it's like, well, actually, I'll just go to Luke 16 because it doesn't have the whole thing there. Let me look at verses 18. Okay, no, it's just he's just teaching, and then he talks about this thing, and that could be just something that happens. It doesn't say it's a parable, and that's where Jehovah's Witnesses, and I'm pretty sure some of the new IFB guys are like, oh, well, it's just a parable. Just Jesus telling a story. It's like the parable of the fields. You don't take it all literally. It's symbolic, sort of thing. So anyway, thanks for that, Calvin. Really good point. Let's continue.
Holidays that don't necessarily fall on Saturday, he calls those a Sabbath of rest unto you, because the word Shabbat just simply means rest or ceasing from work. And so what they're not understanding is that when it says it's the preparation for the Sabbath, it's not talking about the Saturday Sabbath. It's talking about the Sabbath that's the holiday, the 15th day of the month. And really, that's the only compelling argument that the Friday crowd has, is just all the verses about it being the preparation for the Sabbath. Or, Christ crucified, they rest during the Sabbath, and then Christ raises. But what they're not understanding is that there are two Sabbaths back to back. The 15th is a Sabbath of rest unto the Israelites.
And so in the Greek, it says the Sabbath with a plural, but it's translated as Sabbath singular. And so, but when it's talking about the Sabbath is approaching, that's the high Sabbath. So the day that always came after Passover.
Because it's a holiday.
Yeah, let's
then they have the Saturday. It's a 3-day weekend, folks.
Bring up that verse that he was talking about. So in John 19, verse 31, we actually have kind of a verse that you were alluding to. It says, the Jews, therefore, because it was the preparation that the body should not remain upon the cross on the Sabbath day, for that Sabbath day was an high day, besought Pilate that their legs might be broken, that they might be taken away. So again, you're right that it's saying the Sabbath day there, but it tells us like real explicitly, this isn't just like a normal Sabbath day. This is a high day. What would be the justification for that clarification if it was just a normal Sabbath? Like,
if it were just, let's say it were Saturday, it wouldn't be like, well, here, let me explain to you why they can't do any work on this day. Like, there'd be no explanation needed. Saturday's the Sabbath. We get it. Done. But the fact that it's a high day is that it's not the normal Saturday Sabbath. It's a holiday Sabbath. Because, again, the word Shabbat is simply referring to rest or ceasing from work. And you can...
And so just Hudson says 1 Peter chapter 3, verses 17 to 19, for it is better... if the will of God be so, that ye suffer for well-doing than for evil-doing, for Christ also hath once suffered for our sins, the just for the unjust, that he might bring us to God, being put to death in the flesh, but quickened by the Spirit, by which also he went and preached unto the spirits in prison. And so that verse there, I have formerly thought that that's what it was talking about. Sheol issue, but because I follow Tommy McMurtry stuff, and I don't agree with him on the hell thing and all that. But sometimes what they do is they have a verse, and they're like, "See, this verse isn't being interpreted properly. People are reading into this concept, and it's not true," sort of thing. So I'm actually going to pull that verse up, 1 Peter 3. So 1 Peter 3. And as far as I can remember, this has only been recent, they had a pretty good point where it was sort of like the people in prison are probably just sinners. So he went and preached the spirits in prison, which sometimes were disobedient. When once the long suffering of God waited in the days of Noah, while the ark was preparing, wherein few, that is 8 souls, were saved by water. In a like figure, even baptism doth also now save us, not the putting away of the filth of the flesh, but an answer of a good conscience toward God by the resurrection of Jesus Christ, who is gone into heaven, and is on the right hand of God, angels and authorities and powers being made subject unto him. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that's the interpretation. So I'm just sort of seeing how this fits. So when it's like, okay, preached unto the spirits in prison, their claim was that these are just sinners. Okay, it's not so much spirits who are in like lower Hades sort of thing. For Christ also once suffered for sins, the just for the unjust, that he might bring us to God, being put to death in the flesh, but quickened by the Spirit, by which he also went and preached unto the spirits who, let me just put that that concept in there, the spirits who were trapped in the prison of their sins, which sometime so means an appointed a period of time, which in a period of time were disobedient, which once the long suffering of God waited in the days of Noah. I think because it mentions Noah, we're sort of like, oh, these are those people from back then sort of thing. They're in this place of prison. But when you read into that the prison is just like a prison of sin, it does seem to get rid of that type of concept there. So, but that's something I'd have to study more on. Because I've listened to all of Tommy McMurtry's stuff on the whole hell thing, Jesus roasting like a chicken in hell. I don't believe it, but he did go through all of the scriptures that we used, and I think this was one of them where I was like, yeah, actually they got a point. And so that's a good thing. If they are correct on this one thing, they can be mistaken on everything else, but if they're correct on this one thing, it's like, well, yeah, we better look into what they're saying and think about it. So either I'm wrong, and this is an issue that they've brought up where they're wrong as well, or they're correct and I'm correct by bringing this up, and it's just one of those places where it's like, oh, actually that's not really talking about like an Abraham's bosom type of thing or a Hades type of thing. So yeah, I guess that's for more study, and maybe this will all come up in the chat, but I really appreciate Hudson bringing that issue up. So I guess it would be good to go through all this, and then later on it'd be great to do a whole series on did Jesus burn in hell, because that's what they believe. But see, sometimes too, people believe certain things because there might be, say, 20 verses. There's one verse that doesn't really fit properly, or it's not understandable, and so they'll focus in on that and say, see, we're correct on this one, we're correct on all of them. That's where they get their foot in the door sort of thing. And so that's where I'm like, well, if there's one that we're wrong on, well, let's just tidy it up, let's work it out. Okay, well, that fits in with our thing still. And you read all the other verses like, well, they're still wrong, and this verse doesn't really have much to do with that. And so, yeah. But hopefully I've remembered that correctly. But, yeah, just when you said that, that came to mind. And I just remember I was in a place near the beach listening to an audio. I listened to it and went, that sort of makes sense. And that's all I've studied into it. So I haven't even done a big study into that either. So, anyway, I'll go through some of the comments as we're listening to more.
Find places where it will say that this is a Sabbath of rest unto you, It's Sabbath days are not just on Saturdays. It's any day where they're not supposed to work is a Sabbath of rest unto them.
Right. So again, there are some verses that kind of get brought up as suggesting other views. And there's an article from Got Questions. And I want to go to that just because I want to try and present the other side a little bit. And they have a article called On What Day Was Jesus Crucified? And then they kind of lay out a Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday view. Now, in this specific article, if you scroll down a little bit, it's going to kind of talk about those different views. And we've probably addressed some of these things already, but I just kind of want to look at a few things. If he was crucified on a Friday, this is like kind of what you were bringing up, then you have those things the day before the Sabbath. So like Mark 15:42 is a verse that they're pointing to, says that Jesus was crucified on the day before the Sabbath. And again, here they would just say that that's Saturday. But then towards the bottom, you'll notice right there, it says, according to the Friday view, the quote 3 days and 3 nights prophecy of Matthew 12:40 was fulfilled in that both Jesus and Jonah were, quote, confined in difficult situations where they could not move about freely for 3 periods of darkness, night, and 3 periods of light day. The 3 nights of confinement for Jesus were his arrest on Thursday night and his time in the tomb Friday night and or Saturday. 3 days for Jesus were all day, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
I mean, that's just stupid. It doesn't say confined. It says that the Son of Man will be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. When he's arrested and before Herod and before Pilate, he's not in the heart of the earth. I'm sorry, but that's ridiculous.
Honestly, that was a really bad explanation. I've seen a Catholic website and they say, well, 3 days and 3 nights is just a phrase that just means 3 days. So we can't take it overly literal. But again, that's pretty much how Catholics are always with the Bible.
That's what Josh McDowell teaches in actually, I think I gave away my evidence that demands a verdict, but he might have I'll let this run and I'll just search through some of my books.
Bible, that when there's something that just clearly contradicts what they believe, it's just like graven images or something. It's like, oh, we don't want to take that overly literal or something.
It's kind of ironic when somebody who believes they're literally eating the body and blood of Jesus tells us not to take things too literally.
Right.
Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. They take everything too literally.
Well, it's funny because when we take things metaphorically or spiritually, they take them literally. And then when we take them literally, now all of a sudden it's metaphorically.
That's because they're wrong about literally everything because they're a bunch of pagan idolaters.
Right. I mean, if Catholics believe anything, it should almost just be suspect. I think that the only thing I can really think of that I agree with is Palm Sunday. Like, I do agree with Palm Sunday. That's definitely matches and jives with scripture and the chart. But I think they're wrong.
Even things they're right about, they find a way to screw it up.
Well, they got like Ash Wednesday and Lent going on. So
like the virgin birth. It's like, well, they're right on the virgin birth. But then they make the virgin birth weird.
Eternal. And
they make it weird where she's eternally a virgin and how like Jesus didn't even like come out of her birth canal. He had to like be beamed out like Star Trek or something. Like they find a way to ruin even the doctrines that they're somewhat right about. And so they have no authority. I mean, if anything, like you said, the fact that they believe in it, it doesn't make it more likely. It makes it less likely because they screw up everything that they touch.
Virtually. I want to go back to that Got Questions article.
And so I would agree with that. But yeah, definitely Josh McDowell. I remember as a new Christian, I got his book. It was one of the first book on apologetics that I got. And that was in the 90s. And I went through the 3 days and 3 nights thing. I went through his thing where he's talking about the rooster crowing. And it was so confusing and so wrong because he has, Mark, it talks about, the rooster crowing twice, and then it's like the 3 times. And he was trying to reconcile it sort of like a toddler trying to explain a car crash. It was crazy.
And what's interesting, and I don't want to go to it just yet, but I just want to note that they talk about the actual year in which Jesus was crucified. And they say if you take a Friday view, Jesus was crucified in AD 30. Now, if we scroll down to the Thursday view here in the Got Questions article, it basically points to a lot of things that we brought up. The 3 days and 3 nights and how that reconciles a lot smoother. It actually makes sense. And essentially, they talk about the Sabbath. They explain how that works and how there's 2 Sabbaths. And so just kind of exactly what we said. Then it's interesting. They even bring up the road to Emmaus point that I brought up. How is the 3rd day sense, which I think is just like a nail in the coffin. One, though, is on a Thursday view, it would have been AD 32.
Okay, so I brought this up. So I'll just show you. This is my video here on my Easter page. Yeah, it's fully loud as. It's a Jewish celebration, the 14th of Nisan. Christians did not need to copy. Christians rose from place. Somehow, if you believe his, but he hasn't. Okay, now I'm just going to try and quickly find it without boring you guys with this video that I went through. It was also 5 hours to go through it last night. Etymology and true name themselves. Relation could get it so Tyndale. This utility got Easter in a lowly the practice more than Bible. Celebrate Easter. This claims Bible was some poets choose soldiers to who helps to Christian. It was not passing until after the festival to bring Peter before the Jews. I'll go to YouTube. I'll just find it there. And as his desire was to please the Jews. I'll just try and find the transcript and then I can find it easily. Okay, show the transcript. Okay, let's look for 32. Here we go. So this is what I put. So this is in my 2005 article, and this was put into my this video was made after 2007, I think around about 2008. I made a video on it because I kept sharing my article with people, and straight away they'd send back Wikipedia or send back some pagan goddess thing. And it's like, have you guys even read it? And it just became really quite annoying. So, date. Corrections, basic generation of the King James Version translators. This observance and its basic structure survives with us to this time, with Easter Sunday being Resurrection Sunday, representing the 17th of Nisan, and Good Friday being the date, which is a representation of the 14th of Nisan. Although in 32 AD, the day that Jesus died, it was a Thursday. These calendar modifications in Europe. So I have Jesus actually died on Thursday and rose on Sunday. That's 3 days and 3 nights, not specifically 72 hours, but on the third day he rose again. So if Anderson and Shelley had watched this Easter video, they would have seen this, and now they are in agreement with it. And so this video, although the upload is only a few years ago to this particular channel, because I actually had the video on some video player on this website, which became redundant, and so I put it on, upload it to YouTube and put it here. But this is exactly the same video that I made, like 2008. I'm pretty sure it was around 2008. And so Thursday, Christ died. Friday, Sabbath. Saturday, Sabbath. Sunday, Resurrection Day. So and this is saying 32 AD. So they're agreeing now with this structure, but they're saying 32 AD is bogus. Okay, so I'll stand corrected on that if they have a good argument. And so we're going to go through that. I'm not sure if we'll get to it, but I'm still going to go for quite a few more hours. I think we're right on the 3 hour mark. I might go for maybe another 2 hours. And so, but anyway, that's my Easter. I'll put that link in the chat there. Now, if it comes up that the page doesn't have some sort of payment system or whatever, I'm not selling anything on here, so you don't have to worry about it grabbing your credit card details and sharing it with. There's nowhere to put in your credit card details, but it wants me to have that type of form there for some reason. But anyway, I'll get back to this video. So what I'm going to do, it's a 3 hour mark. The video will get a lot more interesting if I make a cup of coffee. Obviously, caffeine plays a big role in doing these big videos. Now, I'll put my little timer on. I'll go to the bathroom, and then I'll feel more relaxed. Then I'll put the kettle on. I'll make a cup of coffee, and I'll put like a 3-minute timer on, I'll come back and we'll continue on with this for a couple of hours or however long we want to go for. And so we've got a few other people coming into the chat. Following Truth LJ, he's a Thursday guy like I am, and so he's actually got some very interesting studies on his website about this, that pretty much is exactly what's being said here. So it's the only day that fits all biblical text, and I have a 20,000 word essay dealing with all of it. So that's very interesting. And so, okay, I'm going to put my timer on, and then I'm going to go to the bathroom. So where's my timer? I'll just find this. Style. Well, yeah, here's my timer. So I'll show this, and I'll be back. Okay, how did I go? Was I close to the timer? Now, with this debate that we've got coming up, so I'll just remind everyone, the Revelation 16:5 debate is going to be on Saturday night or Saturday evening at 5 o'clock, and it's going to be 5 o'clock New York City time, and so I've got a 5-minute break in as well. So sometimes it's like, is that enough time or whatever? But yeah, this is a good little example, because I guess that was 3 minutes. So having, rush off to the toilet, make a cup of coffee, and make it back. I missed the deadline, so 5 minutes should be enough. Yeah, that's fine. All right, I'll check some of these comments and we'll jump back into this for a second. So they're talking about the 32 AD, saying it's wrong, but they're saying this Thursday concept on the Got Questions website is correct.
Demonstrably.
I want to talk about that in a minute. But honestly, if you read their Thursday view, other than that, it's pretty much exactly what we're saying, and it all sounds right. They don't even really bring up hardly any objections that would even make any sense. Like I don't even think they really.
I think that's correct, Paul. People were thinking that Jesus had Passover with his disciples on the Wednesday or a Thursday, depending on what day, whether you're a Thursday or a Friday guy or whatever. I guess the Wednesday guys would say it was on a Tuesday night, which is so weird. But yeah, well, why would he do it different to everyone else? It just doesn't make any sense.
Point to anything that's a problem, it pretty much solves everything. But then they bring up the Wednesday view down at the bottom, and their strongest proof for a Wednesday is usually talking about the spices and talking about when the women came to purchase spices. So right here in kind of the first part of their paragraph, they say the women purchased spices after the Sabbath according to Mark 16 verse 1. So I want to go to Mark 16 verse 1, and I want to talk about this for just a second, because I know there's other people that talked to me about this, and they said that that was kind of a hang up for Thursday or a Friday view. And here's another thing to note, though, is when they bring up Mark 16 verse 1 in the specific article, they bring up the ESV, which the ESV says, when the Sabbath was passed, Mary Magdalene, Mary, the mother of James, and Salome bought spices so that they might go and anoint him. So when you read the ESV, I'll grant you that it really does sound like the way it's worded. I mean, I don't even know if you can have any alternative view here, that they bought spices after the Sabbath. Well, that could potentially present a problem for a Thursday view. I think it's actually solvable, but it would be a problem if you have that view and then you try and reconcile with other passages. So in Mark 16:1 in the King James, though, we pulled this up. It says, and when the Sabbath was passed, Mary Magdalene and Mary, the mother of James, and Salome had bought sweet spices that they might come and anoint him. Now, again, it's a little bit kind of an awkward sentence to me, but again, it says had bought, meaning it was a past tense. So I believe it's just bringing up the fact that they had done this. It's not saying that it happened after the Sabbath was passed. It's just saying right now the Sabbath is passed, and they're bringing with them the spices that they had bought.
Well,
and so
here's what's going on. If the ESV, if we go with what the ESV were saying, then it would say when the Sabbath is passed, they bought the spices. Well, here's the thing. They could still buy the spices on Saturday evening.
So that's the exact thing. When you're working with Seventh-day Adventists, they have that whole concept where the shops open back up at 6:30 on Saturday night for the Seventh-day Adventists. They work all through Sunday. When I was working for the Seventh-day Adventists, they would have all tools down, everything like that on Friday afternoon, and then you could come back on Saturday at sundown, sort of thing, and start again. You just had to have those 24 hours off. And so like I was saying, like in the Middle East, in the heat, we're talking about entering into a time of it's getting hotter. Spring is there. Weather's getting warm again. I was in Pakistan recently. They have their shops are open till 3 a.m. You can it can be 11 at night, and it's like, okay, let's go and buy a suit. You know what I mean? You can go and get one fitted in there's just shops open at that time of night. And so I think it's just a Middle Eastern thing. I think it's mostly because of the weather. In other places, we shut everything up at here in Australia, if you go down to the main street at 5 o'clock, you can shoot a gun down the main street. You won't hit anyone because there's no one there. If you, it's usually because it's a European thing, because it gets cold. People want to be indoors, that type of thing. Most of Europe doesn't get warm until, it gets get 22 degrees Celsius and people are like taking their shirts off. I mean, here in Australia, it's different. But we've got a basic English culture here. We've adopted a lot of that. So half the time we wouldn't even understand why. And when we have night markets, they're packed, but they hardly have night markets, So anyway.
Because the Sabbath is sundown Friday to sundown Saturday, as we would think of it. So that means at 7:30 p.m. on Saturday, they could go buy spices. So that's no problem for the Thursday view or the Friday view in that sense. Okay.
And that's absolutely normal in the Middle East.
Right.
But I believe that the King James is accurate when it says that when the Sabbath was passed, they had bought spices. So after the Sabbath passed, they'd already bought the spices.
No, I'm pretty sure that's one of the verses that's plural. Okay, so I've got my J. Green's interlinear, which is based on the Textus Receptus. So let's look at Matthew. I'm pretty sure it's Matthew 28 where it talks about that. Matthew 28. But after the Sabbaths, he has, because it's got Sabbaton, which is plural. So the Greek actually says Sabbaths. The King James says Sabbath because that's just the way that they spoke. It's not a mistranslation. I've heard a lot of people say, Seventh-day Adventists especially. Oh, well, it should say, plural there and all this sort of stuff. And this is the thing, Anderson's sort of like, it's okay to learn Greek and all the rest of it, where he should bring this up. Maybe he does, I might be jumping ahead there, but it does say the Sabbaths in the Greek. And so one of the other things, I brought it up before, but the whole concept of preparation day, the word for Friday in Greek is preparation day. That's exactly what it means. And so that's why people go, oh, Jesus died on the preparation day. He died on Friday. But when you understand the preparation is before a Sabbath. So you're preparing for something, for the Sabbath. So obviously if you have a Sabbath in the middle of the week because of a holiday sort of thing, the day before is a preparation day. So it just so happens that most of the preparation days are a Friday. So they just called it, that's our preparation day, that's a Friday. Because I've had that thrown at me as well. Mark. Okay, so that's interesting. Mark 16 has, after the Sabbath, it has Sabbatou, which just means Sabbath singular. So that's one of the things where people are like, well, the King James has got a mistranslation there. It should be plural in Matthew. Well, here in Mark, it's singular. So it just means holiday, So I thought I'd bring that up. But it does say Sabbath in Mark, which is accurate. And it says Sabbath there. Sabbath in Matthew, Sabbath singular in Mark. But they both basically mean the same thing. And like I've said, in many times when you're going through plurals and singulars, if you're talking to a crowd of people and you say, hey, bring your phone, and you could be talking to 1,000 people. That could be 1,000 phones, but you've said singular phone. So sometimes we have different ways of making things plural, and that's a big thing when you're doing translation work. You've got to work out those type of things and whether they have any type of impact on the reading. But sometimes they don't. Sometimes it can have plural there, it can be singular. You can have singular there, it can be plural. But you've just got to work it out with the context.
They're just taking them to the tomb. And the reason that the King James is correct is because the King James is taking into account Luke chapter 23, which I believe you're turning to.
Yeah.
And reconciling those two. And there's a similar thing going on in Genesis chapter 12, verse 1, where the King James says, the Lord had said to Abraham, get thee out of thy country and so forth. Whereas the ESV just says the Lord said to Abraham. And what it is that they're making the mistake with the ESV of thinking that verb tenses in Hebrew and Greek work the same way as they work in English. And that just simply isn't the case. Okay. And so the King James translators understand the fact that these verb tenses are not necessarily one-to-one always going to translate into English the same way. And so in Genesis 12:1, they're taking Acts 7 verse 2 into account that says that he got that message when he was back in Mesopotamia. And so that's why they correctly translated as the Lord had said to Abraham. And then same thing, or Abram, I should say. And then once we get into Mark 16, it's the same thing. You know, the King James translators, they know what Luke 23 says, and so they're interpreting it.
If you or a loved one is suffering from high blood sugar levels, you must watch this video right now.
It as a past perfect in English they had bought to reconcile with Luke 23. They're still translating the same underlying Greek because the underlying Greek has room for both interpretations.
Right.
But if you take the ESV interpretation, it ends up being misleading in English. In Greek, it's not misleading. In Greek, it could just go either way. But it becomes misleading the way the ESV translates it into English. The KJV translators are interpreting it in light of Luke 23 and giving the reader the correct impression.
Well, and again, you're right that one solution would just simply to say that they bought spices after 6 p.m. on Saturday night. That totally could fix that verse. But again, I believe that it's correct that it's had bought, and it's not referring to that time period. It's actually referring to Thursday between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. because of what Luke 23 and 24 says. Because if you read Luke 23 at the very end of the chapter in verse 54, I think we can pull it up. It says, "In that day was the preparation, and the Sabbath drew on." So it's saying the Sabbath is coming quickly. Verse 55, "And the women also which came with him from Galilee followed after, and beheld the sepulchre, and how his body was laid. And they returned and prepared spices and ointments and rested the Sabbath day according to the commandment." So in Luke 23, they obviously have purchased spices and they've prepared them, which would be important because they're not going to do that on the Sabbath day because they can't do any work. And they're not going to do any work on Saturday, and they want to do it as soon as they possibly can. So they have everything basically ready. And then if you look at chapter 24, verse 1, it says, "Now upon the first day of the week, very early in the morning, they came unto the sepulchre, bringing the spices which they had prepared, and certain others with them." So there again, it's the spices that they had prepared, which was from context of chapter 23, the ones they had purchased on that specific Thursday beforehand. So I don't think the Got Questions article is bringing up a legitimate criticism of the Thursday view. I think it's actually very clear. I think it's just the ESV's wording. Yeah, sure, maybe the ESV says it kind of weird and tries to create a contradiction. But even if you didn't believe in our view, it's just a contradiction. It's just it's like,
yeah, but the ESV reading still isn't a problem for Thursday because they just buy them. They just buy them on Saturday night. But then you'd have a little bit of a contradiction with Luke 23,
right? And
then you'd have to just say, well, they bought some spices on, Thursday, and then they bought some more on Saturday night or something. I mean, it's kind of a weak argument, to be honest. Like making it all about the spices when there's so much other clear evidence. Like I feel like emphasizing when they bought the spices is kind of silly because there are 10 different ways around this problem, and so to me it's kind of a nothing burger.
Well, if you go back to the Got Questions article just for another second, because then you have the question of the 3 days and 3 nights.
And so I just chat GPT'd Aldrich, 19th century theologian, advocated for the view that Jesus was crucified on Thursday, not the traditionally accepted Friday. He presented his arguments in an 1870 article, "The Crucifixion on Thursday, Not Friday," published by Bibliotheca Sacra, and expanded on in his 1882 book, "A Critical Examination of the Question in Regard to the Time of Our Saviour's Crucifixion." So I will open that. Okay, here we go. So let's check it out. This is Open Library. Okay, so a whole book on the whole Thursday issue, that he was crucified on Thursday, the 14th day. So it says the month of Nisan, but AD 30. So AD 30, I guess maybe these guys got this book, and went through it. But yeah, it looks like there's a lot of information there. Okay, interesting. So I guess that would have been one of the first works that really pointed to that issue and would have opened a lot of eyes, and people would have been questioning it and critiquing it and all the rest of it. So there you go. I would recommend that people go to A Critical Examination of of a question in regard to the time of our Saviour's crucifixion by Aldrich. Okay.
And I don't even understand what they're trying to say here, but it says supporters of the Wednesday viewpoint see theirs as the only explanation that does not violate the biblical account of the women and the spices and holds to a literal understanding of Matthew 12:40. The 3 days and 3 nights of Matthew 12:40 are reckoned as follows: early Thursday, day 1, late Thursday, night 1, early Friday, day 2, late Friday, night 2, and early Saturday, day 3, and late Saturday, night 3, which is kind of weird because I'm thinking like that's how I counted essentially, except for I was counting just late day Thursday. But you have to understand that Jesus Christ would have died at even, and you would have had Wednesday night. They don't even have Wednesday night. Like, even
but I think at this point, the God Questions article is just a little off the rails, because the God Questions article also screwed up earlier with the 32 AD thing.
Right.
I think this is just the author got a little confused. So I wouldn't.
Because that's interesting, because I believe in the 32 AD thing. So I guess we're going to see what they think and believe.
Say that that's any kind of a mainstream view. I would say that that's just an anomaly with this article, that this article got a little screwed up there.
How did you try to count the 3 days and 3 nights from Wednesday? Do you remember?
Yeah, absolutely. What I considered it was Wednesday night, Thursday, Thursday night, Friday, Friday night, Saturday, and then Jesus Christ rises during Saturday night. Toward the beginning of Saturday night is when he comes to life. So that, and I would assume that that's how every Wednesday proponent would see it, and everything that I've looked at from people that were promoting Wednesday, articles, sermons, and stuff, that's what they taught. So that's why I'm thinking that we should just kind of just reject that part of the article, because I think that's just the author didn't do a very good job of explaining that part. Because
yeah, I think you're right.
I was a proponent of Wednesday for a long time. I've heard a lot of Wednesday people, and what they're saying just isn't accurate. What they're saying makes no sense.
If that view is true, that would mean that he could have technically risen on the first day of the week from a Jewish calendar perspective.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really fit with the Roman calendar as well.
Exactly. Whereas with Thursday view, he's rising the first day of the week from both a Roman and a Jewish perspective.
Exactly.
Which is why it's a superior, one of the many reasons why it's a superior view.
So following Truth, LJ says, it baffles me how many people cannot see the two Sabbaths, the weekly and the high Sabbath. The high Sabbath comes after Passover. It's the first day of the feast of unleavened bread, which is a Sabbath. Following Truth, LJ says, Matthew literally refers to the two Sabbaton in Matthew 28:1 after the Sabbaths. Yes. And so that's singular. I'm pretty sure it's singular in the King James. I better just quickly check. But I'm pretty sure it just says Sabbath. Matthew 28:1. I should type in King James, or else you just get who knows what you're going to get. At the end of the Sabbath, yes. And so, which just means the end of the holiday. So if I had Christmas Day off, well, that's one holiday. If I had 9 days off over the Christmas break, I've had 9 days off. I've had a holiday. It just means it's just the way that things are worded. So
now I want to actually address this thing that we brought up in the article about the year, specifically about the crucifixion. And what's interesting, again, I'm not an expert on this subject at all. I'm definitely going to lean on Pastor Anderson's view here, but because of how accurate astronomy can be, and they can predict and understand how certain things work. I mean, we're going to have I believe it's a solar eclipse here in the DFW area in a few days, or maybe in the next week or so. It's actually a pretty soon event that's going to happen because of how these heavenly bodies move at such a consistent, measurable rate. We can actually go forward in future, and we can go backwards in time and kind of understand where the heavenly bodies would be. Yeah.
So the Sabbath, you have the weekly Sabbath, which is 52 times a year or whatever, or however many times they have it in a 360 day calendar. But then you have Sabbaths, high Sabbaths. So it clearly says there are high Sabbaths. And so the whole concept of having 2 days off is very common, or having a feast day, having a Sabbath there, having, like the Passover, if it occurred on a Tuesday, having the Wednesday off. It's very common. So
be through calculations and computer models and everything like that. And this is where, when you look at history and astronomy, we could actually try to figure out dates corresponding to Christ's birth and his crucifixion.
So I guess in a way, I've been saying that the day that Christ was crucified is the feast day, where it's actually a preparation day, and then they're eating in the evening. So they're preparing everything, and then it's like, okay, now let's sit down, let's eat. So that's happening on the 15th of Nisan, but it's still considered the Thursday. So it's just a tiny little nuance in the way that I've been presenting things. But just going through those timelines and maps, I was like, actually, I've just got to word that a little bit tidier.
Now, I want to kind of hand it over to you, because I know you understand this way better than I do. And we have a couple assets for you. So whatever you want to pull up, just let us know, and we'll try to pull it up. But
so first, let me just introduce. Yeah, let me just introduce the subject. First of all, we have to understand that the universe is like a clock. Everything is moving according to very set patterns. It's extremely reliable. You can wind back the clock and figure out exactly where the heavenly bodies were on a day thousands of years ago. And the reason that we know that these models are accurate is that when astronomers do these calculations, they can then go and compare them to ancient documents in astronomy from the Greeks, from the Chinese, from the Arabs, and they find that they match their simulations. And so we have confidence within like 5 or 10 minutes about when things happened in the sky, you know, even as far back as 2,000 years ago. Already in the 17th century, scientists and astronomers were already trying to use this information to figure out, you know, what was the Star of Bethlehem, or, you know, when was the Passover, what day.
So my belief on the Star of Bethlehem was that it was just simply an angel. I know there's been movies on, I remember one guy did a movie called The Star, and I was like, wow, this is amazing. He's, because it had like, yeah, in the old times, like I think it was the way that the Romans viewed the calendar. It was like you had, you had certain planets with the, like certain other names, like the Virgin, the King, you know, this type of thing. So it was like, oh, the King with the Virgin, they produced the sun, you know, this type of thing or whatever. And so it was like the star appeared, and it was like it appeared on this day. And I was like, wow, how's this going to fit with the prophecies of Daniel? And it just, nothing fitted. And I was like, oh, that's weird. Because either they're right and I'm wrong, or I'm right and they're wrong. And then the more I studied it, I just kept looking at this star. And in Revelation, it talks about the devil. He is gone down to heaven. His tail grabs a third of the stars. And a star is like synonymous with an angel in certain readings in the Bible. And so thinking that it's an angel, like that they saw the star in the east and come to worship him, when it's like, oh, they saw a star because they were astronomers and they were just interested in the stars. And it's like, oh, there's a special star, let's follow that one. And they're following this star. It makes more sense to be an angel. If you go through, I know it took me a while to get my head out of the whole star headspace and go to the angel thing, but now I can't unsee it. When I read through that narrative and don't just listen to what everyone's saying about it, it just makes sense, because no one else really knew that this was happening. I mean, imagine this huge big star in the middle of Israel, and it's like they can see it, no one else can, sort of thing. It's like, well, it seems already like supernatural. And you had the shepherds, they just had a whole bunch of angels just turn up, sort of thing. So this star, this particular star, guided them right to where Jesus was. And it was like hovering over Jesus, sort of thing. To me, it just seems like an angel. I know that sort of ruins 2,000 years, probably not 2,000 years, probably 1,500 years of Sunday school lessons and Christmas plays. But just do a study into it, star, angel, read the narrative. To me, it makes sense. Anyway.
Day of the week was the Passover in these various years, trying to pinpoint the birth of Christ, the crucifixion of Christ. And obviously now in 2024, we have even more advanced calculations computer models, simulations, and so forth. So you can really get extremely accurate with this stuff now. So the first thing I want to just briefly talk about is when Christ was born, okay? And what we go by with that is that death of Herod in 4 BC is an important thing to do with that. And so the vast majority of scholars agree that Christ was born in 6 BC. Okay. Now, we want him to be born in 1 AD because that's the whole point of the AD system. But it's just that when that system first originated, it wasn't accurate. It's off by about 6 years. And so actually 6 BC would be the year that Christ was born. If you take all of the data that's given to us in scripture about historical events that were happening at that time, and then we look at historical records of things like the death of Herod. I mean, that's just one of the things. There are lots of other things. I don't want to spend too much time talking about the birth of Christ because we want to focus more on when he was crucified. But I'm just going to throw it out there that he was born in 6 BC. Now, I personally subscribe to the view of this book right here, The Star of Bethlehem.
Okay. The Legacy of the Magi
By Dr. Michael Molnar. He actually, using the astronomical data and astrological data,
yeah, when he's saying all scholars would say, I've heard people say 4 BC. So, yeah, 6 didn't sit well either with me.
He actually pinpoints it down to April 17th, 6 BC. And I believe that he is correct. But even if you don't necessarily buy into his particular theories, he's got this wonderful chart on page 63 where he shows all the different historical events that have to be reconciled, when Herod died and, Jesus being about 30 years old in the 15th year of Tiberius's reign, and Archelaus when he ruled, all these different things, they all kind of connect at 6 BC. So that's what we're going to use as a date for the birth of Christ. Okay. So then the question becomes, what year was Christ crucified? Because if we're going to say that it was on a Thursday, then we need to be able to point to a year when the Passover was on a Thursday. Okay. So if you could go ahead and pull up that chart that I sent over to you, Brother Shelley, about the
we have the dates.
Different dates. Yeah.
Let's see if we can pull up the multi-view there and get that asset, or just bring up the
before you
asset
pull that up,
again.
though. Before you pull that up, I'm going to pull up something different here, which is this article. Well, I'm not going to pull it up. I'll just tell you about it.
Just go and go to the view. You can just switch to the view.
There we go. Okay, yeah, perfect.
There's a simple brainwave method that can rev up your brain power and help you easily manifest abundance and wealth. So
It's called caffeine.
Here's the thing I want to say going into this is that when I first started researching this, trying to figure out what day of the week the Passover was on in these various years, the numbers are just all over the place. So, I mean, if you look up 10 different articles on this, you're going to get 10 different answers. And so it's really frustrating that there were just so much spurious information out there. And I think that this is kind of an important point to make about looking things up in general, because in 2024, being able to find reliable, accurate information is a skill that everyone needs to have, because there's so much junk and disinfo out there. And so the chart that we're looking at here is actually from a reliable scholarly source. It's from this guy, Dr. Colin Humphreys, from the University of Oxford. So it's a nice, reliable, scholarly source. But not only that, we're also going to verify this ourselves using astronomy software. And hopefully I'm going to be able to share my screen and even show you guys my own look at that data in the astronomy software, because number one, we want to get reliable sources for our information. But then number two, whenever we can, we want to fact check that stuff ourselves. And I think the reason why there's so much bogus and spurious information out there on this subject is because of the fact that people are getting the data and they're not understanding how to interpret it. So there were a lot of articles online that were even citing reliable sources like the US Navy, astronomical, whatever, observatory, and they had a good source. But then by the time that source information made it to their article, they had screwed up the data because they were.
Well, I think the thing is, you've got so many levels of error where, even these guys are like, oh, Wednesday's the day. So that would have mixed up, that day, because they're like, well, the crucifixion happened then and all the rest of it. Then you've got people saying it's Friday. So people are looking at those sort of days. You've got all sorts of calendars. Now, when it comes to calendars, I mean, you can take a lot of it with a pinch of salt, because sometimes people will be really gnarly with, the calendar says this, calendar says that. But then you'll just hear that sometimes with the calendar, they just added like 6 days to a calendar. We're out by, like, even the Epiphany in the Greek Orthodox is usually the 6th of January, but apparently that is only there because the celebration of the birth of Christ used to always happen at a new year, and then that was changed by 6 days, so they're out 6 days. I mean, even look at the Jewish Passover, following the moon, we're following the sun. So it can get quite confusing. And if people have already been out mathematically with looking at, oh, it's a Wednesday, oh, it's a Friday, sort of thing, that I guess they've got to admit that, hey, I've been wrong on my mathematical equation there. So when Anderson is going through this and he's really adamant about it, I'm just sort of like, well, I'm going to take all this with a grain of salt as well. But I'll look into it. I'll think about it. But sometimes there are so many variables. At times, people will be really dogmatic about something. Someone will just come along and just point out a hole. Now, at the end of the day, if someone says, look, Jesus died around, between, let's give him like 28 to 33 or 34. If they say around that time, it's like, okay, sort of thing, where I guess, the exact year, trying to work that out with the calendar system that we got, trying to work that out with the, we've been under a Gregorian system. The Hebrews have been under a lunar system. And we've only been under the Gregorian system since like 17 something, like 60s or something like that. Even back in the time of the King James translators, there was lots of calendar systems being introduced and being accepted and rejected, and people talking about all this sort of stuff. So it's all interesting, it's all fascinating, but at the end of the day, to get a pinpoint precision date, to me, it would have to be completely exhaustive. Someone who's just gone through absolutely everything, because I think if they're not prepared to go through everything, they won't have the proper conclusion. Now, who wants to go through that? I know the first book printed in Oxford was The Date to Find Easter, which is mathematical. The second book at Oxford, this is in my Easter articles, was Henry Saville, and so he printed the works of Chrysostom, which talks lots about Easter. So I pointed that out in my article to sort of say Easter was a huge deal back in even in Oxford, because he was an Oxford man. Knowing these calculations, sometimes, like I said, I watched the Star movie and it was out. It was like, there's some interesting things there, but I'm not impressed. Was the star a literal star, or is this figurative of an angel? That's a whole nother thing, because then it's like, well, because then you could be going by the stars and go, well, they all aligned in the year, 5 or 8, AD, and it's like, yeah, but are you looking at planets and stars aligning and all the rest of it, where it's actually just an angel? So some of these concrete pillar points can just evaporate with just the interpretation of the star, sort of thing. So anyway,
confused between the conjunction and the new moon. They were confused between the 14th day of Nisan and the 15th day of Nisan. This stuff can be a little complicated for somebody who doesn't know a lot about astronomy. And so just warning folks, if you Google this, you're going to get answers all over the place. I'm going to actually give you reliable information right now by going to a scholarly source.
But the thing is, the whole video is, hey, we've been wrong for 20 years on the day, but trust us on this. This is the thing with Anderson. He's so confident in, I'm right. And he does this throughout all these eschatology series, and I'm examining it, going, no, you're not right there. No, that's wrong. No, that's wrong too. You know, but he's constantly like, I'm right, and that's why I actually like that they did this video, because it's like showing, hey, we're wrong. But then there's not too much humility going with that, because see, the thing is, especially if you, like, Anderson is like the leader of the new IFB, okay? I've seen these guys come and go throughout my whole Christianity. People who rise up as like a bit of a guru, a bit of a leader, and then they're gone, or they're still there, but whatever. And the thing is, people have to be a little bit more like, hey, I could be wrong here. I can be wrong, because he's just proven that he can be wrong. So I'm going to show you scholarly sources. I'm going to show you that, you know, it's like, well, yeah, I'm sure if I tune into another channel, they're going to show me scholarly sources as well. So it should be worded like, hey guys, do your own homework on this. If you have, if you work out a better timeline, let me know, because we've been wrong on things before. Let me know, and I'll read through it, or something like that. At least then you're leaving it open to being corrected, where I sort of feel like, you know, scholars have done this, trust us, you know. It's like, okay, well, 5 years before, if I was like, hey, I'm a Wednesday guy, it's like, yeah, cool, scholars, and, you know, trust us, but then now you're not so cool.
And then I'm actually going to prove it to you. Hopefully you'll be able to see it with your own eyes, depending on how clear the screen share is. Okay, so looking at this chart, let me just explain this a little bit. The chart's a little fuzzy on my end, but hopefully you at home can read this thing. But anyway, it says, in fact, I'm going to pull up the chart on my end so I can read it a little more clearly.
We'll share the link too, so then that way people can.
Yeah, share the link so that people can get a clear, view of the chart. I'm going to just pull it up. My eyesight's not that great these days, so I'm going to pull it up in a separate window.
We'll bring it up even bigger, or zoom in a little bit too.
Oh, there we go. That looks better. Perfect. Okay, so looking at this chart, you know, we want to find a Thursday, because that's when we clearly believe biblically Christ died, okay? And if you look at this chart, the only Thursday option that this chart is putting forth is 27 AD. And I'm going to tell you right now that that is not a good option for the crucifixion of Christ. And here's the big problem with 27 AD, is that the Bible tells us in Luke chapter 3 that when John the Baptist began his ministry, that it was the 15th year of the reign of Tiberius Caesar. Okay, now obviously the reign of Tiberius Caesar is a historical event that we know a lot about, because, you know, Roman emperors are a big deal. So there's a lot of historical record regarding that. And so we know historically that Caesar Augustus died in AD 14. So most of the time you will see the reign of Tiberius as starting in AD 14, because that's when Caesar Augustus died. Okay, and as you can see on the screen, it's the 15th year of the reign of Tiberius Caesar. This is when John the Baptist starts preaching. This is when the Bible is going to tell us a little later in the chapter that Jesus Christ is about 30 years old. Okay, and so if you stop and think about it, from 14 AD, the 15th year is going to be something like 28 AD or 29 AD. That's definitely not going to work with the Thursday in 27 AD. Now, here's an important thing to realize, though, is that in AD 12.
So, I mean, he's showing us a chart that he's not in agreement with. He's, you know.
That's actually the real year that Tiberius Caesar began to reign. Even before the death of Augustus, Tiberius Caesar reigned as co-princeps with full power, as much power as Caesar Augustus. He was fully reigning starting in AD 12. So then if we add the 15 years to that.
So, yeah, anyway.
Now we get 26 AD, but that is still not really going to work with this 27 AD Thursday, because if Jesus isn't getting baptized until 26 AD or even 27 AD, well, then there's no time for his ministry, because Christ's ministry was like 3.5 years, right? So if Christ's ministry is like 3.5 years, then you can't have him, starting his ministry in AD 26 and then dying in AD 27. So I believe that this AD 27 Thursday is not a good candidate. So then you might say to yourself, well, okay, well, that's the only Thursday on the list. So what are we going to do here?
Right.
Okay. Well, look at the Wednesday. There's a Wednesday in 34 AD. Why is that not going to work? Well, the problem with Wednesday AD 34 is that if Christ was born in 6 BC, which is what all of the biblical and historical data points to, then that would actually mean that when Christ died here, he would be like, you know, something like 38 years old or 39 years old or something. And so that's too old, because then, you know, you'd have to make the case that when it says he was about 30 years old, he was actually 34 or something. And, you know, 34 isn't really like about 30. So that just seems way too late. There's also some stuff with the Apostle Paul's timeline that would not work with this AD 34. AD 34 is just too late. Okay. So there's no good Wednesday option on this list at all, because AD 34 is a bad option. And that's the only Wednesday on the list. And then the only Thursday on the list is 27 AD. That's also a bad option. I'll tell you what the good option is. It's AD.
Well, I think the thing is, when it comes to these calendar references, if you just got one thing out, the whole thing's out. So you really have to know your stuff on this. And like Paul Anker just said, astronomical things are just too complicated for me to get my head around. I'm lost before he starts. And I think sometimes that's where they befuddle people with information. So it's like, well, I guess he's looked into it more than I have, sort of thing. But it doesn't mean they're correct. And just because someone can pull up a chart like this, and I mean, he's not even agreeing with this chart. He's like, no, that's not correct. This isn't correct. This other one's correct. And it's like, and he's pulling out all these other references. And there are people who do study this type of stuff for a living, you know, to try and make calendars reconcile, and you know, historians and the rest. And so, but I'm sure, I'm sure that there is a way to find out. But the thing is, you have to be pretty much given over to this, where I just don't think Anderson is. And just knowing that he's been wrong on this chronological sequence of just the days, you know, of the crucifixion, and then, you know, knowing that he's wrong on his eschatology, I just don't trust that he's got the goods to sort of map out this algebra equation, you know, when he's got other basic things sort of wrong.
E30. Okay. Now you say, wait a minute, Pastor Anderson, it says Friday. Well, this is where we have to dig a little bit deeper, because notice that next to AD 30, Friday, April 7th, notice that it has 2 crosses. If we go down to the bottom here and look at those 2 crosses, on the footnote it says, in each of these cases, it is not impossible, but highly improbable, that 14 Nisan would have occurred on the preceding day. And so according to this chart, which is coming from, of course, you know, Dr. Humphreys at Oxford University, he's saying it's actually possible that in AD 30, it was actually a Thursday, April 6th. Now, he claims it's highly improbable. It's not improbable at all, and I'm going to prove that to you that it's not improbable. But he's even acknowledging, yeah, it's possible that in AD 30, it's actually a Thursday. We have to, first of all, put ourselves in Dr. Humphreys' mind here. In his calculation, he's reliable on the astronomy. All of his astronomy stuff is great, but the problem is that theologically, he wants it to be a Friday. So he wants there to be as many Fridays as possible. So he wants, you know, a Friday in AD 30, a Friday in AD 33. They're looking for Fridays. But in his chart, he is saying that it's possible that it was Thursday. Now, what's the discrepancy? Well, if we could pull back up the chart, please. Look at the new moon time. Okay. This is the actual scientific data. The deduced date is based on the scientific data. Well, we're going to do that deduction right now. But if we look at the new moon time, okay, for AD 30, it says that it happened on March 22nd at 7:55 p.m. and that this is a plus or minus accuracy of about 5 minutes. Okay. So March 22nd, 7:55 p.m. Now, according to their logic of calculating it for Friday, they are setting the first day of the month as March 24th. Okay. Or I'm sorry, March 25th. They have the first day of the month as March 25th based on their calculation. Now, I don't want you to glaze over here. I don't want to get too complicated here, but I want to explain some of the astronomy here. Do you have the graphics for the new moon that you can pull up?
We can pull those
what
up
does
here in
mean?
just a second.
Like, what does it mean when it says, you know, March 27th, or excuse me, March 22nd at 7:55 p.m. was the new moon? Well, if you look at this chart here, this kind of shows the difference between a new moon and a full moon, okay? So at the top of the screen, we have the new moon, where the moon comes between the sun and the earth. So therefore, the side of the moon that's facing the earth is totally dark, whereas the side that's facing away from the earth is lit up by the sun. Okay, then if you look at the bottom with the full moon, it's the opposite. The earth is between the sun and moon, so that the side of the moon facing us is fully illuminated during the full moon. Now, if you look at this chart, you'd think that like every single month there'd be a lunar eclipse on the full moon, and that every single month there'd be a solar eclipse on the new moon. The reason that that doesn't happen every single month is because they're not rotating in exactly the same planes. But every once in a while, the planes do align, and that's when you get an eclipse. Because as you can see, during the new moon, the moon comes between the earth and the sun. And so that's when a solar eclipse would take place, but it doesn't usually take place because they're not exactly lined up. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So when we talk about the conjunction,
these crazy socks have made my feet feel great.
When your feet hurt, it is an
time, we're talking about the time that the sun, moon, and earth.
So Anthony Eusebius says, has Anderson even acknowledged that our Gregorian calendar was given to us by a Catholic Pope who would have set the date on Friday according to the Catholic tradition? Yeah, I think that's one of the things is people reading into, like, so just say, you know, Anderson became a Pope, he would probably put all this and retroactively amend the calendar to squeeze it all in, or people would do that for him. And so I think that has happened over time, and it is hard to go back. I'm not saying it's impossible, but there's a lot of mud in the water. And so, I mean, even Anderson showing a chart that's not correct and explaining his, you know, thing, it's pretty confusing, but we're going to just get through this.
Earth are in this alignment that we see in the upper part of the graphic. That is the conjunction time. That is what took place if you're standing in Jerusalem at 7:55 p.m. on March 22nd. The moon and the sun are in alignment. Okay. Now here's the thing. If the moon and the sun are in alignment, it's of course impossible to see the moon because you're looking at the sun. How can you see the moon if you're looking at the sun? The sun is so bright, it overpowers the moon to where you can't see it. Okay. So what you would expect to see the moon is on the next night, once it's begun to drift a little bit away from the sun. So the reason it's called the new moon is because you're seeing the moon on a daily basis, right? Then when the conjunction takes place on what scientifically is called the new moon is invisible. It's impossible to see because it's lined up with the sun, unless there's an eclipse, okay? So the new moon is the day when you could start seeing the moon again after this happens. And it'll just be a tiny little sliver as you start getting into the waxing crescent phase, okay? So here's the deal. According to the scientific data, the conjunction happened at 7:55 p.m. on March 22nd. What they're basically saying is, well, on the 23rd, they probably didn't see it. They probably didn't see it till the 24th. And then the 25th then would be the first day of Nisan. And then the 14th day of Nisan is that Friday. But what I'm saying is that if the conjunction took place on the 22nd, yes, they did see the moon the next day on the 20th. That's the new moon. The day after the conjunction, boom, they see it on the night of the 23rd. And then on the 24th, you have Nisan 1. And if Nisan 1 is on the 24th, well, then that means that the 14th day of the month is a Thursday, April 6th, and that Christ was crucified on April 6th, AD 30. Now, I'm going to go ahead and pull up my astronomy software and show that I'm correct about this. And I'm going to show that the
astronomy software,
the scientific data is correct about the conjunction happening at 7:55 on March 22nd, but I'm going to show that the interpretation of that data, the deduced date for Nisan 14 is wrong because the moon is in fact visible on the 23rd. So here's the software that I'm using, and it's called Starry Night Pro. And I've used a lot of different astronomical software, and this is by far the best one. So if you have you know, a few $100 burning a hole in your pocket and you're really into astronomy, this is the one that I would recommend. And so right now it's just showing like the daytime in Phoenix, because, you know, that's what time it is right now, 11:35 a.m. And you can see up here in the corner, March 29th, 2024, etc., Phoenix, Arizona. So I'm going to go ahead and set the location to Jerusalem, and then we're going to wind back this clock all the way to 30 AD. And I've already got that saved in the favorites, so I'm just going to pull it up as a favorite and just go there. Okay, so here we are. We've just time traveled to Jerusalem, AD 30, March 22nd. This is the day of the conjunction, according to Dr. Humphrey's data. And as you can see here in the simulation, I've sped it up to 500 times speed so that we can see things happen. You can see here that the moon and the sun are moving together, okay? Because that's what the very definition of the conjunction is, that these things are happening at the same time. And so as we see the sun set, we're also seeing the moon set. And here's the important point to note. By the time the sun is below the horizon and it's dark enough to where you can see the moon, well, guess what? The moon is also below the horizon. This is why it is impossible to see the new moon on the day of the conjunction itself. Now, in order to declare the new month, remember in the Bible, they blow the trumpet on the new moon and they declare the new moon. They are not on a solar calendar, they're on a lunar calendar. In order to declare the new month, you have to see the new moon. They can't see it on March 22nd. And this is where a lot of the charts and articles online screw this up. They start counting sometimes from the date of the conjunction. That's not the new moon. From, you know, scientifically, you can call that a new moon, but from a perspective of, you know, people declaring a new month based on seeing a new moon in the sky, it can't be the day of the conjunction. It has to be the next day, okay? So if we go to the next day, we go to the 23rd of March, now you can see that there's a little bit of space between the moon and the sun. Now, you still can't see the moon when the sun's out because the sun is overpowering the moon. But what you're going to see is that when the sun goes down, before the moon is all the way below the horizon, you can see that it's dark enough to see the moon. And so, like, I'm looking at it in the simulation, and maybe you at home may not be able to see it as well because of the lower resolution of being live streamed and getting blurry and stuff. But from where I'm sitting, I'm looking at the simulator, and I can clearly see the outline of the moon, which makes sense because at this time right here, can I zoom in?
Yeah,
I can try. Yeah, let me try. I mean, yeah, I mean, I can see it clear as day.
You can kind of see it. There you go. See there, you can kind of see it now.
I mean, there it is. You can see a circle on the screen. It's probably clearer on my screen. But the point is that at 5:55 p.m., you know, the sun is low enough below the horizon and the moon's high enough at the horizon where you can see it. Even at this point, if we fast forward to 5:58 p.m. and we have the sun below the horizon, half the moon's above the horizon, they don't have to see the whole thing, folks. All they have to do is see the moon at all.
So how many minutes is that?
Excuse me?
How many minutes is that approximately that we kind of get this view where it can be seen? Is it like 10 minutes, 5 minutes? What?
Well, based on the simulator, you know, it starts actually being visible like around, you know, vaguely visible around like, you know, 5:30 approximately.
Okay.
And then like it's totally gone in the simulation like a half hour later. So there's like a nice half hour window where you'd be able to see it. And what you have to keep in mind, people, is that the people who are looking for this thing are experts in astronomy. They already know that the conjunction happened on the previous day.
Right.
They're already aware of that. Well, but not only did they not see it, they also mathematically know exactly where the sun and the moon are going to be. They're doing the geometry. These guys are experts. Astronomy was already pretty advanced even at the time of Christ. And so they, you know, they knew when eclipses were going to happen. They knew.
Yeah, the wise men studied the stars to find Jesus Christ, and they had found the North Star or the star that basically led them to Christ. So obviously the Bible.
And so that's where I'm like, okay, I don't necessarily agree with that. And the issue of them seeing a star, I know a lot of the movies will show, you know, they're experts in the stars and they're following this thing. They're into astronomy or, you know, astrology, which a lot of modern versions just have the magi, which people say, see, it's that they're like magicians. No, magi or magi, that type of etymology. It's a false etymology to just go to magicians because you have magistrates. You have lots of words that are linked to mag, like magnify, magnificent. You know, words that are pretty much neutral. But what we find is people who are into Bible translation work want to spice things up, and so they make it out like they're magicians. And so oftentimes you'll hear someone like John MacArthur say, well, these people were fire worshippers. And I do a whole video, actually. I might even just quickly get this up. I do a whole video on wise men or fire worshippers, because some people are like, well, God, the first Gentiles to see Jesus were a bunch of fire worshippers. Like, can you imagine these people like fully blowing fire and then killing a chicken and putting the blood all over their face and head, and then going and seeing baby Jesus? And it just doesn't make any sense. It says they were wise men, and so they weren't psychopaths. So when I'll just find this video. So if I go into my videos, your videos, there we go. And I'll keep playing this because this is sort of like, it's a bit mindless. I understand it's, we're going through everything here, and we've still got a little bit to go, but this is what Anderson's saying. So
Bible testifies to astronomy being a field of study that's really important, even at that specific time. And of course, if your calendar is based on a lunar calendar, they probably already know all the days already. This is kind of the last double check to all the other systems in place.
They're super into it, and it's kind of a technicality of just like, well, we need to see it in the sky. So they have people that are just literally staring at the sky, wanting to see it, and they know mathematically that it's there. And so that's what they do. Now, just for comparison, let's go to the 24th, okay? If we go to the 24th, then yeah, obviously you can see it by a mile. I mean, it's really clear, super clear in the sky that it's pitch black outside, and the moon is still way above the horizon. So there's no question that it's seen by a mile on the 24th. But the question is, did they see it on the 23rd? If they see it on the 23rd at all, then that means that it's a Thursday Passover for AD 30. And it's a perfect year for Christ to be crucified in AD 30. Because then that would mean that Jesus Christ, if he was born, as Michael Molnar says, on April 17th, 6 BC, then that would make Jesus 34 years old when he dies on the cross in AD 30. This would mean that, his ministry is 3.5 years, going from the 15th year of Tiberius' reign, if we accept that Tiberius Caesar began reigning in 12 AD when he became Pope Princeps. Then we have a perfect Jesus. We have Jesus being about 31 years old, 30 to 31 when he's baptized. And remember, the Bible doesn't say he was exactly 30. It says about 30. So 30, 31, 31's about 30. Is 34 about 30? Not really. Okay.
So when we look at this chart of dates, just to kind of bring it back to what we were saying earlier, because you've shared a lot of information that's probably new to a lot of people. This chart specifically has the year 3080 as Friday. But then if you look at the far right where it says April 7th, it has two big plus signs or two crosshairs there. And those crosshairs are denoted in a comment down below, which even says in the specific chart, like, well, it could have actually been Thursday. It could have been the day before. And what you're trying to show is that from an astronomical software where we kind of go back in time and try to look at how the sun and moon would have coincided, that it's very plausible and very realistic that they had a window to have seen the new moon on the day that would have started the calendar for Nisan that year, and it would have put the 14th day at.
Okay, so I'm just going to bring this up. And so this is the video, Wise Men or Fire-Worshipping Occultists. So I'll put that video into the chat for anyone who wants to watch that video where I go through. It's actually only had 194 views. I was going through the popular ones because I thought it was one of the more popular ones, but I think maybe I'm thinking of Jehovah. But I'll put that in the chat. I think if you go through that, you'll just see how people are just reading into the magi, a whole bunch of things that just simply the scriptures don't say, and people just make up things. And so Paul Anker says the darkness and earthquake at the time of the crucifixion are interesting facts. Yes. Paul Anker says, didn't John give a different time to the crucifixion compared to the synoptics? I think we have things like the third hour of the day, the ninth hour, but then we seem to have like the Roman timing. So there is a difference, but when you look at those things, that they are easily reconciled. I can't remember it exactly off the top of my head, but yeah, that's a good point. Calvin says, I'm with you, Nick, on the magi or magi, in that they were just wise men and in no way magicians like those in Daniel or Exodus, etc.
Thursday. So
If you or a loved one is suffering from high blood sugar levels, you must watch this video right now.
what you're saying is confirming
If you are suffering from that, just go carnivore.
this chart. It's just that the conclusion of this chart's wrong. They're thinking it was Friday, and they're trying to use that to justify Good Friday. Whereas we're saying, yeah, the science and the data is right, but we think it's actually Thursday. This chart should say Thursday there, or it should maybe just say Thursday/Friday to be a little clearer as far as possibilities. And then again, when you study that with all the other dates about Christ's birth, the 15th year of the reign of Tiberius, you study when John the Baptist goes out preaching. We compare that with the age of Jesus Christ being about 30 years old, and just all the other events, Herod's death, and just basically all of the history that we have. Pretty much it kind of leads to a 30 AD period of time, and it still fits exactly with a Thursday view. Is that a good summary? Is there?
Yeah,
I'm trying to make sure
30,
that people at home are probably
got
thinking like, I don't know what you just said, but I'm trying to kind of explain it.
I hope it was clear, but 30 is the sweet spot. And if you pull up that chart again, okay, because 30 is the sweet spot, make it nice and big, perfect. If you look at it, 29 is a Monday. That's not going to work in anybody's view.
And so the thing is, like, who's made this chart? There's so many questions about. So this is one of the things of just using one chart. Like, I'm sure there's 15 other charts around there that, someone working out 32 AD, they've done just as much homework and they've come up with a different chart, and they're scholarly and all the rest of it.
28's a Tuesday, not going to work. Okay. 27, you're getting too early. You're really pushing it at that point. Okay. It's possible, but it's extremely unlikely that 27 is going to work because of Tiberius Caesar's 15th year in that. Okay. So you're already pushing it. And then if you start going later, 31, Tuesday's not going to work. 32, Sunday's not going to work. Now, the Friday people, many of them really like this AD 33 view for the Friday crowd. But in my opinion, it's too late. If you have Christ being born in 6 BC, which virtually everyone agrees upon that, there's a lot of data to back that up. And then Michael Molnar with the Star of Bethlehem, that's just icing on the cake. But historically, if you think about it, if Herod...
Okay, Michael Molnar with the Star of Bethlehem. So I'm going to look this up. Okay, so that's the book that he was holding up, The Legacy of the Magi, or the Magi. The reason I'm saying Magi and then Magi is just because it's said two different ways. So if I say Magi, people go, no, it's a Magi. And it's, so I say Magi, Magi, I wonder if this is the same guy who made the Star movie. Star of Bethlehem. Yes, it does look like that. It does look like that guy. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, so this is his book. 2013 it came out. Okay, so it's definitely not the Star movie that I watched. Maybe it's based upon it. Okay, astronomical records. He argues in his book that the Star of Bethlehem was not a star at all, but rather a regal portent centering around the planet Jupiter that was eclipsed by the moon. He bases his theory on the actual beliefs of astrologers such as the Magi, which is Yeah. They're not sure about that. Who lived around the time of Christ. Who bore the image of Ares. There was an eclipse of Jupiter. It does seem very similar to the movie that I watched. Maybe he does have a movie on this, so I'll just jump into that. I'll just check it out. Film. Okay. Yeah. Star of Bethlehem. That's the film. 2008. That makes more sense. That's when I would have seen it. Review of the Star of Bethlehem. Okay. Okay, so there's a Wikipedia article on this. Star of Bethlehem or Christmas Star. Yeah, and that's the exact same one where I was saying like Jupiter is seen as the king, like, and so they're like, all the king came into, there was the lion and all this sort of stuff. Like they go into all this sort of these, I guess it would be labeled pagan, astronomical. Like he's talking about the zodiac. He argues that Aries rather than Pisces was the zodiac symbol for Judea. Yeah, so anyway, Star of Bethlehem. Yeah, 1999 Star of Bethlehem Legacy of the Magi. So that seems to be the film that he's made. Yeah, so he made a film about it and then he sold a book. He's selling a book on it. Jupiter in Aries, 6 BC. So this is exactly where Anderson's getting it from there. He did hold up the book, so it's not like he was hiding it, but okay, great Christmas gift. But I do remember watching this film and rejecting it outright. No. Okay, so they're selling the book. Okay, so this site is owned by Michael Molnar. Let's have a look. Okay. Iconography, paper money. Okay, interesting. Sometimes it's interesting to just go through other material that people have brought out and you find out a bunch of stuff. Scientific societies. Let's have a look. Okay. Coin collectors. Okay. Anyway, I'm just rabbit trailing here. Let's just continue. I'll look at that on the side. I can multitask here.
Died in 4 BC. he's killing the children from 2 years old and upward. So that would mean that Christ has to be born in 6 BC or earlier. And 6 BC works out well with other things. And so therefore, getting into 33 AD is really pushing the timeline. I feel like 34 is even pushing it even more, which is why, again, I feel like this astronomical data favors Thursday more than Wednesday, because the only possible Thursday or Wednesday is—
So this is weird. Okay. Let me let me explain this. So Anderson's doing a video explaining how Wednesday's the day. Sorry, Thursday's the day. Wednesday's not the day anymore. It used to be. But he's still got the same timeline sequence. How does that work? Well, I guess because he's using the same day, but sort of saying that it was right on the cusp of them. But yeah, anyway, it just, because once you throw one thing out, doesn't it change everything else? So anyway, let's continue.
Is AD 30, because in AD 30, even though it says Friday on the chart, remember, the data is right. Nobody's arguing about the scientific data. Right. The new moon happened. If we go—
Nobody's arguing about the scientific data. The data's right,
For the U.S. Navy observatory data, it's going to have the exact same data within a few minutes. I think they're like 10 minutes different than this, but it's still that evening of the 22nd that the conjunction takes place. Okay. And so again, if the conjunction takes place on the 22nd, you're not seeing it on the 22nd. You're going to see it on the next day. The next day is the new moon. What this chart is saying is like, well, I don't think they would have seen it because the sun is just kind of going down and the moon's only there on the horizon for a few minutes. I don't think they'd seen it. My point of view is that they're staring at the horizon, and yes, they did see it. And I'm looking at the software and I can see it plainly for a half hour.
Well, and again,
obviously, physically being there is not exactly the same as the simulator, but this simulator is pretty stinking accurate.
Well, and here's the thing. Somebody that might be a little skeptical when we're talking about astronomy, but here's the thing. God gave us specifically the sun, moon, and stars for the seasons and the times. And because of their accuracy and consistency, to me, it's a testimony of God, how he could create these heavenly bodies that have such accuracy and such consistency, and that we can follow them, and it helps us actually calculate things. April 8th, there's going to be a solar eclipse in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and people are already scheduling for this. Like, this hasn't even happened yet, but they know exactly, and they can even draw. There's like maps where they draw the exact lines of where people are going to be seeing these things, the exact time. So again, we can, with very close certainty, measure these things. Additionally, from a historical perspective, people have written about and marked down and tracked all kinds of different solar and lunar events throughout history. And then what happens is people use these softwares to basically go back in time, and they're like, hey, this matches exactly what the historical record says. This matches exactly what other individuals have written about. And so again, it's not a huge leap of faith to understand that since God literally created these heavenly bodies for time, that they are consistent, and that we can actually wind back the clock and we can see.
So let me explain this one more time.
Let's go to his screen.
So I'm showing this spreadsheet because I want to just make sure that everybody at home understands what's going on. Okay. So basically, this is what everybody agrees on right here. Conjunction happening on March 22nd, right? That's what all the data points do, no matter what astronomer we talk to. The software confirms it. The conjunction took place on March 22nd, right? Then it's on the evening of the 23rd. On the evening of the 23rd, okay, I'm saying that you saw the new moon. They're saying no, 24th. Well, then that.
Sorry about that. I'm going through Amazon and it just sucked my bandwidth. So I don't think you missed much.
Means if it's the night of the 24th you saw it, then that means the 25th is the first of Nisan, right? Mm-hmm. And if the 25th is the first, 26th is the second, boom, 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 we count down. And then that's where they're getting this Nisan 14 being on April 7th, Friday in AD 30, okay? Right. Whereas what I'm saying is, no, actually, we saw it on the 23rd, which means that, the first is actually the 24th. And then, what that puts it to is actually Thursday, the 6th is actually that. So if you're seeing the new moon on this day, which is the actual new moon date, because if the conjunction happened on the 22nd, 23rd is when we should see it. They're just saying, nah, I couldn't see it. I disagree, and the simulation disagrees. So I don't know if that helps a little bit, and then maybe I can just quickly go back to my astronomy window and just show
more than a couple times. People can see to get a picture of
the concept. It probably wouldn't hurt to hear it a couple times.
Right.
Okay. I've got so many windows open now. I'm rabbit trailing everywhere. I'm just going to shut a few down. Okay. I've got all my Revelation 16:5 windows open. ChatGPT is there. I don't need that open anymore. Let's shut that down. My video, why we should not pass over Easter. No, I'll keep that one open. The debate that we're having on Saturday night, 5 New York time, on Revelation 16:5 with me and TurretinFan. So join. That's in 43 hours. So join with that one. But Calvin says, Dave Hunt gives an excellent explanation about this in his video entitled The Bible Gives Dates and Times, easily found on YouTube. Just type in Dave Hunt, The Bible Gives Dates. Calvin says, all scientists agree, Stephen Anderson, Al Gore and all other scientists, LOL. I mean, I think all scientists can agree on like a certain date, but it doesn't mean that's the date that Jesus was born. You know what I mean? So people can, like scientists can agree that, that this is the certain date. This is all our probabilities point to this, but that doesn't mean that that's the day that Julius Caesar was born. You know what I mean? You still got to point that out. And I understand he's going through that old list, but he's in disagreement with that list, which is just another level of confusion. And so Calvin says, as an old salt and knowing that fishing usually isn't the best on a new moon, I have never seen the moon during a new moon in my entire life. Okay. It's interesting.
So,
and again, we talk about seeing it, but we have to think about the fact that these people were anticipating this. They would have been looking for this and wanting to see this. They would have known that this would have been the correct date to.
So maybe in the chat, what do you think is the year? I'm 32 AD. I'm pretty sure I got that from Dave Hunt. So Dave, Anderson's done more study on this than me, but I've begun to study this type of thing and found so many pitfalls that I'm like, no, I just, unless you give yourself over to this topic. And the thing is, he hasn't got runs on the board in my eyes because of the whole Wednesday thing he's been wrong on for 20 years. And also his eschatology is wrong. And so
you have subscribed to that. And so, it makes sense if they're staring at the horizon while the sun's setting, recognizing it's going to be difficult to see the new moon. They have a 30-minute window to see it. As soon as they see it, they mark it. Yep, we saw it. Check mark, blow the trumpet, and we're going to start our next calendar for Nissan.
Yeah, mathematically, they want it to be on the 23rd because they know that the conjunction's happening on the 22nd. And so, boom, here we are, AD 30, Jerusalem, Israel, March 22nd. And boom, look, you can see the moon is right there with the sun. Now, they're not exactly lined up because if they were lined up, then you'd have a solar eclipse. You can see how it's off to the side. But it's in line in the sense that, there's no way that you could see it on that day because by the time the sun is down, the moon's way below the horizon.
Right.
We go to the next day, 23rd, and boom, we have the sun down before the moon, and you can clearly see the circle outline there. And again, it's not going to be as clear for the people at home just because of the constraints of the internet and so forth. but on the software itself, the way I'm looking at it, it's visible for like a half hour.
Right.
But the key thing to notice is just the location.
Sure.
The sun. Look at the sun, folks. Look how far the sun is below the horizon, and boom, the moon is still above the horizon.
Yeah.
So it's not highly improbable at all to think that they saw it. Then if we fast forward to the 24th, which is the day that they're proposing it would be seen. If we go to the 24th, then yeah, the sun's way down, and you're just seeing it by a mile, right? I mean, it's just way up there in the sky,
Sure.
pitch black. You can easily see the circle, and so forth. So
well, again,
I
the
hope
conjunction.
that
You were bringing up the
later.
conjunction, and conjunction is by definition something being joined. So what he's talking about is the path of the moon and the sun are joined together to where you're not able to really see the moon at all because of the brilliancy of the sun. And the next day, they're not as close together. They're not as conjoined. They're not as similar paths. There's a little bit of separation, and that separation affords, based on simulation, about a 30-minute window. I would be content with a 5-minute window because I would assume, again, they're staring at it, waiting for
Exactly.
it. Like they're ready to go. And again, it's just kind of a check mark. Like we already know we already know this day is the right day. We're just kind of waiting, and we got to make sure to do our due diligence to see the particular new moon, and then we'll blow the trumpet. But it's not something that they're just willy-nilly like, oh, we were drinking and we forgot, or we were busy or using the bathroom. Or
Yeah. Hey, somebody noticed. Somebody looked outside and they noticed it's a new moon. Somebody blow the trumpet.
Someone do something.
They're literally professional astronomers staring at the sky looking for the new moon, and they
Right.
know that it's supposed to be there on that day, and that theoretically it could be seen. And so all they have to do is catch a glimpse of even part of it. If they see it, it's the new moon. Okay.
Right.
This breathing tool can actually remove germs from your lungs before an infection takes hold. Air Physio is an award-winning.
And the word conjunction is a term that's just used whenever heavenly bodies are lined up in an interesting way. Like you'll hear people talk about, hey, tonight there's going to be a really interesting conjunction, because you go outside and you'll see like the planets lined up, or like.
So it's pretty much as I predicted. He is just going with the Star movie, which has been turned into a book.
End up with the moon or something, just some kind of a cool alignment. So when we talk about the conjunction taking place on March 22nd at 7:55 p.m., we're just saying that's when the Earth, Moon, and Sun are aligned. Okay. And here's the thing. In the course of a month, we go through the whole cycle. So, when half the month goes by, instead of it being aligned as like, here's the Earth, here's the moon, here's the sun, by the time half the month goes by, now the moon's on the opposite side. Because, it takes a month, right, for the moon to go through its cycle. So when the moon's on the opposite side of the Earth, then you have the full moon. That's a conjunction as well. The difference is that on the exact day of the full moon, we can see the full moon because it's fully illuminated in the sky. It's beautiful. We see it. We can't actually see the new moon during the conjunction because it's lined up with the sun, and the sun is overpowering it, okay? Because on the full moon, the moon and sun are on opposite sides of the Earth. So that's why the full moon rises at sunset, okay? Whereas the new moon rises at dawn, and it's actually setting at sunset because it's moving with the sun.
Right.
And so you can't see it because it's overpowered by the sun. So the full moon, you're seeing it on the exact day of the full moon, exact day of the conjunction, whereas the new moon, the soonest you can see it is the day after the conjunction.
Well, every
Which is
time
exactly
you
what happened in AD 30, you saw it on March 23rd.
Yeah, every time you use that word conjunction, I'm thinking of conjunction, junction, what's your function from Schoolhouse Rock. So I thought it was good that we would bring up the right definition of what we're talking about here. But, I think that that's pretty clear, especially, going through it many times, kind of showing that. And again, this is just another nail in the coffin of a Wednesday view, in a sense, just because of the fact that there really isn't a strong option for Wednesday. You could argue for Friday, and again, that's what they did, but you can tell that they're kind of stretching the data to get to Friday. They're not necessarily even going with what should be the correct day. They're saying like, well, it's kind of a hard event to see that day, so we theorize that it's most likely a Friday when it really just kind of fits Thursday. And to me, it's that Catholic doctrine poisoning the mind of people that did really good calculations, and they did all the right calculations, but then they just had to squeeze out Friday and try to figure it out.
Just to be clear though, that the guy who did this chart and who did these calculations, Dr. Humphreys, he's pushing for specifically AD 33.
Oh.
He actually prefers AD 33, but
you see what I mean?
A lot of.
So it's very confusing. Like, because it's like, here's this chart. He's going with 33. This other guy's saying that Jesus was born. All the scholars are saying Jesus was born on the 6 AD. this type of thing. But then, 6 BC. But then he lived, around about the age of 30. He started his ministry. His ministry went for 3 years, and it's like, it's not working out, Okay, so he's saying 6, and then he's saying, okay, all the scholars pretty much are in agreement with 6. I find that hard to believe, and so I'm going to jump on ChatGPT and ask.
Other people really like that AD 30 date because AD 30 works way better than AD 33. Just with all things being considered, AD 30 is the best date, especially if you realize that Tiberius Caesar is co-princeps starting in AD 12. Then everything falls into place. I don't like the AD 33 year at all because of the fact that it just makes Jesus way too old.
Right.
And it's just, he's not about 30. If he's 33, 34 years old, that's kind of a stretch. Whereas according to our view, he's like 30 or 31 years old. 31 years old is perfect for being about 30. And so, the AD 33 though is popular.
Okay, so the conclusion 6 BC is a leading candidate, especially among those who align the chronological sequence closely with Herod's death. But there is no scholarly consensus, just a strong general agreement that Jesus was likely born between 7 and 4, with 6 being a midpoint. Okay. So didn't he say April? Something about April 13th or something, or whatever. That's when Jesus was born. July, October. Anyway, so I guess he's just adopted one guy's pattern.
With the Friday crowd. And if it was AD 33, it has to be a Friday. So it's off the table for those of us who believe in Matthew 12:40. 3 days and 3 nights. Whereas AD 30 is favored by a lot of Friday people as well. But again, they're wrong because it's, as we looked at the astronomy, it's actually AD 30. It was on a Thursday that year.
Which, again, when you talk about Tiberius.
Excuse me?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if people try to Google this to fact check me, let me just warn you, you're going to find dates all over the place. You're going to find every possible date for every possible Passover, for every possible year, because people don't understand the astronomy and they don't know what they're talking about. And that's why the data is just all over the place. If you actually go to reliable scholarly sources, you will find that the day of the conjunction is consistent in the scholarly data. It's also consistent with the simulator. And it's just a matter of interpreting that data. So don't just try to Google some random article to fact check me on this. Like, you go to the actual scholarly sources, the actual data, and know how to interpret it, you're going to come to the same conclusion I've come to. Now, if you want to make the argument that they didn't see it during that 30-minute window because it was still too bright from the sun glowing a little bit there, well, okay, that's your prerogative. But, based on the simulator and based on my opinion and my own personal observations of just looking at new moons over the years, because we've all seen it. I mean, we've all gone outside and seen new moons at sundown. While the sun is still glowing a little bit, there's still a bit of glow in the sky, and we see that new moon. Right. I know I've seen it.
And, when we talk about the Tiberius issue, I wanted to bring this up because someone might try to...
I mean, it just seems like a contradiction. Like, these guys are like, we've been wrong on Wednesday. It's a Thursday thing. It's like, cool, man, good on you guys for correcting yourself. And then Anderson's like, but my 30 AD date is rock solid. If you check with the scientists, they all agree. And it's like, you've just admitted that you're wrong on something and you're changing your view, and kudos to people who do that. But now you're just sort of doubling down on this one, and it's like, well, it's just not a good track record from my perspective. If I'm proven wrong on something, I usually go, well, what else am I wrong on? When you're caught in those situations, like I remember, I always recall, before I was a Christian, playing roulette at the World Trade Center in Melbourne. and I'm there playing roulette, and there was heaps of roulette tables, and I'd been drinking, and I thought that I won a heap of money. So I went to collect it, and this guy said, "Hang on, that's mine." And I was like, "Oh no, it's mine." And the guy who was spinning the wheel, he just said, "Hang on." He made a phone call, and everyone just kept playing, and then they said, "It's not yours," to me. And just the fact that I had deceived myself. I thought I put money there, and I must have put it somewhere else. And just that feeling of like, how many times have I been so wrong like this, you know? But the thing is, at the beginning of this video, they're saying we've been wrong, but I can see Anderson sort of like, well, we've been wrong, but we're sort of right at the same time because we haven't chosen a Friday thing. But you're still wrong. You know, you got to admit that. And he is admitting it in, you know, sort of gritted teeth sort of thing. And that's fine. But then he's doubling down on this, like, no, we're right here. And I think it would be more of a humble approach to say, well, hey, look, I encourage all you guys to study this. He's just sort of like, no, trust me, I can read the charts. I know what I'm doing. I'm trusting in the scholarship. But he was pretty much saying that all the way through with his Wednesday thing as well. So, which is wrong, you know.
Fact check that and say, oh, well, he started reigning in 14 AD, but you brought up that he's I don't know how to pronounce the word properly, but co-princeps, or however you want to say that, but he's basically co-reigning with Caesar Augustus. And here's the reality. The reason why he's co-reigning is because Augustus is sick and ill and can't reign. And so if you look at just even the Wikipedia article about it, they make it clear that, yeah, prior to this, in around 12 AD, back after a military campaign, Tiberius basically receives co-joining ruling status, and he's basically the default ruler for the time period that Augustus is sick and ill. So it wouldn't make any sense that if he rules for 2 years while this other guy's sick, ill, and not able to do much, and then he finally dies, it's like, oh, now your reign starts. This is the first year plus 12.
It doesn't even have
4 years.
It doesn't even have to be 27 AD. It could even be 26 AD if you count inclusively.
Right.
If you count 12 as the first year, right?
Sure.
If you count inclusively, it could be 26 AD, which gives a good, nice, solid. And I would say that it's 26 AD when John the Baptist started his ministry, because then maybe, let's say, Jesus doesn't get baptized immediately when John starts his ministry. Maybe he gets baptized months later. You know, several months later. So it's a perfect, like.
I think regardless of how we view, you know, the timing and trying to squeeze it into our calendar, like, I've got no problem with someone doing that and having a guesstimation, but I think it's really important to have a good chronological sequence of the Gospels, and people have tried to do this. There's been like the Didache, like even the Eusebian canons, sort of, it goes through that type of thing where it has, okay, well, Jesus went here and did this, and then this was brought up by Shelley in his chart, where he's, you know, got the parallel of Mark and Matthew, and it's pretty much the same verse. I think it would be a really good project to do, to go through from Matthew 1 through to Revelation, looking at sequences, or probably just so much the Gospels, and maybe Acts, I guess. So the narrative, you know, with what's happened, because I guess Acts is backed up by the letters, and you would just have, you know, a few little things like here's Paul in the desert, or here's, you know, someone else like Mark doing this, and it would be an interesting thing to go through that sequence and just map everything out, because we've had things mapped out to us so wrongly by the Roman Catholics, trying to squeeze in their material. Like, you know, some people just out of ignorance have just paired things up. Sometimes you get people who are just like, well, you know, the demoniac of the Gadarenes, that's the different to the demoniacs of the Gergesenes, where looking at that story as two separate stories, because a lot of modern Bibles change almost every aspect about those stories, the location, what was involved there. And so it just creates this horrible timeline. And so people just say, oh, it's the same event. And so I think, it would be a very good thing to go through and make a chronological sequence in the Gospels, matching up Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and also John, and also looking at Bible prophecy, because that's one of the interesting things is we have the Old Testament there that can give us tiny little bits of information extra. It's like Micah, it says Bethlehem Ephratah, which is not in Matthew 2, that little bit of extra information. It says Bethlehem, but it doesn't say Ephratah. So little things like that from the Old Testament, and also things from the letters, Paul talking, and Peter giving you a little bit of information about the transfiguration of Jesus, when he was there with the three disciples, and that would be an interesting thing to do. I would really enjoy doing that. And I guess over the years, so many people have tried doing that. It helps with understanding sequence, and where people point out so-called contradictions like the rooster crowing, or which day did Jesus die, or these type of things, which are usually brought up by atheists and Muslims and lots of other people. This helps us with our cause. So anyway,
3.5-year ministry for Jesus, and Jesus dies at age 34. So Jesus dies at 34 years of age, because if his birthday is April 17th, and if he's crucified on April 6th, then he's about to turn 35, but he's only 34. Yeah.
Yeah. And again, I agree with your counting there, because it's similar to how you count the feast called Passover, because while it's 14th day to this 21st day, that sounds like simple math. It's 7, but it's actually 8 days. So like you said, if we're starting in 12 AD, if you count up 15, it would actually be AD 26, giving us approximately maybe a year for John the Baptist, and then 3.5 years for Jesus Christ. So, that definitely.
Yeah, I think most people would say, it's either like 3 or 6 months that people usually say for like how long John the Baptist ministry is going before Christ jumps in,
takes over. Right, exactly.
So again, baptized.
I think that's really interesting. That's something that that was not a part of my decision making. I totally had converted and changed my mind on the specific chart and the timing before all this. But I know that during my process of trying to talk with you and kind of convince you, this was something that you were bringing up. It was something that you were studying at the time. And so I researched it as well. And I will totally confirm that I could find dozens of articles that say all kinds of crazy dates about all these different things. But there are plenty that do agree with what you're saying. There's plenty of articles that do say specifically 30 AD or bring up that being a timeline for Thursday. So it's not like this is a minority view or anything like that. It's actually probably, at least within reputable sources, the prevailing view. It's just that there's a lot of trash on the internet because people want to fit all kinds of weird Jewish conspiracies or their crazy doctrines.
Yeah, and again, I want to emphasize to the viewer at home the importance of knowing how to do research and knowing what is a reliable source, what is not. And also, if someone's citing a reliable source, you need to actually look that up, because a lot of times people will cite a reliable source and what they're saying is not what that source says. They've twisted the data, they've corrupted it, they're quoting it wrong, whatever. You've got to learn to discern what is reliable, what is not, and then go to the actual fountainhead, go to the actual sources yourself. And if you can fact check these things.
I mean, I know I keep bringing this up, but it's like, you guys are admitting that you're wrong on the Wednesday thing, and then you're like, let's teach everyone how to work things out, and it's like, you've been wrong on this for 20 years.
Yourself. Also, even when you're looking at a reliable source, you have to be able to differentiate between that which is solid data and that which is the conclusion being drawn from the data. And when it comes to
I'm going by just Dave Hunt's material. So I haven't done a study into the NASA website and all the rest of it. But at the end of the day, I do know the material from the Star. I looked into that and it didn't work out. I rejected it, which is pretty much the same material that Anderson's going with. But see, this is the thing. Anderson's accepting it. I'm rejecting it for certain reasons. But the goalposts or the parameters of his study are from these scholars. And so I guess I'm just pointing to other scholars who have done similar research and going with their work, where, yeah, I'm just not convinced.
You know, we talked about creation a few weeks back, and, you know, I personally, I enjoyed the film, Is Genesis History?
Yeah.
That documentary film. And it, you know, was a lot of like scientists that believed in the Bible and believed in creation and stuff like that. And what they brought up a few times was that a lot of times we're looking at the same data. It's just we're interpreting the data differently.
Right.
You know?
Exactly.
You know? And so you have to be able to differentiate between what is the data, that's the conjunction time, 7:55 p.m., March 22nd, versus the deduced date of 14 Nissan. You know, that's...
There's one simple 7-second brain trick anyone can use to activate their superbrain and use it to improve
a few steps.
Superbrain.
Steps removed of somebody giving their opinion and whatever. And so we can all agree on the astronomical data. The astronomical data is incredibly accurate, like within 5 minutes or something, 10 minutes or something.
Yeah.
And so there's no question about the conjunction happening on March 22nd. It's just a matter of interpretation of, did they see it on the 23rd? You know, we can't really know 100% for sure either way. And so that's like is it Thursday? Is it Friday? But if the Bible teaches it's Thursday though, then it must have been Thursday.
Well, and again, we, you know, in your creation discussion that we had with Dr. Hovind, you kind of kept drawing on the board, like all these data points and then like a line going through them. And you're talking about extrapolation.
See, at the end of the day, Anderson's like, well, it all sort of adds up. And see, he's had this view on the Wednesday issue. That's why he knows so much about it. So he's teaching this view for a Wednesday point of view. Now he swapped it to Thursday, but he's still got this point of view. That's where I'm like, I'm just, yeah. Anyway, so he's talking about Ken Hovind.
Pulling the data outside of the data points. But when we talk about these astronomy things, we actually have tons of data points in the future and in the past that we use to correlate, and it's always matching exactly. So we actually have a lot of calibration. So this is much different than something like radiometric dating or carbon dating, where many times when they have known samples or even very close to known sample ages and they come up with wild dates, well, that doesn't present itself as a very exact science. Whereas, like you said, with this astronomy calculation.
Yep, my wife often says, smartphone, dumb people.
They're pretty much always getting things within a pretty small window of error, 5-10 minutes or something like that, to where we can really actually wind back the clock and push it forward with a certain degree of certainty, with a lot of accuracy. And even the events that we're going to see in the future, we're pretty much nailing them. I mean, we got it exactly. We're going to have solar eclipse here. We know about it. This isn't like some pseudoscience or something, or you have to believe some conspiracy of the government, like the government's doing something to manipulate the sky. It's like, nope, this is just literally a solar eclipse. It's going to happen. And there's lunar eclipse. There's all kinds of different things, the blood moons and stuff.
Well, there's a cool story, and this is going back like 500 years. There's a cool story where Christopher Columbus, he was trying to kind of get the Indians to submit and do what he wanted. So he told them like, hey, God's mad at you guys, and like he's gonna darken the sun on this day and whatever. And it was really just because he had some almanac telling him when the eclipses were gonna happen. And think about, Columbus sailed in 1492. It's a long time ago. Think about how much more advanced astronomy has become in the last 500 years with computers and just so much more advanced.
Well, we're probably standing on the shoulder of those people.
Exactly. And he predicted this eclipse, and then the Indians were super freaked out, like, oh man, like, how did he know? And so
it's a god.
Kind of a cool story from history. But like you said, we're not now if we tried to say, well, this is what the sky looked like in 4000 BC or something, obviously we don't have any records that go back that far.
Sure.
And so then at that point, you could still assume that things are going the same way. Why would they change? But as far as like actual hard data, we do have hard data from the time of Christ, because you have astronomers before Christ, you have Greek astronomers before Christ, you have some wonderful records from the first few centuries AD. You've got then you've got Chinese records, you've got Arab records, you got Greek records, you even have Babylonian records from before Christ and everything.
Right.
Varying levels of specificity and stuff.
Sure.
But if they're drawing and describing what they're seeing in the sky, and then we go to the simulator, roll it back, and boom. Oh, they said there was an eclipse. Boom. The software shows an eclipse that same day. Oh, they're looking at
But that still doesn't lead us to the exact timing of the birth of Jesus and the death of Jesus. because those points point to certain things in history. Now, we do have certain indicators in Scripture, and that's why I'm saying, like, I think you could figure this stuff out. But I just think Anderson relying totally on this guy who did the Star movie and the Star of Bethlehem book, I think that actually hinders him from being open to other opinions, because he's like, no, 6, that's the birth of Christ. Not this date here is this and that. And so I think rather than having those type of parameters, he needs to just open it up more. And because, or else he's just not he's never going to see anything else but his own view. And this is a problem with these guys in the new IFB. They seem to just go, that's it. And they'll sit there like they're 20 years in the Wednesday thing. And the thing is too, once Anderson goes, oh, it's a Thursday thing. I mean, it's not like Shelley did a whole thing about it. And then Anderson's like, I disagree with you for like a year. He has to get Anderson on board to even promote this stuff. It's like, I have to get my guru leader to agree with me. Then I'm able to, like, then I'm permitted to do this sort of thing, because I don't want to disagree with him, sort of thing. But then Tommy McMurtry's turned around and gone, oh, I think it's Thursday. We worked it out. And it's like, oh, you're just copying Anderson, dude. But look, at the end of the day, at least these guys are coming around, to that position. And so it's a good thing.
These stars, we're seeing the same thing in the simulation. That's how we know it's accurate. You check the simulator with historical records. Just like the same thing with carbon dating. They can calibrate carbon dating back to about 1000 BC because they have certain things that they found from that time period, and then they know historically, they know, pretty much, okay, this is when this pharaoh reigned or whatever, and then you can actually calibrate the thing. So
right, and
if
again,
you go back and say, well, we're carbonating this to 8000 BC, that's again, you're getting outside of the actual known data.
Yeah, and we have a lot of these data points that are from different sources and different areas. It starts to bring the accuracy level in to a certain level of certainty. The only astronomical event that I can see in the Bible that kind of it seems like maybe it's just a miracle is when the sun stands still for like a whole day.
Mm-hmm.
That I don't
know.
That's
for sure a miracle. Yeah,
I don't know that you could really explain that from the natural occurrences. I don't think that's possible at all. So that's most likely some kind of a miracle.
It's explicitly a miracle. So
we could be a day off, right? I mean, but again, like generally speaking, these things.
Yeah, but that doesn't affect this.
No, it doesn't affect this. That's before.
That's like 1500 years before Christ or something.
Right.
And so
exactly.
So Calvin asked, Nick, are you going to be able to get to Tommy's video tonight? I don't think so. So I think I'm going to finish this up. This is going for 5 hours, and I'll get into Tommy's video later. And I probably won't do that before my debate. I'm going to have to prep for my debate. I could probably wing it, but I want to maybe make it more understandable for people who have no idea about Revelation 16:5. So I want to do a little bit of artwork and stuff like that, just to make it easier for people to understand. And so
that doesn't even mean anything with this. And the astronomy records are all after that anyway.
Well, I think a lot of times people have a weird view because they've been taught so much evolution that they don't realize how much it's kind of affected their perspective. They think that generations before us are a bunch of ooga booga, like they don't really know anything, and because of computers and stuff, like now we're smart or something. But there's always been very smart people that have studied a lot of these things in time past. A lot of technology and information that we use today was built on the backs of generations in the past and their knowledge and their understanding. So it's kind of a misnomer, I think, from a lot of people's perspective. They think that past generations or a long time ago, everybody's just dumb or everybody was inferior to the intellect of people today. Whereas that's not a true reflection of history. Of course, there were time periods when reading was really low, literacy was really low. And I'm sure that the common people, a lot of them were not very educated. But again, colleges and education has been a common theme throughout history. Smart people have studied a lot of these things in times past. And we're really standing on the shoulders of those data engineers. And we're just putting the data in a computer. But it's not like we're just discovering all this new stuff. You know, people already understood how astronomy works. They understood mathematics. They understood a lot of these things. And we're just, and many times, catching up or figuring out how to use computers to solve those problems. But the problem with computers, I think, is it's actually caused a lot of people to be dumber because we rely on that tool and that instrument rather than having the head knowledge. Whereas in times past, many of these individuals knew how to calculate these things on paper and pen and could understand and talk about them intelligently. Whereas today people would have to rely on tools and software. So
well, and here's another really interesting thing that a lot of people might have heard of, the Antikythera mechanism. Are you familiar with that at all, Pastor Shelley, or no?
No.
So this is something that was found like in the I think they found it in the Mediterranean Sea, like, but they found it underwater. It was this artifact of a machine from like the 2nd century BC. So like over 2,000 years ago. It's this mechanism with like all these turning gears and stuff. And it's basically an astronomy device for predicting eclipses. So it's like this primitive machine where all these moving parts, tons of gears and everything. And basically like you put in the date and then it kind of tells you what's going on from an astronomy perspective during that date. And you can use it to predict eclipses and it tells you what month, what year, and what. So it kind of was a mind-blowing discovery of just, wow, these people, not only were they advanced in their knowledge, but they actually built this little machine. And I use the word machine, but it's really just a lot of gears turning. Obviously it's not electronic. Some people describe it as like, some people could describe it as like a computer or something, but obviously it's not electronic at all. It's just, it's something that's hand cranked. You turn the thing, you turn the dials, and it tells you when the eclipse is going to happen.
Abacus or something. It's just like a physical.
Yeah.
So Aaron says, back from street preaching the word, powerful time. Thank you for all the prayers. Yeah, I really encourage everyone to do street preaching. It's fantastic. If you don't know what to do, I just recommend go to a place where you don't know anyone. Now, if you're not ashamed of the gospel and you're bold, go and just do it in your hometown. But if you are like, oh, I'd never do that, well, just go somewhere where no one knows you. Go for a big long drive for an hour. Just go find where there's a lot of people. Don't preach where there's no one. That looks crazy. You're better off witnessing. And just stand there and just start just sharing scripture. Start with John 3:16. Just preach, and it's a great time. And so, yeah, good on you, Aaron. Take my hat off to you. Permafrost says, so which day do you guys think it was? I think it was on Thursday.
Nice.
It's like but it's really advanced though.
Sure.
And so it's really cool. It's like you said, you know, they weren't going ooga booga 5,000 years ago, because let's face it, I mean, you see people just building mega cities, building the pyramids. I mean, they're building some pretty incredible stuff because they're
aqueducts, plumbing is mentioned in the Bible. Like a lot of these things that we kind of think that don't exist really are mentioned in the scripture. And they
even the Indus River Valley civilization had like plumbing and stuff.
Sure. And again, like Solomon's considered the
so that's in Pakistan,
smartest man to ever live. So, you know, that he's like a peak of intellect and wisdom at that time. I mean, they're building buildings without hammers. Like they're building the temple of the Lord without hammering. Yeah. And it's like one of the most magnificent structures of all time. Like, you know, I would almost argue in some ways society is kind of losing intelligence or losing wisdom. Obviously, in some ways we're increasing in knowledge and technology. So I think like it's just kind of, it's like a complex, you know, understanding. In some ways,
I wouldn't say that we're getting dumber. This is what I would say. I would just say we were super smart then and we're super smart now, because humans are just smart. And so obviously the general public is dumb, but the general public was dumb 2000.
So I would say Thursday, roughly around, 3 o'clock, after 3 o'clock.
1,000 years ago, the general public was dumb 4,000 years ago. But like, there have always been people who are smart and they're engineering things and they're doing astronomy, they're doing science. Like, there's always been people who are into learning and into intellect, and people who just kind of don't care, and they're just kind of just whatever. Just, you know, give me another ice cream cone, turn on the cartoons, let's go. You know, like there have always been people who cared about learning and people who didn't care about learning.
Right.
And I don't think that the scientists of today are or the mathematicians of today are inferior to the ones from 2000.
There's one simple 7-second brain trick anyone can use to activate their super brain and use it to improve.
1,000 years ago,
7-second brain trick. Just turn those ads off and you'll be a lot smarter.
Would just say they're smart now, they're smart then. It's the same humans. Human nature is the same. There's no new thing under the sun. Like you brought up Solomon, and I mean, he's talking about plants, he's talking about animals, he's doing biology, you know, like before Aristotle.
Well, I'm just saying, like, to me, the viewpoint that I have is it's kind of like smart people have always been smart. Like every civilization, every generation has really smart people, and they're always at a high level. But the general populace kind of goes through a roller coaster of the general pop is kind of increasing knowledge and then going down and going up, and it kind of ebbs and flows. And like it seems like our current generation is, you know, kind of in a decline. Like seems like, you know, when they look at.
So that's the link to the video. Now I got recommended that in the chat. But I usually am in agreement with Dave Hunt's material, and so I'll go through that later myself. But I just thought I'd put it in there just so you guys can look at Dave Hunt's 32 AD material and Thursday material.
SAT scores and just the fact that we have to rely on so much technology, it almost seems like the general populace has having a little bit of a dumbing down effect. Lower literacy, lower just research and studying material. So like the general populace is kind of waning. But of course, the smart people today, people like Elon Musk and other individuals are still highly intelligent, creating all kinds of advanced technology. New stuff is being discovered on a regular basis. So like I would agree, like smart people have just always been smart and we've always had them. And they're the ones kind of building society, building civilization, keeping everything kind of running. But the general populace kind of ebbs and flows from, you know, certain degrees of
I'm not necessarily quite as pessimistic about like
the current generation.
But I mean, because in some ways, like obviously, yeah, we're disappointed sometimes.
Okay, so I'm going to put it on, it's on 1.25 at the moment. I'm going to put it on 1.5. Now, if that gets annoying, I'll change it. But I just want to get through this. And they're sort of rabbit trailing quite a bit.
With people's level of knowledge, but I just think it's always been that way, to be honest.
Yeah, that's probably true.
You know, I mean, and honestly, as far as just globally, literacy is at an all-time high globally. You know,
yeah, I would agree with that. I think that, and again, you could almost argue we have a higher level of intelligence globally than maybe times past, just because of literacy specifically.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, like, I guess I'm hyper focused on America and just maybe.
Yeah, I think you're hyper focused. I think you're hyper focused on like college campuses too, and I think that part of the reason because of that. Because I know you've gone to some college campuses and you found some people that weren't that smart. But the point is, like, I think that the difference there is that if you go back to like our parents' generation, is that only a small minority went to college.
That's true.
And so the people that were going to college were kind of like the elite, they're intellectual, they're smart. Whereas now people have this attitude of like everyone should go to college. So then what happens is you have a lot of people going to college who are not intellectual, they're not excelling at their studies, they're not that into it, they don't really care. But they're just kind of being funneled into like 13th grade. Like, okay, here we go. So I think that there are just as many smart people on college campuses now as there used to be, but you've also just brought in a lot more of the general population that are kind of just, you know, not at a high level that are studying in college. And so there are going to be easy classes to accommodate those kind of people.
Yeah, the degree plans have broadened. So, you know, for the most part, people.
And so, like, I would agree with that. And regardless of what I think about Anderson and, you know, his children, all the rest of it, and his wife and even Shelley, you know, with the mess that all happened with all that. Anderson is an intelligent guy. He's well-read. And even his kids said, basically, he's just spent the last, like, 5 years studying, listening to audiobooks, doing courses and all this sort of stuff. So he's a smart guy, you know, in a sense of, you know, academic pursuits. He's educated himself in a lot of areas, you know, which is... that's what we all should be doing, you know, as much as we possibly can.
People are going to college to become a doctor or a lawyer or some really highly skilled technical position or to study something in an advanced setting. Whereas now they just have such a broad array of degrees and fields of study. And yeah, there's definitely, because of the increase of just the quantity of people going to college, that could maybe seem like academically it's not as superior. But I agree with you that there's still the super smart people are there. And, you know, in times past, it's a little bit different. So maybe it's not fair to compare. But I think that, you know, there have been some articles and some research to suggest that just even in high schools, comparing to high schools, that maybe SAT scores or ACT scores or some of that stuff has kind of gone downhill a little bit, or maybe there's been a little bit of a decrease in literacy rates. That could also be explained by some other factors as far as just increased migration and diversity and things like that too. So, you know,
I don't like you said, it's probably like a cycle a little bit, like ebbs and flows. You know, certain generations are maybe a little more into education than others, or learning.
But, you know, and obviously this podcast was not catering to the weak of mind. We were trying to talk about some advanced topics. I really appreciate you coming on the stream with me. This is I don't know why, but this is fun for me. I know for some people it might be kind of boring or not really their jive, but, you know, this is my this is something I get excited about. I like making the chart. I like sharing, talking about it. I've already preached some sermons on it, so I kind of like doing the stream and having the visual aids, because I feel like the visual aids.
All right. So he did say he's already preached a couple of sermons on it. So interesting, because from my perspective, he's under Anderson and wouldn't rock the boat, sort of thing. But or maybe they agreed, and then he preached some sermons on it. Anyway, I threw that in before, that like he had to sort of get permission from the boss to bring up this material. It does seem that way.
Make kind of a big difference for me and for other people probably as well. I really find the astronomy stuff super interesting. I'm glad you got to share the software, and I appreciate you coming on here. Of course, obviously the most important thing is just believing the death, burial, and resurrection and putting your faith in Christ for salvation. So salvation is, according to the Bible, a free gift. It's just by faith alone. That's not, Good Friday is not the only thing Catholics get wrong. They think it's by works that you have to be saved, and they're wrong on that as well. Salvation is clearly a free gift just by faith. It's all what he did. And I love that picture of Christ being in the tomb and it being Sabbath for man, showing Christ doing the work for us and then rising again from the dead. And simply salvation is trusting in his rest. The Bible describes salvation as a Sabbath, that we're entering into his rest, and that Jesus Christ truly paid it all. He did everything for us necessary for our salvation. And I just hope that people will appreciate the Bible more. And the goal of a stream like this, to me, is to show that we can trust the Bible. The Bible's right. The Bible's accurate. There's no contradiction. And that we should trust every word and not get a Catholic view of just like, oh, well, it's just mistranslated, or you got to change it here. Or, it's not a big deal. That's their take on Christianity. And, we want to get every word of God. We want to get it dialed in. We want to believe the scripture. And of course, there's plenty of people that believe the Bible and are faithful Christians, and they believe in the Wednesday view. And I'm not down on you. I've definitely held that view. But I think that, it makes sense to reconcile all the verses, make sure they all match. And I think Thursday does that perfectly. Do you have any final thoughts for us before we kind of wrap up this afternoon?
No, I think that was a great wrap up that you just gave. I mean, one thing I do just think is kind of cool about the 30 AD is just that it's like exactly 40 years before the destruction of the temple. So that's kind of a nice clean number, with the 40 years going by and then the temple being destroyed. But again, I agree with you. If people believe in Wednesday or Thursday, those, are both, good positions to have. Although, Thursday is the one that I strongly believe is correct. And even if people are mixed up and believe Friday, I mean, they're still saved. They're just, they're just not maybe understanding those scriptures. And so,
right.
So Calvin just said, anyone anti-Semitic and believes in replacement theology does not have much Holy Ghost given discernment concerning scripture, although we might be smart on other subjects, but that's just me. Yeah. And I think that's one of the things. Like, I know some Jehovah's Witnesses who are really intelligent people, hyper intelligent. I ask them questions and they know lots of interesting facts and stats and figures. And some of the kids coming out of some of the Seventh-day Adventist schools, like, as I said, I used to work for Sevies, or for a Sevi guy, and nearly everyone who worked for him was in the Sevi, but he had 50 staff on. And so, but I've worked with people who have come out of the SDA schools and they're hyper intelligent, sort of silly in a few ways, like having practical life experience and things like that, because oftentimes they're just brought up in cotton wool. But when it comes to certain things to do with technology and things like that, some of these guys are really, really smart. And that's the thing, you can get someone who's very intelligent, but they're just wrong. Like, either you're a Seventh-day Adventist and you're in a cult, you're a Jehovah's Witness and you're really intelligent. It's like, yeah, but there's something wrong there.
No, I enjoyed being on here. I like these topics, and I just want to thank you for even basically educating me on this subject, because of the fact that you're kind of the first person that did a deep dive and was able to really give a comprehensive view to convince me of Thursday. So.
Well, and it's crazy because I didn't try. Like I said, I did try to prove Wednesday, and I gave up. And then just one day reading Mark, I believe it's Mark 14. It just totally changed my mind. I said, I think I can figure this out. And, I just kind of took the time to try and really study what the Bible is saying on that issue. And it seemed like a puzzle that was just slowly getting put together. And when you get to that final stage, it's kind of fun. Like, puzzles are frustrating because it just takes forever to get the edges. But it's like, once you get the edges and you get the big piece, then there's like this kind of fun rush at the very end, where you're just kind of putting every one of those last little puzzle pieces in there, and then it just all fits together. And just like, it's a lot of fun if you've ever done a puzzle, like kind of the last few minutes, you're just putting pieces in like left and right, just going super fast, and it's a lot of fun. That's kind of how I felt with this. It was like, it took a while to get all the edges in, but then it was like, bam, just everything just started clicking. It made a lot of sense. Last Supper started making a lot of sense. The crucifixion made a lot of sense. All the Sabbath days made a lot of sense. And I didn't have it prepared with me, but I'm just going to shoot from the hip on this. But I did do a little research on like what quantity of the Gospels specifically are talking about the Passion Week. Like, they're focused on just this last 1 week, or the Holy Week of Scripture. And it's about 33% of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are dedicated as far as just the chapters. If you just look at like the chapters or the amount of text dedicated just to that last week, it's almost a third of the New Testament specifically. So I think that getting the right timeline and kind of looking at this chart and getting it in your heart actually really helps you understand a large section of the New Testament, because a lot of the New Testament, a lot of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are focused on specifically this time period. I mean, you have John 12 all the way to virtually chapter 20 is focused just on a specific week, and you have many large portions of Matthew, Mark, and Luke also dedicated to just this specific 1 week of time. And of course, it's a really important week of human history, is the Passover, is Jesus Christ being our Passover. That's why we even celebrate the Lord's Supper, is specifically to celebrate what Jesus Christ did for us. And so I really appreciate you guys tuning in. If you want to check out Pastor Stephen Anderson, you got to check out Faith Word Baptist Church. Give us some of the plugs. Where do we find your preaching?
And yeah, I would not recommend his material or much else. Yeah, so if you wonder why, just go through my historical videos and you'll find out why.
I mean, the best place to go is just thepreaching.com. Or if you just Google Faith Word Baptist Church, you know, there's all kinds of talk about how bad we are. But, you know, it should also link to our website at some point.
Yeah.
But I just usually, it's faithfulwordbaptist.org is the website, faithwordbaptist.org. But an easy way to get there is just to type in thepreaching.com.
Great. And, you know, you can check him out on Rumble. He's got a couple channels there. I'm going to try and put in the description of this video after we're done a lot of the links to some of the stuff that we're sharing. On our website, specifically sbckjv.com, you can find the timing of the Passover chart that I have. One sad thing is you can't share that on Facebook. I guess Facebook blocked all of our URLs and everything like that. But you could like download the chart and re-upload just a picture or something apart from our website link address. But you can't ever link to me or my name or anything with our church on Facebook. So, you know, some people like to try and share this information. If you run into that issue, there's other ways to share it. But also follow us on Rumble, our Steadfast Baptist Church channel. We also have an email list. We started a new one, baptistbias.com/join. You can join us. And we're, you know, we love Rumble. Rumble's great. We never know how long Rumble's going to keep us. And so you can do that. I also added a locals button on our channel, and I'm not planning on putting any paid content out there at this time. I don't think I ever will, but it's just an opportunity. If people want to help us or support us, you can do so. There's a community feature there where you can go through. And I really appreciate you joining us. It was a long stream. If you just caught part of it, make sure to go back to the beginning. We laid down a lot of foundation, a lot of important information there. We want you to follow the whole video. And of course, make sure you go to church this Easter. We want to celebrate the resurrection of the Lord Jesus Christ. That's going to do it for us. Everyone's got a perspective, but you need to get the Baptist bias.
Well, at least he called it Easter. All right, well, that's it. And so I'll move that aside. So, yeah, I'll grab my little advertisement here for our debate. Revelation 16:5 should have shall be rather than holy. So I'm arguing for the affirmative there. TurretinFan's arguing against that premise, and that is in 42 hours. So that appears, so this is Australian time, obviously. So yeah, feel free to join us at that time on this channel. I think it's going to be an epic debate because people who have debated me on Revelation 16:5 before seem really ignorant of the issues. And like, in all honesty, I know TurretinFan has actually gone through a lot of this material, but he's still, I think he's just influenced by Stephen Boyce had this whole twisty sort of narrative, and he seems to have gotten into that type of thing. And I'm like, man, just get out of that. Just, why are you focusing on this little thing and that little thing? And just focus on what I'm saying, you know, rather than you know, going here and going there, just going absolutely everywhere except for, is that the name of Jehovah? Is it, you know? So anyway, we'll deal with that in 42 hours. Apparently TurretinFan's just done a live stream as well. A few other guys, Pastor Brett has just done one. And so what else was I going to say? I think that's about it. I have plans on doing a video about Virginia Mollenkott. There's been a lot said about her with her involvement with the NIV. I know Joseph Armstrong's bringing up stuff saying, well, she wasn't really a known lesbian and stuff like that with the NIV when she was in the committee or a consultant to the NIV. I've always just thought that it was pretty much just logical to go, okay, if someone's, been involved with something, and then like 2 years later it comes out, well, they're a thief or something like that, or they're, I'm not saying every person of that persuasion is like that, but I'm just saying that usually they were like that during that whole time. And it's pretty clear she was separated from her husband for a long time and then got a divorce the year after she stopped being an NIV consultant. But then she worked for the Bible societies, and she was instrumental in writing the book on gender inclusivity, which affects probably about 15 to 20 other versions, and it has huge influence. And so I think people are just overlooking this. And one thing I'm sort of noticing, like just going through some of this material, is almost everything is going back to Gail Riplinger. Now, I've looked at Gail's stuff and gone, that's dumb, that's stupid. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, there's an interesting chart. And that's about it. It's like, so for some people, apparently she's the be-all, end-all. And if she's wrong, everyone's like under her umbrella or something. It's like, she's just like a nothing to me. It's like, I remember getting her thing on the New King James Version, opening it up and going, that's really dumb. But then there were some things that was like, oh, okay, I can see that. You know what I mean? Just as much as if, what's his name? Scott Ingram is talking about the New King James. Sometimes I watch his videos and go, I don't agree. Then I watch another one and go, okay, yeah, I agree. I don't know anyone who doesn't agree with that. It's not like I'm under Scott Ingram or Mark Warder. Who are these people? I think that sometimes there can be personality cults, and I give that gives her way too much credit. I know some people think that she's the bomb and defend her no matter what she does. I'm not one of those people. I know lots and lots of people who aren't those people. And so I guess, I'm probably going to make a video about her, Virginia Mollenkott, and the influence that she's had on Bible versions, because going through Jennifer Knust's material and talking about her, I mean, Mollenkott was doing this sort of stuff in the 1980s with the gender inclusivity material. She'd already come out in 1978 and brought out a book basically saying that all the Christians are wrong. We should adopt her position on same-sex marriage or not marriage, but unions, I guess they call it. She's saying she didn't choose this lifestyle. It's not a lifestyle to her. It's just who she is and all this sort of stuff. So anyway, that'll be an interesting video to go through. What else have I been thinking of? I guess I've got to finish the James White debate. They're in the question answer period. So I'll go through that. I can probably do that in one video sitting. And Easter. Yeah. And I guess too, doing a video on Tommy McMurtry's understanding of this. I'll probably go through that. And also hell would be an interesting topic. That would probably be something, maybe I can squeeze it into my eschatology series. I'll continue to go through that because I think I'm actually halfway through a Tommy McMurtry video on Revelation 6, so I'll have to finish that. But it'll be good to get to a point where we're talking about Hades, hell, and maybe that'll be in Revelation 8, I think it is. Revelation 8 or 9? I can't remember, but it does talk about Hades, so maybe I'll wait until then. But anyway, guys, I really appreciate that you guys have joined me. I've gone for 5 hours and 20 minutes, and I'm going to go and enjoy my holy day. Have a great Easter, Resurrection Day. Have a good Uster or Osterhung Resurrection. Pastor Brett's in the house and says he can't wait to see the debate. It's going to be fun. We got Dwayne moderating that. Calvin says, hope to see you all 19th at 5 Eastern Standard Time for the debate. Thanks, Nick. Good night and God bless. Pastor Brett says, Kenneth Barker said she never worked on the actual translation. She was only consultant. Yes, and so I have her interview with Joseph Chambers, and so she clearly talks about how she was given lists of words that could be chosen in or out, and she wrote her recommendations on certain words. Because, I mean, being a consultant, you're still working on the Bible. So when you're saying translating, that's translating from one language to another. But consulting is when you're choosing between 2 or 3 English options. So that's what she did, which is the issue. Because, I mean, you could translate it all like the King James, but if then or use all King James readings, and then if someone comes along and goes, no, we're not going to use only begotten there, we're going to say unique. If she came along and said that, well, that becomes an option, and then they go with that option. And it, they're trying to downplay how much influence that she had on that translation. In that interview, she clearly says that at times she was given chapters, books, and she went through them and marked it up. And she even said she said it was sort of hard because the whole thing had been smoothed out. So like with a certain style, like the NIV type of style. And she said, well, it was sort of hard to accept that because knowing that, Moses wrote the first 5 books, and then someone else wrote other books, where when you got it smoothed out like they did, it sort of seems like it's just one person writing instead of the nuances of others. So, she knew what she was talking about with the NIV. And so there's not a huge amount of material in the interview, but so anyway, I'm going to shut this down. Calvin, have a good night. Bold as a lion. People are heading over to Hilly Billy's. Pastor Brett says, yes, sir. See you all on the debate. Looking forward to Nick wiping the floor with TurretinFan on Revelation 16:5. Bold as a lion says, I've got to go to my mum's on Saturday, so I may be a tad late, but for sure I don't want to miss the debate. Okay, thanks for your support, guys. I really appreciate it. Good night, and God bless you. Play my outro.